There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
team already here. Rocky out the open, the Smokino. Strategic is the one in trouble right now. They need to worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points, plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash Rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity. Challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
Paling untuk 3 yang lainnya, kalau misalnya kita kalah berada di hashtag 2 dan kita nggak bisa dapat hashtag 1, yang pasti nanti ada hukumannya, ya paling traktir sih atau enggak ya challenge-challenge rank lain. Tapi jangan sampai dong hashtag 2.
Mọi người hãy tưởng tượng tôi như kiểu một cái chùa đấy, với lại cái team của tôi như là một cái chợ ấy. Chùa thì muốn yên tĩnh, còn chợ thì lúc nào cũng ồn ào.
Okey, kepada teammate saya, kalau tengok video ni harap tak ambil hati sebab semua perkara ni benar.
Solusinya ya gue tutup aja pakai bantal mulutnya Asa biar dia nggak berisik.
Ngenokin teman sendiri sih, itu ada bisa pakai bom, bisa pakai bensin, itu sering terjadi dulu di zaman-zaman RA. Nah kalau di zaman-zaman itu kita sering ngemoli teman kita sendiri, itu sering terjadi dan tapi kita ya ngebawa itu jadi lucu aja sih.
Điều ngớ ngẩn nhất cả đội từng làm chắc là những quả nét và những quả lửa, tại vì thay vì chúng tôi chọi vào địch thì chúng tôi chọi vào nhau.
Diorang selalu tinggalkan saya seorang-seorang, saya rest seorang-seorang, dia memang lembab gila.
Wah, kalau itu gue pernah sih, waktu itu nge-post kompon, terus si Asa ngebom diri gue, bukan ngebom musuhnya, jadi malah friendly fire. Ah, parah sih dia.
Satu pemain yang aku bakalan pilih itu, aku bisa bilang Leon DZ, karena Leon DZ itu selain dari pengalaman dan juga skillnya dari tahun ke tahun itu udah cukup oke, dan jujur dari diri aku sendiri itu aku penasaran main sama dia, makanya aku pilih Leon DZ.
Cho em tuyển cả 3 người luôn được không? Thứ nhất là Tony Kay, hai là Rosemary và Kaluk, tại vì cả 3 tuyển thủ đấy luôn luôn nằm trong những cái top player của các giải đấu và cũng có MVP của mình nữa.
Saya akan ambil TODAK Naim sebab dia punya backup laju and then sharp shooter.
Gue maunya Yami sih. karena alasannya gue pernah SEA Games bareng Yami, gue ngerasa klop main sama dia, sama berasa kompak, chemistry gue kayak ada sama dia.
Untuk Red FaZe, jangan maju mulu ya, karena gue bakalan maju dan gue yang lebih jago, jadi jangan sosok maju. Untuk Firman juga sama, begitu pula juga Pepeng. Untuk Boboho, banyak grinding lagi.
Đồng đội của tôi như cái radio vậy á, tại vì kiểu không thể tắt được á.
Manzi sebab dia ni macam star syndrome, selalu siap lambat, orang kena tunggu dia. Dia dah macam raja dah dekat dalam team ni. Asyik nak kena tunggu dia je, semua dia siap lambat. Confirm kena tunggu dia.
Oh, Asa sih. Karena kalau Asa nih, kalau di GH, kalau di gaming host, dia tidurnya tuh ngoroknya paling kenceng. Jadi gue keganggu banget tuh kalau tidur. Jadi dia ngorok tuh berasa kapal pecah.
We have one game, people. One game for Group A and C. Of course, then we'll continue on with B and C. Welcome back to a brand new day on the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2025. And we're carrying forward from yesterday. My name is CelcomDigi together with the amazing Chuchu. And Chuchu, how are you feeling about one game?
We're still living in yesterday. Just saying, we're still living from yesterday. Assume today is yesterday, and just bit part of it. Then going to reset ourselves. It's a brand new day. How's that?
Yeah, well, except for a change of clothes. If not, then, well, people will think that we don't shower. But yes, in case for whatever reason that you just joined us, it is a continuation from yesterday's game. So yesterday's final game in Miramar, it was postponed to today. So we're going to play this one game and then we're going to have a break for all teams to reset. And then we'll be back to our usual timing featuring Group B and also C after that.
Yeah, we're speaking of which, recapping about what happened for the first Miramar yesterday. The Xavier's, eArena and CelcomDigi Alliance finish off as the top three. So we can see a bit of comeback from the side of the Malaysian region, which is going to be CelcomDigi Alliance, while consistently getting always almost the top 5 teams is going to be the Xavier's. You know what? One thing that I want to see one day is we having a documentary about the Xavier's, like literally letting some camp crew going in just to see their boot camp, how they actually train for every single season, because they are one of the most consistent team, but yet still sort of have a feeling of unsung heroes, you know, not being highlighted enough regarding how consistent they can be compared to like superstar teams when it comes to their PR or their show value, like Vampires or even like CelcomDigi Alliance. I think these Xaviers has not been under a very bright, so they're always under the spotlight, but not too bright, as in we getting to know them about how they prepare for every single season.
Yeah, and maybe we'll get to find out like why don't they always celebrate after a chicken dinner with that sort of documentary. But what we will answer now is the overall ranking. So just to give everyone a little bit of an update, after 5 games as of yesterday, eArena, now topping the charts with 61 points. Very, very comfortable up there. And you mentioned about the Xavier and their level of consistency. They came back hard after a first 2 0-point round, and now they're at 56 points. Very, very close to like the threshold or the benchmark to be able to see this super weekend. But on page number 2, a lot of these teams still need a lot of work to do.
Yeah, if we look through, Vampire is actually getting the most highest eliminations compared to the other teams on our second page here. They do try to balance out their rank and their elimination points, as well as Glue. I think Glue and Vampires pretty much have the same mindset when it comes to about the gameplay and game style. They want to focus more towards, you know what, we don't want to sit out from fights. They want to aggressively initiate those fights. Just to recap about yesterday, aka still the same day, example here. XSOPHERE, eArena, Xavier, TALON, and eArena got twice for the chicken dinner. We did mention regarding yesterday if Xavier still want to finish off stage, I would say the day 2, week 2, day 1 run with a double chicken, just like how eArena did.
Yeah, might as well, right? Just top it off and then you have pretty much a comfy next day when they start to play again. Next day, that is. So, yeah, there's still some space for them to actually get the points, and the more points that you get, you know, you won't be complaining about it. But I'll be a little bit more concerned for the teams on page number 2. That is, you did highlight some of the teams like GLU Squad, like teams like Roy, New Era, KHOI, who's still at a single digit, MAQNA, and all these teams. And some of the teams, they must get into this week's super weekend. If not, it will be a disaster for them. So those are the teams that I will be looking forward to see how they will perform, at least in this one final game today.
Yeah, it's a lot on the line for the teams that didn't make it through for the first super weekend here. We cannot stress enough regarding all the 8 teams. They're still having a 0 point when it comes to their weekly or the points to get into the grand finals. We do know, even though some teams do have a point, we did mention about TODAK as well as BTR. They are in jeopardy and a bit shaky when it comes to their position as well, because of how they are not really solid when it comes to all their points up there. But today, we do have a different... This is going to be, follow-up from yesterday. This is not going to be today's team to focus. But for you, you're putting up Roy for multiple times yesterday as well. You want to share your insights regarding Roy right now?
Oh, did I? That was actually quite random what I put up, so... I was just going like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, if that's me being absolutely honest, right? But if you want to say like, oh, okay, Roy's up here. Okay. It'll be nice to see them perform well. I mean, they are known as, in Vietnam, Roy is known as King Roy. And I'm sure there's a reason for that. And it's also the return of the Roy brand as well, because they had a lapse of season the previous season. So now that they're coming back, I'm sure they want to do well, and they want at least a chance, a slot to the PMWC.
I think the thing about why they've been called as King Roy is how fearless and how relentless they are when trying to initiate or engage in any fight. They don't give a thought about who they're fighting, because as long as they're winning, that's it. They don't really care about positioning, timing, whatever. They just want to win those fights. They are bloodthirsty and they're willing to go overboard just to make sure that they secure those compounds and make sure that they are the one that reigns supreme in that certain area for the time being. But let's resume what happened in week 2, day 1. Back to Miramar.
Back to Miramar. This is still A versus C, and it's going to be the final game between them before we reintroduce Group B into the lineup. And Group A, they can take a break. By Group C, they'll be sticking around for the rest of the day. Flight path-wise, it's going to be a right-sided flight path. So for Xavier, who normally likes to drop in El Pozo, they need to travel a fair bit, but we don't always see Xavier in very, very early fights, even though they have to travel to El Pozo, so they should be fine. They know their route.
Yeah, it's a very different approach if you compare the Xaviers in Erangel and the Xaviers in Miramar. In Miramar, they're a bit more tactical, a bit more conservative, they always wait it out until there's like stage 4, 5, or 6. When that's not much necessary fight, they will try to avoid it as much as they can. That's the Xaviers we know when it comes to Miramar. But as we do know, the Thai regions do prefer to hot drop or get aggressive in this particular map. So my eyes are locked towards the teams like Vampires, example, and all the ETN, all these Thai region teams where they want to take a step forward and just show and try to gain more points. Because last time we mentioned, Cloud, A versus C, you don't want to go against B. B are heavy hitters. So you try to gain as much point as you can, and this is the last opportunity being offered here today.
Oh yeah, the last for quote unquote today, right? I'm still like, okay, do we want to reference yesterday or do we want to reference today? Okay, yeah, just retuning myself as well. But these area they also retuned their drop spot. So because El Pozo is kind of far away, they re-drop back into Lost Learners, which is also their regular drop spot as well. And Lost Learners, we all know it's able to house up to 3 different teams, and they have their own corner by the right side of Lost Learners, so they'll be fine. Good call for these area to change their drop spot based on the flyby as well. So happened that the circle is on the right too, so might be a good advantage for these area, but a slight early advantage for GLU as they got their first knock on the time from TODAK.
Yeah, there's going to be a fight in the very south of the map, just around the outskirts of Minas Gerais Valley, or slightly on the northern side of Batona here, where we're watching. Around the warehouse, TODAK Tom seems to be no rescuer on the way, and that's not great. Now, TODAK, I did mention about how they've been rising up for this season compared to the last one. And they're quite consistent when it comes to not getting too much of placement points. And they are the only one on the top 5 that did not score any chicken yet, but still managed to maintain as a top 4 teams. And if you look across about the achievement for yesterday as well, they have been consistently getting themselves a top 4 multiple times.
Yeah, it's like no chicken dinner, no problem for them, right? And one of the biggest changes into the lineup is the introduction of Frenzy from Boom Esports to transfer to TODAK. And for me personally, I felt that that's one of the key transfers for this season. Of course, there's a lot of key transfers, right? Like Mela to Vampire, like Zaxi to Claw. And for TODAK specifically, it is Frenzy moving to them, and it gives them a new breath of fresh air. And I believe that's reflective of their results so far, which is okay. But can they make top 3 or not? I guess that's a question that we'll need to answer later in the grand finals. But during the league stages, I would agree. TODAK, they're doing so far so good.
I totally agree with you about our Frenzy addition towards the lineup of TODAK. Because TODAK, what we saw in the last season, what they're lacking was somebody to push forward without a doubt, without questioning, or without overthinking. Now, what's TODAK lacking last season? They don't have somebody that's daring enough to just go and do it. And with Frenzy, we saw how crazy it can get yesterday. He even made a U-turn in a wrangle where they go into that small shack just to reload himself with a lot of loot and death boxes laying around. But he caught himself in a trap. But nonetheless, he showed that he's not scared of any fights. So that's something that TODAK should learn from Frenzy, and that's a great addition. But how will they shape and polish around him? And can they go even further? That's something I think only the players get to answer by end of this week. But another team that we should highlight on is also eArena. Now, we always have like Vampires. FaZe Clan is going to be playing later. These names, these legacy names that have very high stature of their own and a powerhouse, is always under the spotlight. But with eArena last season and this season, you can see there's some improvement, but a bit more consistency, and feels like they are more together as a team for this particular season, of course.
Yeah, eArena also one of those very improved team. Although we can't take away the fact that Vampire is still a strong team. They did smash it the last Super Weekend, 3 chicken dinners out of 5. So they are still a strong team, no doubt. But we, like what you say, right, we cannot discount the fact that eArena has a significant improvement. And one of their key transfers, which is also highlighted in PUBG Mobile esports social media that I noticed, is Momon in the lineup. Not only inside the game, you can see Momon is a very intelligent player. He knows where to position himself. He knows where to move in team fights. But he's also a cheerful guy. So it's also important the fact that you have somebody on the outside of the game who's able to lift up the team.
Yeah, and that's going to be the positive vibe, as they call it these days, that everybody needed, especially when, when everything seems to be at loss for the team. You need somebody to lift the team spirits up, because it's going to be tough. It's all about the mental fight between themselves. You are your biggest demon, like they called it. But for the teams to actually have a support outside of the game, I agree, that's totally contributing so much for the team. But back towards Boom lineup there, we do know how Yummy can actually fare when it comes to CQC. He's one of the best player with the DBS holding on his hands. But when it comes to long range in Miramar, I would say he's pretty much okay. But it's these avians we're talking about. You know how they can manage to turn things around with the use of terrain and structure despite they being cornered down.
Oh yeah, very intelligent team. Like how we saw yesterday's Miramar, right? Like you think that, oh, they're up there, CelcomDigi Alliance down with the compound, like these Xaviers took no chance, but they took their chances, and how they did it was like they created this smoke bridge and they still pushed through, and when they push, it's not like in straight line, they open up the space, so even if like two players went down, like the other two players are still able to infiltrate. They are very accurate with their nades. It's almost like a homing missile. All those were, it's like really down to skill, intelligence, and the Xavier is a full package of it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they are still one of the strong contenders for the top 3 into PNWC.
Probably going to award the most uptight team as well. I mean, we barely get to see them laughing. And the only time we actually get to see them, and I personally physically get to see at least Lamborghini smile, was when they actually, after they lift the trophy, after the interview's done, it's all about wrapping things up without the cameras on. That's where he actually laughed, and I was so surprised. I shouted, "Oh my God!" Lamborghini smiled. He got shocked, but he went on laughing after that. So that's finally we get to see a human side of the Xavier's player. But back towards our Under the Spotlight team, eArena, they're hunting down the teams that are in dire need of point, and that's going to be SK.
SK, they need points. But Dedicate is all for themselves. So if eArena can take them all out, they'll be in a very, very comfy position. But for now, SK, 3 players, 1 player down. Shin at the forefront against eArena. eArena, they have the information, they know where he is. While Joker is going for the flank. Shin is in front of him. NC2 doing the same as well. And Shin will fall to the hands of Sakura after being distracted by NC2.
It's not great for SK. We literally just mentioned about the teams that needs to get into the Super Weekend. And they are one of those teams. And the one that hunting them down are going to be the teams that, want to solidify their position when it comes to finish off their run or even continuing their run for today, because we do know eArena will keep on playing for the entire day here. And we talked about the benchmark of the point going to be bare minimum to get into the Super Weekend will be in the 60s. With them scoring now another 3 elimination points, this is more than enough for them to get into the Super Weekend this weekend. And the last one, of course. But I feel like they want to push even further. If they can get a better start for this Super Weekend, why not?
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Why not? Why not? I mean, you have a comfy start in the Super Weekend, like you're feeling confident as well, even though the points all reset back to 0, but you have that momentum that you want to carry. So if you can gain as much as possible from the week, if you're that comfy, and then you can take it like, okay, this is a practice match. I'm supposed to try something new. If it works out, it'll probably something that they'll implement the Super Weekend. So that's fine as well. There's so many reasons for, even though you have a comfortable amount of points, to still push on and still do your best.
Speaking of their best, MAC, we get to see the best of them yesterday. They played sometimes a bit inconsistent, but we can see that they try to fight their way in. But Claw, Red Face, I mean, he's one of my favorite players, of course, because of how aggressive he can get, how bold he can be just trying to take a shot, and you pair up with Boo Boo, who these guys, they are relentless. You know, if they see something that moves, they're gonna hunt you down till the very smallest wormhole that you can hide into. They will try to dig you out, and that's what they are doing right now.
Okay, if you heard a honk, I don't know if you did. It didn't come from the game, okay? Just saying. All right. I don't. Well, in the game you have horns, but I don't think it sounds like that. But yeah. Of course, about Claw, I mean, it's a solid lineup on paper, right? Like you have FaZe, you have Zaxi, and then you have Boboku, who's a experienced IGL. So you have a full package there. And even for FaZe personally, he has been performing very well for the team. Last week he came up with a solid MVP performance. And if we look at Claw as of now, 33 points after 5 games, still not too bad as well. They are on track. They're above the median of like 30 points, and they can continue to collect more. With this kind of circle, it will still be kind of okay for Claw. They're not too far away from it. So I would believe that Claw would still do well overall here. But of course, what matters is in the grand finals where the top 3 is at. We'll talk about the grand finals, of course, later, because right now it's going to be the Xavier stopping CelcomDigi Alliance, and Parajin almost got that knock.
Now, if they can learn something about yesterday for CelcomDigi Alliance, it's not sitting on their hands too long, because that's what happened despite they caught themselves the circle yesterday. So I assume this is why, the main reason why they're trying to migrate themselves a bit early. They know for a fact that Miramar map is all about your positioning, and if you get into the center of a circle soon enough, usually you will try to avoid as much unnecessary fight if you get into the center early. And a lot of teams will try to fight when they're trying to migrate into the center. So at this point, CelcomDigi Alliance is a bit later compared to yesterday's rotation when it comes to the timing too. So they were forced to get into the fight where the Xaviers kind of have the general idea about their positioning right now. Despite they're trying to lay low, they might actually have to force to take the fight either way. With eArena now hunting down an XSOPHERE, and the kill feed is going crazy. CelcomDigi Alliance trying to negate away from these Xaviers, but still bump into Boom either way. So they have to force this fight either how.
Wow, you talk about the elimination feed. Looks like Vampire Esports is involved as well, securing 1 point for themselves. eArena still with the high ground, and they're playing by the edge of the circle, so they're trying to block teams from coming in. But the team that needs to come in is going to be Vampire Esports, and their next opponent is going to be MEC.
MEC versus Vampires. Vampires, I think they are also focused, those teams coming up from the northern side. And last I saw, it's going to be RRQ. I don't know how the formation of teams right now for the side of RRQ, because they're shooting things at the back as well. So we can assume on the side of Vampires, they are guarding over on their hind side, on the northern side, and also those who actually from the inner circle, who is MEC, try to choke them out. But at the same time, this is Vampires we're talking about. You know, they don't bow out from fights, really. If you want to challenge them, they will fight back. But that's going to be at a cost. With Tony K knocked down by RRQ, Gen Force is actually forcing his way in, while Lapa is getting away from the team.
What's interesting is that Nuzi will continue to play from yesterday's Miramar. So he'll be in the lineup for Vampire. Yesterday, he didn't get much game time because he was the first one to go out. Hopefully, he'll be able to get more time this time. As we switch over to the outskirts of Truck Stop. So we have Claw here, a team that we highlighted earlier on, going up against another Indonesian team, TALON. And TALON seems to be quite well spread out. Axel is in a very, very different off angle. So I guess he's playing the role of scouting for another entry point for his team.
Looking at Boom, still fighting over on the center of the map, I assume. Last we saw against CelcomDigi Alliance, next is TODAK. Now Vampires are going to push towards MEC. They're not taking this any poke or jab from the sides anymore. You want to fight, we fight head on. But MEC is like, nope. We want to play it, so we're going to keep our distance. We're not going to go CQC with you, because they know if they go for the short distance fight between Vampires, they do know that they are well more experienced and more ready up for that. So MEC, after they slightly disengage and pull themselves apart, now repositioning, take it down on Nuzi once more on the ground. Kim managed to knock down on one. There's going to be 3 on the map that we're looking at across the screen for MAC players. It's a bit of a 1-2-1 trade between these two teams. But how will they wrap things up? Because things can go either way at this point. What a nade by Mela.
Wow, they had a little bit of assistance by Claw from afar to knock down Tony K. So MEC hoping for a little bit more assistance because right now they need to recover. Okay, anyway, Shrubs will try to shoot from afar, spraying onto Kim. But Kim is able to navigate away. But the other members of Vampire Esports, now they're pushing on to the rest of MEC. MEC, they fight back with Wix, getting a knockdown to Mela. Can Nuzi land this one nade? It's going to be a crucial one. Because right now it's going to be Nuzi and Schweppes. Nuzi taking a bit of damage. MEC managed to recover. 4 players now against 2 active from Vampire.
Thanks to none other than New Era getting those long-range shots, butting into the business of MAC versus Vampires. The moment they saw one of them being knocked down, MAC made a U-turn and, you know, regrouped to rush into Vampires. Now here comes the DBS plays. Schweppes switching over to the M16 once more. Schweppes knocked down as well. This is not doing great at all on the side of Vampires. They might actually lose their entire crew as Mela and also Nuzi still the one left down. Nuzi, it's going to be tough. Vampires, thanks to third party in New Era, managed to turn things around for MEC.
Yeah, it's New Era. At some point, it was Claw. So Vampire, it wasn't only them and MEC. So it's just unfortunate for them that they were in a position that was exposed to the other teams. Hence, eliminated number 16, but at least they still bring back 1 point for themselves in this round. Speaking about Claw, now they might want to collect their taxes against MEC.
Well, Claw do have the whole team coming up for MEC. MEC is like, nope. Never mind that. We're going to go in the reverse and trying to find ourselves a better way in. Oh, no. Kiddo is going to charge straight into Claw's rep face right in front of the team. Now, they try to go for disengagement. It's a bit too tough right now as the momentum bringing by the side of Claw is not showing any sign of slowing down. As the circle shifted away, the more reason this two team has to fight right now. I mean, that's a bit risk coming up from MEC, using the vehicle straight in the face of Rap Face at that point. And he's spraying with that UMP. He might actually manage to get one or a couple of them knocked down. And Boom, on the other hand, seems like aiding the rest of Claw indirectly by knocking one of MAC members down.
Yeah, and Red Face tries to find that angle. Okay, sees one in front of him. It's going to be Manzi, knockdown. MEC and Claw, they both don't have the circle. Now they have shifted away. Voki playing that support role behind is still in the game. He has his one teammate on the other side of the road, but Claw, they don't seem to be focusing onto Kim. They're just looking at Voki right now. Let's see if Kim will actually punish them, but on the lower ground, it's going to be pretty hard. But for TALON, here comes ETN.
This is going to be the south side of the circle fight. As TALON, we saw how great TALON yesterday. They have been amazing to work as a team when it comes to the communication, and that's going to be it. They wiped out the entire crew of ETN. They just did. And ETN, unfortunately, ended up with a 0. Now, New Era, they were a bit busy with other teams before, but at least they managed to secure the entire crew of RRQ as well. But unfortunately, they only secured 3 out of all the fights they've been butting their business into. So they were helping all the other teams out there, but only managed to get 3 points out of their own team's fight.
Well, that's TALON there. 4 elimination points already. Doing pretty nice so far. And they're also very close to the at least 60-ish points kind of required to move on to the Super Weekend. So they're pretty comfortable right now. But for MEC, in the overalls, not that comfortable still. Still 5 elimination points and only 2 players left. And these 2 players, Kim and Voki, they're split apart right now. But Kim, Claw passing by. They notice him. Oh, they stop right now. It's going to be opportunity for Kim to take that one away. Eliminating Red Face.
That was a clean execution for Kim. He wants to go for more, but I don't think they're going to let him pass by now. Well, at least he managed to secure 1 more elimination. Boys, but thanks to Boom. Oh my God, what a save there for MEC. But Kim, you have to go down anyhow. And Yomi managed to steal away that 1 point from the hands of Claw, who managed to secure only 1 point after 4. I think they have been aggressively trying to find those fights but only 1 point after they aggressively navigate themselves throughout the entire map.
Yeah, it's like they got a couple of long-range knocks, but not able to secure those eliminations. So it is what it is. You can get the knock, but if you cannot end, then it's going to be, yeah, it's still going to be no points from that. And that's where the sad stats will come out later, like how Chichu always like to call it. But for GLU, okay, this is going to be kind of sad for them if they don't have the circle. Let's see. Circle shifts, and they might need to cross the road. Yeah, so they need to cross the road, and in front of them is going to be Talon that will stop them. And Talon, they don't really need to force themselves to cross the road. They can still move towards the left side, and they can wait for GLU.
And there's only one TODAK person down there that's going to be Frenzy as well, in the middle of nowhere, right next to the road as well. It's quite an open space. Hopefully he won't be discovered and can last long enough. But on the side of Boom, just now we saw they are outside of the circle too. So the only team they have to pass across if they want to get into the safe zone is going to be forcing the fight against CelcomDigi Alliance. They're back to square one where they initiated the fight early on, but then they just leave CelcomDigi Alliance to take that compound away because they're a bit later to rush into there anyhow. But back to as a northern side, SK, despite they're being charged in by different teams just now, how to get in?
With the fact that they only 2 players, they have to play the ninja game to go in. Hoping for the other teams to distract each other, but then again, Doki just got knocked and eliminated by Sakura. So now it's only Silence left. And we have him on screen right now. Okay, he's forcing himself to go through, but it's so typical. Mango will have a good clear shot, but Mango distracted by the shots from the high ground. And that will give Silence a second chance, but his second chance did not work out for him. And looks like SK is out this time. No points, still at a single digit.
Oh boy. But at least for SK, they're still going to play the entire day here. But for Roy, on the other hand, I mean, every single team seems to be trying to separate themselves from Roy. So I guess that's good news. And all they need to do is hang on since they got themselves inside of circle anyhow. Unless New Era want to show us something else, because they are very interested about crossing the street. They will actually take the initiation to do so. And I don't think that's a good idea now.
Well, I guess they had to force their way through because it's either you go left or you go right. There's also another team there with the compound. It's a similar situation. Unless if they want to do the CelcomDigi Alliance and just go straight in, then yeah, that might be a different story. But yeah, they took either the left or the right. It's the same result anyway for them. But now, the high ground. This might give a significant result for Boom Esports, who already has 7 eliminations. With this high ground advantage, they could probably frag more.
Boom. Trying to climb as high as possible just to see a wider view. And that's quite a spread coming up from Boom as well. Whether they want to fight against Talon first. They do know they have a lot of information regarding CelcomDigi Alliance position. They know exactly where CelcomDigi Alliance before because they nick a couple of players' HP right before where they at here. But this angle where Talon's actually stand at the foot of the mountain is a very difficult angle for them to work with for Boom. Unless they have, you know, unlimited resources of hand grenades that they can actually toss down at a low toss just to reach at the foot of the mountain. It's doable, but it will actually exploit and just expose themselves for all the teams across the other side of the mountain, which can be eArena and even Glue at this point. Now the circle shrink. I mean, the circle always favors the most loneliest man in the map, and that's going to be Frenzy. And Frenzy is holding on, trying to be low profile as possible.
Yeah, and he needs at least one other team to be eliminated, and he will start to collect placement points. It's getting very close to that, and that chance might be presented to him. The fact that all these teams are by the edge of the circle, either the south or the north, that includes the Xavier. In front of them, that's Boom, that's Talon. So many teams at the southern side. And nobody knows that Frenzy is there when he's just right in front of all of them.
Hey, you gotta pray. You gotta pray hard at this point for this other Frenzy. It's gonna take a lot of miracle that he's not gonna get spotted out for the teams that want to cross the road. And hopefully the road will still be in this circle for the next couple of stages. But on the side of Boom, they need to slowly march in. And the worst part, like we do know about high grounds, when it's not inside of the circle, it's going to be an open space. It's going to be a slippery slope as well. So they have to charge in with their vehicles and get into the nearest compound possible. And the next compound next to them is either D Xavier's compound or CelcomDigi Alliance. The ones inside the circle is going to be the D Xavier's compound. Seems to be a bit more safer, but it will take a lot of work to be in there.
Oh, Zero right from Adi. Look at Zero tries to fire back, but somehow Zero survives that one. Oh, that's insane. But here comes Spawnbait knocking out old Leo. Adi looks pretty low as well. And here comes Zero to Hero to finish off CelcomDigi Alliance.
Oh, boom. Valiantly pushing towards the side of CelcomDigi Alliance. Unfortunately, CelcomDigi Alliance, they are doing the same thing like they did yesterday, taking too long to think about what they're going to do, where they want to go. But Xavier's not wasting any more time as well, as Nate TB knocked down here. A bit of trading done. Zero down to only 40% of HP with that explosion of a hand grenade tossed by the rest of the Xaviers here. They cannot even pick out. And the worst case scenario just happened. Blue zone seems to be hitting them in less than 10 seconds now. And the nade seems to be a very good angle as well. What a nade by Paragin, reflecting itself towards the wall just now. We're going to shift over towards eArena versus Glue next.
Oh, their nades are always like homing missiles. But yeah, eArena right now, 9 eliminations. And here we go. Spray by NC2. He should be able to get the target. But not able to get that knock. He used a lot of damage though on the GLU squad. GLU squad now trying to be the king of the hill. The circle slightly shifted towards the northern side where eArena and GLU squad is at. NC2 will be gunned down. The rest of eArena will need to come in. GLU squad looking to close off this fight. But the nade by Joker got Stickly. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You want to change that name. That name sticks to a hand grenade like it's a homing missile. I agree. And Joker next cooking up, hoping it will actually land on any of the player of Glue. Box already prepared himself with a DB, yes, but Joker missed on one. It did not seem to be connected. But TNK also tossing on a different angle. If you not be careful for Glue players, there's going to be another graveyard dig out by themselves. But Glue reposition, they parting ways and trying to get a bit of a cover with their vehicles at the back. For eArena, they are tossing their hand grenades blind. They spotted on Noel. Joker repositioned towards the off angle, trying to backstab him from behind, but being discovered by SKF. There's a nice respawn and quick reaction on the Glue side.
Oh, and TNK is very low though. Here they are, rushing on the TNK. Simple spray on the TNK. They'll be able to eliminate him, and that's exactly what KF did. And eArena, they are out, but there's still a good amount of elimination points to bring together with them this time. Now it's still going to be Frenzy! Nobody knows that Frenzy is here!
Oh, he wants to go which one first? Whether it's going to be Axel or Archul first. Pick your poison, buddy. I think it's better to go for the one at the tree, no? Because Archul at least got some cover, so he can actually try to run away. But thanks to Noel, he doesn't even have to put any finger towards the sniper. Frenzy just gave away.
Oh!
Stay put. Frenzy, he lasted long enough to be on the top 4 still.
I mean, if I were him, I'll be absolutely panicked as well. So, you know, great effort by Frenzy. That was very entertaining. But right now, GLU squad bringing the entertainment towards D Xavier. Lamborghini in the middle of the road will be eliminated by KF. They're looking at Paragin right now within the smoke. They're also looking at TALON. They get another knock. And this time it's Achul. Knock eliminated. Yoru taken out. Levi's out. It's just rolling right now. And GLU squad will want to roll to victory. One more to go. The final player of TALON for them to finish things off. And Noel, only 20% of help against Boychill.
Boychill, if you play this game, he still can score that chicken, but never mind. Because GLU, we do know when it comes to 4v1, it's going to be tough for the side of TALON, but nonetheless, GLU, despite we saw them struggling, fighting against Boom before and trying to force themselves apart from the other teams, but they still managed to find a way to get the chicken dinner. Congratulations to our Dragon Rangers, I call it. It's a mix of both of the most entertaining show we've had in our childhood days. But nonetheless, this is GLU taking the last chicken of week 2, day 1.
The Dragon Rangers. Yeah, week 2, day 1, last game. Okay. After this, we'll be able to recalibrate our calendars in our mind, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, towards the end, you got to give it to them. This was an important fight for GLU to win against eArena at top of the hill. At some point, they were at a crossroad. They were at an intersection without the circle. They had to cross it. And they took the path towards the high ground where eArena is at, won that fight, became the king of the hill, and the rest was history.
XAF, Xbox, Noel, and Stickley. I feel like, you know what? One thing that I feel a bit regret, it's going to be Frenzy. Nobody actually spot him out. If he actually didn't come up from his hiding spot, we're still in the center of the circle. GLU players will not actually spot him, but I guess he wants to secure at least a couple of eliminations at the very last second too. But GLU, I don't know how, but they made it through despite they are being forced into all this fight against eArena, against Boom, and did not even have to give away their position just now for those high ground advantage. They still managed to secure that chicken dinner.
Yeah, playing without their yellow ranger. So that's the only one missing here. But yeah, GLU with their very inspirational jersey. But let's check out the highlights here with 10 eliminations.
GLU, they've been sticking to their guns, not crossing the street, praying that the circle will actually be fair and not gonna go and exclude them till the last minute. They actually stick it right with them taking over, like what was it, 10, 11 eliminations just now with 1,996 damage. If you compare it with eArena, that's a huge difference out there.
Yeah, at least for eArena, they'll be like, okay, anything else after this is just bonus points for us. And potentially even Xavier. But for GLU squad, somewhere in the middle, well, they could use the points in. So great work for them with the 10 elimination. So that's 20 points collected by GLU squad. For TALON, last we checked as well, they're doing pretty nice in the overall. So they should be able to hit that at least 60-point mark threshold onwards. But the one that hit it right this time is going to be XKF here as our MVP, the Blue Ranger of GLU squad with 4 eliminations.
There's 2 blue rangers, by the way. This one is a dark blue. I was hoping there's 1 black ranger, but I guess they don't have it. At 23% headshot, 55% of the bonus shot, and 23% of a lower body. I mean, 733 damage for elimination. This guy did so much work. We saw every single time SKF actually make such a great opening for the team just now by taking 1 down, by tossing those hand grenades. They actually make a good opener for the team as well. And that's how they actually managed to wrap up a team. And with SKF, he's not one of those highlighted players or celebrated players across the years, but it's a good feeling to finally get to see a different version of a player that always stands down and low profile for such a long time.
I know, right? And he's also one of those quote-unquote returning players to the professional scene as well. Previously, back then, used to play with even EVOS. That was how long he was around the scene, all the way back then. And coming in back as MVP, that's great news for him and the team as they score 20 points. TALON 12 points, eArena 12 points, Xavier 11 points. They would have hit that 60-point mark threshold above. But on the other side, SK with 0 points, that means they still remain as that one and only team with a single digit.
Yeah, but at least they're gonna still play today. And for ETN, I mean, yeah, they're wrapping their round like this, but at least they're still gonna play as well. So we assume this is gonna be their warming up game for today, because today is day 2 of week 2 anyhow. But like it or not, they have to face the fact they need to get those numbers up, because we do know, especially for SK, they need to get into the Super Weekend here.
Oh yeah, they must. So it's going to be pretty much a do or die scenario for them today. We'll of course check back later when we roll Group B and C, because right now, based on the overalls, 73 points for eArena, pretty nice. Xavier, 67 points, amazing comeback by them, and TALON, 61 points. And can you imagine if Xavier didn't go out with 2 zeros at the first 2 games, right? They would be above eArena.
But what's past is a history that cannot be rewrite. But what they can actually do is trying to push themselves forward for today, because they're still going to play today since they are in Group C. And same goes for like how we saw about the performance coming from ETN and SK. New era, unfortunately, we saw how aggressive they can get though, but out of all the knockdowns, it's been stolen away by different teams. They made a great top fighters, as they call it, the SED award. But it's not going to translate to a point if you cannot execute the elimination.
The ones that need to execute are especially teams on page number 2. But we also have to award the daily MVP, Tony K. 2 MVPs to the name. Whenever they score a chicken dinner, he comes up with it as the MVP for eArena. No surprises for me that he is the daily MVP for week 2, day 1, ladies and gentlemen. 2.7 average eliminations with an average damage of 520. And if we were to compare him together with the average player data, he is way, way ahead.
Yeah, he's the main fragger. As we all can see, the average assists that he contributed is less than 1. It shows that he's always taking the front line and taking charge of all the fights here. At the same time, I'm looking forward for his end of the week performance. I hope they definitely will get into the Super Weekly as well. But I want to see if he can actually be a better version and more polished version compared to Tony K, the legendary man himself. But we're going to follow up today's matches, starting off, we're resetting ourselves as day 2 of week 2, starting off with Sanhok, triple Wrangle, and a double Miramar. Finally, we get to recalibrate our brains now, Cloud.
Yeah, so it's going to be same when it comes to the map sequence, but we are going to roll Group B and Group C after this. So in case you missed some of your favorite teams who are in Group B, like SEM9, like Alter Ego, like BTR, they'll be playing after this, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you stay tuned. We'll be back in the same timing.
Now, speaking of Group A versus C, let me recheck this. Group A. So we won't be looking at TALON, GLU, MAQNA, TODAK, Vampire, XSOPHERE, Roy, and Claw. And I think the one that feels a bit more aggressive and a bit more outstanding in Group A right now, it's going to be TALON. We do see TALON outshine the rest of Group A teams. A lot of Group C is actually taking the lead when it comes to the overall rankings, though, except for TALON, of course.
And then they have another day to play, right, which is tomorrow. So they can still kind of rack in the points. But Group C, this will be interesting, right? So if any team from Group C is out of the top 16 by the end of today, basically they will not be seeing the Super Weekend. No other chance anymore for this week.
I totally agree. And the teams that it's going to be tough to say goodbye to is probably going to be KHOI Esports, ETN, including New Era as well. Now, they are in a very dangerous spot, especially KHOI Esports. They didn't get into, and ETN too, they're pretty much in the same boat here because they didn't get into the first Super Weekend. Especially KHOI, they didn't even crack the double digit. Now, that's going to be a lot of work. Like we talked about, 60 points is going to be the benchmark to get into the Super Weekend. And with them barely scores even 10. So they basically have to score average 10 points per map now.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a tall order for them. Doesn't help that the fact that in Group B, you have a lot of heavy hitters. So it's going to be a big challenge for them. But as long as there's still games, there is a chance for them to somehow come up with a surprise, somehow come up with a miracle. But of course, we'll discuss more on that later on, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, we'll be taking a break for the groups to refresh themselves. When we're back, it's going to be Group B versus C. So see you guys after this break.
There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase. Shelby as a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase.
but right amount of players. Barbecue to death cup, new life reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go wild. Members of SEA already here, rocking out the open. The potato, strategic. The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points, plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
Paling untuk 3 yang lainnya, kalau misalnya kita kalah berada di hashtag 2 dan kita nggak bisa dapat hashtag 1, yang pasti nanti ada hukumannya, ya paling traktir sih atau enggak ya challenge-challenge rank lain. Tapi jangan sampai dong hashtag 2.
Mọi người hãy tưởng tượng tôi như kiểu một cái chùa đấy, với lại cái team của tôi như là một cái chợ ấy. Chùa thì muốn yên tĩnh, còn chợ thì lúc nào cũng ồn ào.
Okey, kepada teammate saya, kalau tengok video ni, harap tak ambil hati sebab semua perkara ni benar.
Solusinya ya gue tutup aja pakai bantal mulutnya Asa biar dia nggak berisik.
Ngenokin teman sendiri sih, itu ada bisa pakai bom, bisa pakai bensin, itu sering terjadi dulu di zaman-zaman RA. Nah kalau di zaman-zaman itu kita sering ngemoli teman kita sendiri, itu sering terjadi dan tapi kita ya ngebawa itu jadi lucu aja sih.
Điều ngớ ngẩn nhất cả đội từng làm chắc là những quả nét và những quả lửa, tại vì thay vì chúng tôi chọi vào địch thì chúng tôi chọi vào nhau.
Diorang selalu tinggalkan saya seorang-seorang, saya rest seorang-seorang, dia memang lembab gila.
Wah, kalau itu gue pernah sih, waktu itu nge-push kompon, terus si Asa ngebom diri gue, bukan ngebom musuhnya, jadi malah friendly fire. Parah sih dia.
Satu pemain yang aku bakalan pilih itu, aku bisa bilang Leon DZ, karena Leon DZ itu selain dari pengalaman dan juga skillnya dari tahun ke tahun itu udah cukup oke, dan jujur dari diri aku sendiri itu aku penasaran main sama dia, makanya aku pilih Leon DZ.
Cho em tuyển cả 3 người luôn được không? Thứ nhất là Tony K, hai là Rosemary và KHOI, tại vì cả 3 tuyển thủ đấy luôn luôn nằm trong những cái top player của các giải đấu và cũng có MVP của mình nữa.
Saya akan ambil TODAK sebab dia punya backup laju and then sharp shooter.
Gue maunya Yami sih, karena alasannya gue pernah SEA Games bareng Yami, gue ngerasa klop main sama dia, sama berasa kompak, chemistry gue kayak ada sama dia.
Untuk Red Face, jangan maju mulu ya, karena gue bakal yang maju dan gue yang lebih jago, jadi jangan sosok maju. Untuk Firman juga sama, begitu pula juga Pepeng. Untuk Boboho, banyak grinding lagi.
Đồng đội của tôi như cái radio vậy á, tại vì kiểu không thể tắt được á.
Manzi sebab dia ni macam star syndrome, selalu siap lambat, orang kena tunggu dia. Dia dah macam raja dah dekat dalam team ni. Asyik nak kena tunggu dia je, semua dia siap lambat. Confirm kena tunggu dia.
Oh, Asa sih, karena kalau Asa nih, kalau di GH, kalau di gaming host, dia tidurnya tuh ngoroknya paling kenceng. Jadi gue keganggu banget tuh kalau tidur. Jadi dia ngorok tuh berasa kapal pecah.
Hello, PUBG Mobile people out there, and welcome back to the interview section with your host CelcomDigi. And join with me right now, Semna Yuhai, then BIGETRON by Vitality Ryan, and also our translator Chunks right now on this stage. Before we are going to the day number 2 with a different group, because BIGETRON by Vitality and Sam9 just joined the fight. We are going to have a little bit chit chat starting from Ryan from BIGETRON by Vitality. So Ryan, how are you today?
Yes. Good.
Good. Okay. A little bit shy, but we are starting up with Ryan. Last week, BIGETRON started strong, but by the end of the Super Weekend, you guys ended up in last place. #16. Was there any problem that happened during the Super Weekend?
Okey, untuk minggu lepas BIGETRON daripada group stage perform dengan sangat-sangat baik, tetapi di Super Weekend tak begitu baik lah. Yang korang mendapatkan tempat terakhir, which is nombor 16 lah. Apa yang terjadi ataupun apa masalah yang korang hadapi di Super Weekend?
Masalah kat Super Weekend, saya rasa mungkin dorang tak boleh selesa lagi dengan lobby tu, and belum adjust lagi lah.
I think one of the reason why they not performing in Super Weekend is basically they are slow to adjust or adapt with the lobby itself. So that's one of the reason why they cannot perform.
Kind of similar with RRQ and the previous team that we are having an interview on. So the next one, since Federales is from the Philippines and you are from Malaysia, how is BDR's communication in the game?
Okay, kalau kita tengok Federales daripada Filipina dan awak sendiri daripada Malaysia, macam mana communication ketika in-game?
Untuk communication, kita orang cakap bahasa Indo je, tapi ada yang pede faham lah. Cuma kadang-kadang kalau nak cakap dia speaking.
Okay, so basically when inside the game we talk normal in Indonesia, and then for Federales he understand a bit Indonesian language, but then if we want to talk directly to him, then we need to speaking. That's all.
Okay, so for Ryan, do you have any Indonesian favorite words?
Okay, ada tak? Ya, boleh kata macam perkataan-perkataan bahasa Indonesia yang Ryan suka.
Kalau perkataan Indonesia, tabrak kot. Sebab saya memang agresif. Jadi saya dengar tu semangat lah, seronok.
Yeah, I think the words that I really love is basically tabrak is because of I'm an aggressive type of player. So whenever I listen to that com, I'll feel very, very happy, and I cannot wait to crash all that people.
Love it. So tabrak boy is kind of motivating words for Ryan himself. Okay, so we know you and Yuhai right now have a similarity where both of you are the only Malaysian players to play for BIGETRON or BTR. Any words to Yuhai and also Sam9, Ryan?
Okay, Yuhai dengan Ryan ni adalah pemain, Ryan pemain kedua, Yuhai pemain pertama yang bermain di BTR. Ada tak sedikit kata-kata untuk Yuhai ataupun pasukan Sem9 sendiri?
Untuk pasukan Sem9, good luck. And untuk Yuhai, saya akan follow jejak dia lah.
Okay, so for Sem9, I just wish you all the best. And then I have words to say to Yuhai. Basically, Yuhai, I just gonna follow your footstep and your path. That's all.
Okay, a rival in game, but still friends in the outside of the game. So, thank you, Ryan, for the answer. We are joined with the handsome boy, Yuhai, right now. So, Yuhai, speaking of Ryan, you were the first Malaysian player to join BIGETRON previously. Do you have any advice for Ryan? And especially the spicy one.
Okay, untuk pertama kalinya, Yuhai, awak adalah pemain pertama daripada Malaysia yang bermain di BIGETRON. Ada tak sedikit kata-kata ataupun nasihat lah, ataupun mungkin boleh katakan kata-kata yang agak sedikit panas-panas sikit untuk Ryan? Nasihat dia lah untuk bermain di Indonesia.
Untuk Ryan, kuatkan semangat. Perjalanan main dekat luar tu tak mudah. So slowly lah, follow step by step and confidence lah.
Yeah, to Ryan, I just gonna wish you all the best. I mean, the journey to playing outside of your country, far away from family, or even especially you play in Indonesia, it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be a tough one. You just take it step by step, and then just be confident. That's all.
What a mature answer from Yuhai though. Okay, as an OG player who plays since PMSL Season 1, do you think Ryan can adapt and perform in such a short time in the game today?
Okay, sebagai pemain yang boleh dikatakan orang lama lah, main daripada season 1 sampai sekarang, rasa-rasa BTR Ryan ni dia boleh perform tak dalam masa pendek, ataupun boleh dikatakan untuk hari ni dia boleh perform tak?
Hari ni dia boleh perform ke tak, saya tak sure. Tapi I think he have that talent to prove that he deserve to be play here. And hari ni kita orang dua-dua pakai baju merah, so tengoklah merah mana yang lebih menyala.
Okay, so I think if whether Ryan can perform today, I'm not so sure. But then I think he has that talent, so I think he'll do well. And especially for today, both of us wearing a red jersey, and then we just gonna compare which red is brighter.
Which red is brighter? I just asked about the spicy advice and he gave the words for the best, or which one is the best for the red team. So the last one for Yuhai. In the Super Weekend, after you and Mika switched into the lineup, we saw a better performance and even a winner chicken dinner. Will you all plan to fix with this lineup for this week, or another strategy maybe?
Okay, kita tengok Super Weekend lepas, setelah hari pertama dengan kemasukannya Yuhai dan juga Mika merubah corak permainan pasukan Sem9 yang lebih bagus and dapatkan winner chicken dinner juga. Pertanyaannya adalah, apakah hari ini korang akan kekalkan line up yang sama ataupun mungkin ada perubahan strategi?
Perubahan strategi mungkin daripada coaching staff. Diorang akan bagi tahu, nanti kita orang pun just trust dengan diorang punya plan. And so far, siapa pun yang main, kita orang still confidence, trust dengan kita orang punya line up. So let's hope that this week gonna be better than next week, last week.
Okay, so basically in terms of change, like strategy changes, is coming from a coaching staff. We just trust our coaching staff, whatever they provide to us, we just gonna follow. In terms of lineup, I think me myself, I already trust with all the players. Whichever lineup that play today, I believe that they're gonna do well, and I just hope that our performance for this week is better than last week.
What a professional answer. So trust the coach and let Sem9 play the best, of course, for the day number 2. But before we are closing the interview section, because which red is brighter, can you guys shake hand between both of you?
Salam.
Salaman dulu. All right, so here we go, Sem9 and also BIGETRON by Vitality. And I do not want to hold you guys too long in here because we want to see another action pack. Thank you so much for Yuhai, Ryan, and also Junks. So for the action, for the battleground, we are going back to the casters. So casters, take it away.
Which you're wearing red as well, by the way, today.
Yeah, I haven't showered since yesterday, you know. Since we had that last game since yesterday, I'm still here, same clothes.
Interesting, but at the same time, we're looking forward which red team will actually perform way better because I agree. Yesterday has been a lot of red performance the entire day as well.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yesterday, they're all red. But also the other question, of course, is whether Ryan will play or not. Because he had not played the entire of week 1, even when they had that slump during the Super Weekend. So a lot of fans are calling out for let Ryan play. Now that he's in the interview, maybe that's a hint that he will be playing for BTR today.
Yeah, I actually put one of team to focus for today is going to be BTR. And I have a feeling, I have a lot of questions, and I love the fact that Eldogi actually did ask the question I have in my mind regarding their language, because the teams that have a lot of diversity when it comes to where they are from. We do have Federales from the Philippines, and we have Malaysia, Ryan, and then BTR itself is from Indonesia as a whole. Communication-wise, it's going to be very, very tricky.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? And hopefully we'll be able to discover more of that as we go along. And speaking about going along, these teams will be going along the waves to get that $200,000 US moolah up there. And today it is the 12th of June. So it is the second day of week number 2. We're still in the group stages where we will need to find the best 16 teams who will be in this Super Weekend.
Yeah, who will make it through when it does push this week. But in case you guys missed, yesterday we're starting off with Group A and C, even slightly today. And today it's going to be B versus C. Well, we're going to Friday in A versus B. Where only the top 16 across the entirety of the league stage will make it through to the group. They have to go through the last Super Weekend, which could be this week.
Yeah, and the teams are still divided into groups, but we're going to put focus on the Group B and C. So Group C, they played on day number 1, so we have their scores up on the board. And Group B, they're going to make their debut. And a lot of scary teams here in Group B. We're talking about teams like Alter Ego, BTR, Sem9, and VOIN Donkey even, and even like Team Secret, who did not make it into last weekend Super Weekend, by the way. So they'll be eyeing for that slot. And of course, B and C will be our top focus for today. Okay, so it looks like we are B versus C, yes, and a lot of top teams here. And in case you don't see your favorite team playing today, they could be in Group A. They will be back again tomorrow. And just to refresh everyone on the current standings. Now, this is of course only between Group A and also C. Group B, they have not got their scores up here yet. And the teams that are doing very well among all these teams are, well, generally the teams that are 60 points and above. TALON, Xavier, eArena, in a very, very comfortable spot.
I agree. I mean, there's two of each group of A and C. Right now, we're looking at eArena and the Xaviers. For Group A is going to be TALON and GLE or Blue, who happen to be in the top 5 team as well. But unfortunately, there's also some of the group coming up from some of the team coming up from Group C is actually at the very bottom. That's going to be New Era and KHOI eSports. While on the side of sad to say ETN as well and New Era, there's more Group C at the very bottom 16 compared to, you know, Group A, to be honest, at this point. But eArena and the Xaviers, we do know they're going to still play today since they are in Group C, and today is going to be their last day. And so far, yesterday's performance, it's no questions asked because they were brilliant.
Yes, and as brilliant as they are, today we'll see more brilliance, hopefully, from both eArena and Xavier, because they will be continuing the journey today as they are part of Group C as well. And I like that you highlight that there are some teams in Group C that are still out of the top 16, or, well, they're not out of the top 16 yet, but they need a lot more points, like ETN, like KHOI eSports. They are part of Group C, and if they are still, by the end of today, outside of top 16, then confirm they will not see the Super Weekend. So it is a do or die mission for some of these teams who have not got enough points yet.
But at least we're going to have the same map for today. So we do have a little early when it comes to warming up because we follow up from yesterday's match. So hopefully the teams that need to push themselves last push today, especially Group C, will put all together, all in with Sanhok first map and triple regal and double Miramar for today, especially the teams that didn't make it through when it comes to their first Super Weekend, including teams like RRQ, New Era, ETN, KHOI eSport, which happens to be in Group C, especially ETN, and also New Era and KHOI eSports. Now, for GLU, I wouldn't worry too much about them, but they do need to push themselves when it comes to tomorrow because they are in Group A, so they'll not be playing afterwards. But the teams that actually have their one last shot and one last run here, Cloud, I mean, is do or die.
Yeah, so we're looking at teams that have not met at least like 30 points yet. So the suspects are KHOI eSports, New Era, ETN, as they are playing as part of Group C. RRQ as well. So we got at least 4 suspects here that really need to put in the work. CelcomDigi Alliance, 26 points. They're okay. They're fine. They can still catch up. But you know what else is way more than okay? Is the upcoming PMWC that will be played as part of Esports World Cup in Riyadh.
Yep. So the qualification for this is it's going to be the PMSL South Asia Summer this season. So there's a lot at stake for the teams and everybody wants to grab that slot. It's a very limited amount and at higher stake of prize pool as well. It's going to be millions prize pool worth to fight for. But it's going to be harder, of course. The bigger the prize pool is, the harder the game gets.
Yeah, well, the bigger the game gets, the bigger phone that you will need. Thank you so much to Techno for being together with us this season in the PMSL Summer 2025. And right here, you can see here, this is the Techno Pova 7 Ultra 5G, which is part of the Techno Pova 7 series. It comes together with an innovative design and of course, ultimate performance that will empower you to win games in the battleground with ease. And it is also the same exact phone that is used by our players here at the venue. So if you want to have a real life look at it, when we go to the player cam, just take a good look at the phones that they're using.
Yep, I love the phone, by the way. We don't mind getting a couple of them ourselves. But let's jump into the teams that we need to focus on today. Now, I don't want to discredit the Xaviers. I do want to see if they can actually make a documentary out of the Xaviers journey because we want to know how did you keep this consistency every single season. That's a quick one team to focus, thanks. And also, they actually get a glimpse of yours. How about yours, by the way, Cloud?
Mine is just I'm going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It so happened that within it, I have like Boom eSports, I have like Alter Ego, I have like BTR. So it's like top teams there. And we're having a good view right now. This is going to be B versus C. And looks like we're not going to waste too much time as we want to jump straight into game number 1. That's going to be played inside of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. The game that will set the tone for today. Let's head on to Sanhok.
Welcome back to Sanhok, ladies and gents. We are in week number 2 and day number 2 starting off right now. And I love the interview session here earlier today. And I like the question being posed by Adoki too regarding KHOI and Mika. But we get to see whether Semna are going to put up their deadly duo to be up on the stage today or not. But also don't forget about RRQ. And RRQ also one of those teams that did not get their first Super Weekend despite having Hans for You transferred from Alter Ego.
Yeah, and they are still at a risk with a couple of points, so they need to really bring in the points this round. Everyone will matter for a team like RRQ. So they're going to have a good start in the area of Kampung Lakawi. Nobody's going to challenge them for that area. But look at inside the food camp. We have the Vikings and VKE going up against the leaderboard right now, eArena.
Oh, but Paradise Resort is also seems very heated. Not just one spot, multiple spots are in a very tough start here. No first contact made, but we definitely hear a couple of gunshots already triggered by a couple of players. eArena taking on MVKE, while Joker managed to take on Break Homeboys Lamborghini. He's the only one in the west wing of Paradise Resort right now that might have to go against the entire crew of Homeboys.
Yeah, he just needs to buy a little bit more time while his teammates loot up and come join him soon. And they're around the corner, not too far. Let's see who will get the first knock. And here comes Nate T, together with the rest of the Xavier. Found the elimination feed. Looks like the bootcamp fight has started with the first elimination given towards eArena. Woonty is the one to fall.
Rolls, pop the smoke, prepare himself for DBS. Nate T is right across. We're talking about these Xaviers here. Oh, Nate T down to only 30% of HP. Managed to take her down on one. Randomly sprayed. Just using his game instinct at its best. That's a hunter for you. Adik Boy, on the other hand, going indoors, trying to find any sort of loot. Lamborghini cheekily just nick into the corners. And hello there. Don't be shy. Come on out and play.
Oh, and Adibod didn't manage to heal up. So he's down to 50% of health and they're on the hunt right now. But they have to be careful, especially for the Xavier, because it's not only Adibod, there's still Ayens, there's still Shamil on the other side as well. But if you look at the minimap, there's another team lurking around the corner, sending a scout across. I wonder if they'll want to come in as a third party, and that's from PUBG eSports. So they're still monitoring the situation while it happens. But at bootcamp, looks like eArena is winning the fight.
Oh, well, eArena we're talking about. They definitely warmed enough for the entire day yesterday, including today as well. Homeboys, on the other hand, and the circle is not too gentle as our first start map of the day, because it might actually comprise the majority of the very small island of Camalfa, aka Hatin, maybe. If it just keep going north, then that's going to be a lot of problem for a lot of teams and plenty of choke points too. But Homeboys, combat boom. Wait, what? Boom?
Yeah, he was lurking behind there for the longest time, playing a scouting role, and he saw an opportunity to pick up a point, and that's exactly what he did against Homeboys. And now Homeboys, only other boy here amongst the members of the Xavier. It will be too much for him to handle as Lamborghini will finish off at it. Homeboys will bow out with 0 points.
Bounded to their home for Homeboys right now. Well, I'm surprised how fast Boom actually made their rotation to its Paradise Resort, because first and foremost, we saw them dropping around Tadbog. I don't think they would go that early into the, the compound of Paradise Resort to just be one of those business. And we saw a couple of FaZe Clan players that are particularly interested around the same area of Paradise just now. I don't know what's going to happen next, but we do know, well, it is the camp that we're talking about. Everybody seems to be very interested in early fights in Sanhok now.
Oh yeah, and we love that. We love this early action. But there's only one Sanhok will be played between these two groups. So yeah, there's no making it up for it. So they have to make the best out of their current decisions. And the decision for MVKE, the Vikings, to go up against eArena, the leaderboard team right now, with the fact that eArena, still a full squad, they have the man advantage, and they are rushing in. They kind of have an idea where the remaining two members of MVKE are at.
Oh, the Vikings. Why did... He got the angle, unfortunately, for the side of Vikings. Oh, that was a really shaky one.
Superman?
And now Superman as well.
Oh, okay.
At least they got a bit of a trade here, but the door's gonna out of their way. Nope, not yet. Superman tried to make it super for himself. But with the bullets running low, at least he got another one. But unfortunately, MVKE have to back out early as well. The Vikings have to stay down for now. On the side of eArena, they did not lose any men in that process.
Yeah, perfect 4 points for them. But will it be perfect 4 for the Xavier after this? Now that McCarry from FaZe Clan is lurking at the side. And last we checked, PUBG eSports, they sent out Bonbit on the north. I don't think he's there anymore. So it's probably going to be only FaZe Clan now. So McCarry's waiting for any potential exit frags. But very likely that the Xavier is going to exit on the left side because the circle is that way anyway. And here we have BTR in the circle, rather spread out. I guess they're playing the strategy of like, okay, if the circle goes anywhere, at least we have a representative that we can cross over that river.
I don't want to be that lonely Satar, man. That's a lot of responsibility to hold that area by yourself. And if you hear footsteps coming up from behind, That's scary as hell, not gonna lie. But at the same time, with this kind of circle, it's quite tricky for the players to pick and choose because we do know how many choke points are there, but the ones that's getting choked quite early is going to be RRQ against New Era. We talked about New Era before, and they are pretty much in the same boat for RRQ too. And they are trading a lot of nades here, but none of New Era players seem to be trading their HP or their players compared to RRQ. Two of them on their knees, while New Era, Nova will try to heal himself. I doubt he actually have first aid, but the nades galore are gonna keep continuing until one of them falls down.
What's interesting is that this fight involves two teams that really need points. New Era, they're winning this fight. They got Napeko, Lapar, together with Hans For You, the duo that has to do it against New Era. With Hans For You at the forefront against New Era, Lapar is going to play the support role behind, but Lapar sniffed up by Snipe, gunned down. Now it's only one player left. Sunshine navigates around the smoke, and they got the final player of RRQ. And RRQ, desperate need of points, out without any this time.
Both of them desperate enough to claw each other out. I have to give them that. Now another desperate team that seems to be in the same spot of needing the points. That's going to be ETN, but M16, he got caught in the process of trying to gain some information of New Era players. They're going to flee for New Era and disengage because they do know for a fact the blue zone is hitting pretty near and pretty close. And the circle is not too far off, but to get into the circle, that's going to be tough. There's so many people waiting around the bridge area right now.
Yeah, especially if it's a Cam Alpha circle, it's never easy unless you drop in Cam Alpha, that is, looking at Alter Ego. But inside Bootcamp, looks like FaZe Clan, they moved from Paradise Resort to now Bootcamp. And little do they know that eArena is still in here. So it looks like we're going to see the Thai teams going up against each other to see who's the better Thai team. And Circle's still here, but stage 3, likely the Circle will move away. So they kind of know their timing. They probably have about 1 more minute in total before they're forced to move because of the blue.
I'm looking for FaZe Clan, one of the teams that are always in the grand finals, but to be in the middle pack for like what, almost a decade by now. I want to see FaZe Clan to finally hold the trophy for once. But with this lineup, if they don't push themselves even further, it's going to be tough because even eArena is taking the lead these days. Now, if that's not a wake-up call for FaZe Clan, I don't know what else can it be.
I mean, they have a solid lineup and they performed fairly well last week. So they're still on the right track. But of course, this is a brand new week for them. And not only they're facing eArena now, but the Xavier. They somehow choose to pass by Bootcamp, and now they're behind these two teams.
Now the powerhouses start to taking action here. Bootcamp, it's going to be the place where everybody will try to cross just to get into Chem Alpha. And there's going to be the battle of who's actually getting #1 spot by end of today if these two keep on going against each other. But eArena, they have no clue regarding exact position of these Xaviers because they come in later. But they do have a glimpse of information regarding where the rest of eArena players are. So Paragin taking the advantage, knowing that they are slightly have some advantage without too much information revealed towards these Xaviers or eArena. So, but I feel like they will start to engage first. I mean, FaZe Clan can be third party anytime they want to.
Yeah, it also depends on if there are any other teams around the area, right? Which I don't think so because it's kind of late. So now it's a 3-way fight. So it could be FaZe Clan, it could be eArena, but we'll check back on them later because right now, VOIN Donkey, they're going fishy. Bonbit, out of the hands of Vexy. That's going to be their first point this round in the area of Hatin, and they should have easy access into the circle from the north.
Yeah, there's not many teams coming out from the north. Last time we saw it's going to be major ruins crowded right now. But back to these Xaviers versus FaZe Clan. They cannot linger here way too long because too much time they actually have to wrap things up. Will get themselves in a big trouble later. If you look at the circle, it will shrink way further into Chem Alpha. And I think in between this bridge, well, Ruins, like I mentioned before, Stemna already dominated over on top of Ruins Bridge. But from those, I'm surprised that Boom is not cutting straight from Hartin downwards because they're taking a longer rotation.
Yeah, I guess it's because Bonbit got eliminated, so they're kind of like scared or wary of like if there's any other team that's still there, so they're taking an alternative route. But no alternative route now for the Xavier, eArena, and FaZe Clan because they're locked in with each other with the blue on top of some of these players right now. Navigating around, Dewey gets eliminated by Levi's. Levi's jumped down to the ground floor, and what a beautiful jump from the top to the ground, getting a knockdown, getting an elimination in the process.
It's not done and dusted yet. The FaZe Clan Chopper, the last man remaining for FaZe Clan, try to find a way out, and the blue is killing him as well. Not just the opening center player. Seems like they are in the same boat. These Xaviers also have only one player left. That's going to be Levi. eArena, on the other hand, the one's winning, but at least the one waving the flag. And going down with the white flag, it's going to be none other than FaZe Clan first. But Levi, does he has any sort of health utilities enough to survive by himself, to go through AA, to get up from the blue, and to jump into Camo Alpha small island?
Yeah, you need to tank out the blue right now, right? But look who's waiting on the other side. Boom Esports on the outside of bootcamp. Now they're going to play farming. They're just waiting for eArena to show up. Exit towards where Boom is at, and boom, they will go. But with eArena now knowing that, I don't know. Are they going to just stay here and deny away the point, or are they going to find another alternative road? Because if they just go straight, it's definitely into the lion's mouth that is Boom.
They have to force a fight either way for the side of eArena. They can't wait it out. They know for a fact the circle will not be in either of the island they're actually standing. So the only way for them to get through and cross over to the other side of the river is by just forcing this fight out. But Boom is not making it any easy at all. Despite they want to wait it out, the Boom is not revealing any information about their positions. This might be a graveyard for 3 teams, including the last player of the Xaviers inside of this very deep blue zone.
Yeah, Levi's is still there tanking it up. We can see him navigating around the mini-map, probably hoping to find more healing utilities. I don't know how much more is left there, considering that it has been looted by eArena and also MBKE very, very early on. Now for New Era, they're going to rotate from the southern side into the circle, so that's fine. They do have a CelcomDigi Alliance on the other side, but it's going to be very, very difficult. Very high chance the circle is going to go up, okay? So there's still a little bit of land there at the ruins area, but it's not going to be enough to house like 3 teams down south.
Make it even 4, but here it comes. Boom, finally open fire. But it's going to be a big collision on the southern side, just on top of ruins too. But for Boom, Team Secret across the other side, taking a long shot, making it difficult for Boom to even scout how to cross over. Now, they have a lot of problems. Whoever is not crossing and not getting themselves into Camo Alpha Island yet. And eArena, unfortunately, they were bowing out quite early, but at least they secured themselves 5 eliminations. So it's not too shabby, not too bad. We do know the benchmark is going to be above 60 points to get into the Super Weekend. They're definitely already in there. But Levi, how much longer can he tank it out? And boom, I feel like all of them will go down. Next is going to be the big collision of CelcomDigi Alliance, New Era, probably even ETN.
Levi has 8 first days, by the way, so he'll be fine. Sub 9, the debut day, and their debut elimination, Yuhai gets the elimination. And they're going to continue with the Yuhai Mika combo, it seems. With New Era, Sunshine still in the water. As New Era, one of the teams that really needs the points in. But from afar, it looks like VOIN Donkey is the one putting pressure on Sam 9 now, forcing Furion to move himself away.
There's no way for them to save Yuhai, can they? Mika. He's going to go and meet up at a point between 2 of the players, 7-9 that's remaining. SK on there, then they cannot afford to go down easily. Now, they finally crack a double-digit code. They get themselves 10 points now, but we talked about this. They have to average 10 points per map to make it through this Super Weekend. If not, it's going to be an early goodbye for them. Grand Final is not doable anymore.
Yeah, so they not only need to find placement points, but they need to find a good balance of elimination points. And they're going to try to sneak up on the Alter Ego. But Davon knows that they're there. He saw the smoke. So he's in a position to kind of block them from just coming up. Anyway, for SK, they still have some time because they're in the circle. The same goes for Daybot as well. So Daybot can continue to be here. They only need to deploy one player to block the entire SK, stop them from coming up the hill.
Sunshine. Swimming is going to be the toughest job to be at. And if Sam9 discovered him fishing, they're going to reel him in and do a lot of work on that. But making it even a difficult circle, there you go. They start to reel in for the fishes that's still swimming over. Oh, well, Sam9. Well, you have to take care of your backside because CelcomDigi Alliance is also eyeing out across the side of the river. And that's going to be New Era eliminated next. We're going fast and furious in this round, Cloud. And no teams left. Too much of their players right now, except for VOIN Donkey, of course.
Well, I'm amazed that this circle still has a bit of that land at the Ruins Island, so that's crazy. That will give some of the teams there some time, some space to still hold. CelcomDigi Alliance, not one of them though. As we can see, Adit looks on the outside. Wonder where his other teammates are at. They're scouting out just to gather information to decide on what his next move is going to be like. But for SK, all right, we talked about them. And their mission now is to try to hike up, but they need to overcome Daybot on top of this hill.
They can't wait it out anymore. The Blues are going to kill them. They have to move, and Shen is nowhere to be safe. Well, the last player of SK, what can he do? Because right now, keeping them tight and close is going to be Alter Ego. They will not let SK to leave and keep them at bay. But VOIN Donkey actually taking out Alter Ego players. Now, thanks to VOIN Donkey, now SK do have an exit out if they want to go out now.
I wonder how distracted Daybot is right now. Is he still looking at SK? Okay, but anyway, SK now only down to Silence, and Silence down by Vexy. And they go out with 2 points, including one placement point. So, yep, I guess that calls for a small celebration. But like what you said, they still need to perform big in the next few rounds.
And so far, they have quite a number of eliminations out of VOIN Donkey, 5 for them, with Vaxi bleeding out. They try to save him. But Firen coming out from Sam9. There's only 2 of them left, and he cannot stay much longer. He needs to get out. The blue is up. There you go. It's too late. But there's only 1 player left for the side of Sam9, Mika, to go against CelcomDigi Alliance and VOIN Donkey at the same time while Vexy being revived. There goes the circle. Finally justified the land that it finally chooses. ETN have to swim crossover. Team Secret's not too far off. But the team is actually inside of circle. They are fighting for it too. They're not taking it easy at all. As Mika hoping to land any shots on VOIN Donkey players. Pick your poison, Mika. VOIN Donkey or CelcomDigi Alliance.
Seems like he'll probably have a better chance at VOIN Donkey. Okay, he's out of frag grenades. So that doesn't help. Only has this 1 smoke grenade. And at the same time, well, finally, the last player of Boom Esports, Mastery aka Misery, eliminated by the blue. But that's fine. Boom Esports still managed to hold on to top 7 with 4 elimination points. That's okay. Now, for the other teams inside the circle or on the outside of it. So Mika, he has to decide now because the zone is closing behind him.
BTR still taking their time, waiting for Team Secret to finally move out of the warehouse. But BTR finally taken down the last player of ETN. ETN, a lot of the majority of ETN being wiped out of the blue zone itself. That's just how difficult for them to cross the river. Whilst on the side of BTR, they spotted ETN last player M16 there. But they have to make a move. They have to make sure they won't be discovered by Team Secret because they are still in the circle for Team Secret.
And Ryan is officially playing. Okay. So this is the most diverse BTR lineup that we have ever seen in the professional lineup or in the professional scene, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we'll bring them dividends right now as they have ETN to deal with as they fight across, get into the circle. Team Secrets on the right side as well.
Ooh.
One nade sent across onto Razy. Razy naded down by Typhoon Team Secret.
A lot of trading done. Federella is going to charge in either way. He's not taking any bait to hold him back. So he's going to charge towards the CelcomDigi Alliance. Spot himself a couple of death boxes. Might just loot up and level up his gears. While VOIN Donkey taking the step towards the downwards of the kill. But the problem is there's only a couple of structures in between. The rocks will cover them temporarily, but CelcomDigi Alliance not making it easy for them, being such a hindrance. Keep showering them with those bullets and making sure they will actually take a couple of HP down against the side of VOIN Donkey. But it's going to be 2v3 right now. VOIN Donkey do have the number, but now not so much as Team Secret also charged towards their side here. But Team Secret, they had an open space the moment they left that warehouse.
Yeah, they probably want to try to find an early space for them to play with. As early as they would have liked. Unfortunately, for VOIN Donkey, they have the higher ground, so they have a little bit more advantage. But the advantage now falls to Team Secret and also CelcomDigi Alliance with the circle favoring them. Leon's needed down by Zeta. It's going to be Jimmy OP behind him, but Jimmy OP will not have that space as VOIN Donkey will continue to push on onto CelcomDigi Alliance and Team Secret.
Zeta, they have to calculate this very well. Very tricky situation. VOIN Donkey, they are quite fanned out, but nobody coming up from the upper side of the circle. If they see that opening, they can actually take the lead there. While CelcomDigi Alliance being sandwiched of two teams. Team Secret, fortunate enough for CelcomDigi Alliance, Jimmy last player. They're a bit focused on towards the side of VOIN Donkey. Another one knocked on the side of VOIN Donkey here. GK, Team Secret, can they wrap things up as they do have a better number compared to CelcomDigi Alliance? Now that's going to be another one down. It's going to be 2v3. Team Secret versus VOIN Donkey.
And Team Secret, they need to get into the Super Weekend, so this chicken dinner is going to be really important for them. They try to secure it against VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey now pushed to a corner while Team Secret, they also at the corner, but they have 3 players, so the advantage is now towards Team Secret. Now, the blue starting to close. We can see it moving towards VOIN Donkey. Team Secret, they do have a little bit more spaces compared to VOIN Donkey.
Zarus. Z-Zerus. I don't know how to pronounce, I'm sorry. But Team Secret, GK Trang, they want to cross the road, but it's just too open. Even a Molly being tossed by the side of VOIN Donkey, giving them warning not to cross over the other side. Now it's on Zeta. Zeta got the pivotal off angle, and they are spreading out for VOIN Donkey. If they can spot one player, that's going to equal out the playing field between these two teams. But the Blues will not make it long. It's cutting their hiding spot short. Zeta going in with the DBS, going for the shots there while his teammate VOIN Donkey will try to shut it down. But numbers don't lie. Team Secret with more players will wrap things around. They got the chicken that they need.
They need the chicken dinner. They need as many points as possible. They need a slot into this Super Weekend. It is a must Super Weekend mission for Team Secret. To start it off with a chicken dinner, it is a good start here for Team Secret. Now, they just need to keep on the momentum for themselves, collect enough points to make sure they're at least top 16 to be in Super Weekend. Good start and good wrap up for Sanhok.
Yep, and good debut for the teams coming up from B group here. We can see how aggressive these heavy hitters can get and how much firepower they actually portray in the entirety of the Sanhok map here. Now, CelcomDigi Alliance, on the other hand, I would say they start to slowly come back from yesterday's last few games performance. But Team Secret, we can see they already set their mission for today. They need to go all out strong since the first map, and they just get it. GK, Trong, Typhoon, and Zeros, they show what they're capable of, but the question is, can they bring forward that momentum in the next map?
As they score 8 elimination points this time, so 18 points, they need to bring the momentum onto the next map to solidify themselves into the Super Weekend. But of course, it's still a good start for Team Secret with a refreshed lineup involving 2 new players, Typhoon and Zeros in the lineup as well, together with the OG players GK and Trang together with them. So it's a 50-50, and at least for today, the start of week number 2 for Team Secret in their journey to find their way into the Super Weekend, it is a good start. Let's check out the best moments here from Team Secret.
fast and furious start for day 2, week number 2, thanks to the circle that's making every player hating the Chem Alpha Island when it comes to Sanhok. But damage-wise, VOIN Donkey, we see how proactively they're rotating and attempt to take every single team down, whoever they actually bump into, pretty much like a bulldozer in work. For the start of VOIN Donkey with 2,000 over damage, the only team with over 2,000 damage up here.
Yeah, I guess they had a lot of work to do, right? Because they had to climb up the Chem Alpha hill to fight with Alter Ego and then coming back down to get the second place. So they had a lot of work, it seems. They had a lot of work. Of all the top 4 teams, well, we have D-Xavier here still. But by now, frankly speaking, D-Xavier, they would have enough points. So they're just like cruising right now on whatever points that they get. It's more of like just kind of like a bonus for D-Xavier, just to make them feel good.
But I have to say, when it comes to Group B, majority of the teams, I mean, like the one that we actually see when it comes to the last few fight, including Team Secret, are coming up from Group B. So now that's going to be a huge statement for teams like Group C to know that, hey, today it will not be easy for you. Example here is going to be GK. Now, we do know GK for quite some time now. We always know that he's going to be one of the top players coming up from Team Secret. He just shows what he can actually do. With a 64 damage received, how well can he hide himself?
Yeah, I know, right? Just 64 damage received, but still able to come up with 4 eliminations. That is definitely something. Wow. Okay. He keeps himself well hidden away from bullets or even stray bullets and still able to bring in the 4 eliminations. That is great work by it. And still able to come up with 5% headshot. So yeah, by the end of the day, it's all about like bringing in the 5 elimination points and more, of course, from the other teammates. And that's why they got 18 points this round. Followed by VOIN Donkey with 17 points. And then we have CelcomDigi Alliance with 11 points. That's the double-digit club up there. New Era, one of our suspects here who must gain as many points as possible. Starts off with 5 today.
Not too shabby, I will say, to New Era. Way better. Now, all they need to do is just go in and all push out, getting that 60-point benchmark. But on the side of Boom, they were everywhere just now. But despite we see them trying to be in everybody's business, they only scored 4 eliminations out of their rotation. But these Avies, they have no plan to go for the positioning as they secure 8 elimination with 0 ranking points. But unfortunately, RRQ, we talked about this team and cannot emphasize enough how crucial it will be for them this week, starting from day 1 of their debut.
Yep. And with 0 points for game number 1 for them, well, they have a total of 11 more games to go. But there are some teams with 5 more games to go. So that's going to be scary. Anyway, looking at the overall rankings, teams on page number 1, they are generally doing okay. So I wouldn't be too worried of them, especially, well, for eArena, D-Xavier, and TALON that's not playing. So they'll be fine. But on page number 2, okay, this is where we start to look at like ETN, for example, especially those who have played 7 matches. ETN, New Era, they need to find a lot more points.
Looking at Team Secret and VOIN Donkey, they can be one scary team. Only within 1 map, they start to claw their way into the second page already and push down all the teams that performed since yesterday to get pushed down. And for RRQ, oh man, this is not great. I mean, they missed the first Super Weekend. This is going to be a very shaky RRQ this season, not going to lie.
Oh yeah, when the lineup on paper, they're a strong lineup. But then again, well, 5 more games to go to see if they can actually bring in the points and come out of this dreaded not number 16 onwards. Currently at number 17. So if it ends now, then we know that they're out. So they have to be up there, and then we start thinking about how many points, or do they have enough points to even survive once every group has played. Well, Sanhok is done, and we'll be rolling the next 3 maps in Erangel. I'm going to start off the first Erangel. First time, Group B and C will be meeting each other in this map. So this will be an interesting one to see if there's any early drop clash.
right now I can emphasize and also kind of analyze Group A strongest two teams. That's going to be TALON and GLU. Group C, it's going to be, of course, eArena and the Xaviers. Group B, my eyes lock onto Team Secret and VOIN Donkey based on just what they showcased in one Sanhok, almost 20 points in a map.
But if your eyes are locked on them, my eyes are locked on Attack on Titan. That is currently in collaboration with PUBG Mobile, and it is live inside the game. In case that you have not, for whatever reason, access your PUBG Mobile, do it right now. Check out the new event because it involves Titan transformation, there's an ODM gear, and a lot more varieties in this new event here. So make sure you log on to PUBG Mobile, and in case you do any content, don't forget to put the hashtag PUBG Mobile, hashtag PUBG MX Attack on Titan, hashtag Attack on Titan, hashtag AOT. We'd love to see your content out there on social media.
And it's not just about the Titans in the game right now. We also have a PUBG Mobile X Shelby American collaboration. So Commander Legendary Shelby GT500 and the 427 Cobra with exclusive attachment, stunning colorways and more. It will only available until July 6th. So you have less than a month, pretty much only 3 weeks left. Make sure you guys have your hands on to this vehicle because Shelby collection, it's super rare.
Well, this is not so rare, but then again, it's new. That's most important because you can try this one out in the new World of Wonders Elimination Skill Fest. And to check out this map, all you need to do is key in this code in your World of Wonders tab. 12886867. 12886867, and this will be a very interesting map that will allow you to show off your best skills and push your limit and allow you to be the brightest shining star on the battleground.
When you mention about the numbers, it feels like if Malaysian probably know this, Afundi 12886867. If you know, you know. Okay, that's it. But also, we're talking about the teams to focus. Okay, I know these are going to be the teams that I focus on today, but I want to focus on your team, RRQ. I never see RRQ this devastated before. Ever. Ever. Period.
I was hoping like maybe like a period, but there's no but. It's just period, right? It's just like the end.
This is, I mean, they have new roster coming in. I was looking forward with Hans for you. What happened? What happened? Share us the gossip. Because we remember like the Peko time, you know, when it goes crazy. What happened to RK? This is the legacy team.
I know why.
Why?
Napeko needs his big afro.
He doesn't have his afro these days?
Not as big.
Oh,
he
it's
needs his very big afro, you know, like the time where he was the PMPL Southeast Asia Terminator. He needs that big afro again.
I think the afro is actually charging from the skies. So if you don't have enough big afro, it's not charged enough for him to get all powered up in the game. So yeah, is there any way for him to grow his afro ASAP? Because we need that miracle cure for his hair right now, because that's what they need for RQ. Because we're gonna head into Erangel now.
I wish I could give tips to Napeko on how to grow his hair, but I'm clearly not qualified. So I will leave that to him to, discover it. In fact, he's the one that should give me tips on how to grow hair. But
or maybe
whether he is able to grow hair now or not, they have to do the business. Countdown to teams like RRQ, 5 more games to go.
5 more. And oh my. Oh, wow. I'm nervous for them, man. Not gonna lie. I'm very fidgety right now. Because it's all the teams are getting better, of course, with eArena stepping up their game this season, with, well, these Avis never dropped ever. I think everybody should go and ask these Avis, how did they maintain their consistency with the same lineup nonetheless? Now, I think these Avis lineup is the longest fixed lineup we have compared to all the other teams.
Yeah, and most is like small changes, right? Like, okay, Frankie has been on the bench for a long time, and then he choose to move out to Team Secret, so that's like a small thing. And then sometimes you get a scam, Chua, farewell to Chua, and then the next week you see him, welcome Chua, you know, that kind of scam. Just because they don't have any changes to their lineup, they'll be like, the social media manager's like, no, what are we going to put out, right? Everyone's have their own transfer window. We have nothing.
We don't have drama.
Yeah, we need some drama. Let's just release Chua and resign him next week.
And maybe that's the great point, you know. They don't have drama. So they don't have any external factor that will actually give impact when it comes to performance, as in a bad way kind of impact. But we're back to eArena. And eArena is one of the teams that I can say very secured for their Super Weekend spot. But we do have the Vikings who are being eliminated early, and they did not score any points in the last round. And for them to actually fight against eArena, who's all adrenaline rush, all high right now, this is going to be tough for them.
Second time they meet at a drop spot. So this time Irango, South Shogopool, and the Vikings, I'm pretty sure they want revenge, but it's eArena that we're talking about. So we got to give them a level of respect here. But it's the Vikings. So let's see if they can come up with something against eArena. Who knows? Maybe eArena, they're not that motivated anymore. They'll be like, okay, we just cruise. If we win, we win. If we don't, we're fine. Because our points are pretty comfortable. So the pressure is more onto the Vikings now.
Yeah. Break, Wound T. We know these guys for a long time now. But can they work things out? Now, that's not going to be easy for them. But they will try. We do know all the players will try their best. But at the same time, who can outwit the other when it comes to their game stance?
Yeah, so it's a matter. But I guess you're starting to get your answer because the first place is given to eArena. Sakura will pick that one up. And we can see that eArena, they are at least more spread out as compared to the Vikings. They're all clumped up in one building. But that also tells us the story that they probably have not been able to loot up that much. So eArena, they clearly have the advantage now.
But we do know eArena, they don't hesitate when it comes to their fights. So they definitely have the upper hand regardless of even it's TV4. Arena don't really care too much when it comes to their numbers. They do know how to wrap things around. But for Homeboys, they also have a task start just now and engage in an early fight here.
And also SK. I mean, even more so for SK because today is going to be their last points. At least they still have another day that is tomorrow. So that's a fight that SK cannot afford to lose. As Shin takes a lot of damage, but he's behind that smoke, so that gives him a little bit more cover. A nade across. Ade Boy is still bleeding out. Mirose gets Doki.
I feel bad for SK. The Homeboys just starting off today, and SK only have a few more days to go. They need to win this out. They can afford to even lose one member way too early. Don't forget, this is only stage 1. This is just stage 1.
And for Doki, he is still okay. He managed to cut across the road, so Pinfall can actually pick him up. And that revive should kick in anytime soon. But for the rest of SK, we got Shin and Silence right in front of Shamil. One of the more OG players used to play with Judo Alliance back in the day. And even for Farang. So now he is together with Homeboys. And he will be the big brother here, leading the other players of Homeboys to victory. And hopefully they'll be able to find victory here against SK. And let's not forget, they're not in the circle 2,400 meters away. And the fight is now at a standstill. While that, there's actually another team on the other side of Yasnaya. So they could be the third party. I wonder which team is that. Okay, later we'll probably get a better view. But right now, These two teams still locked in here. The zone will close. This is where we start to see their healing utilities. So Shin has no first aids. I wonder how about the other team members. I don't think they will have much because you don't have time to loot in Yasnaya, and you have another team on the other side that's Team Secret. They obviously looted the left side of Yasnaya. So SK in total, or maybe even their opponents for HOMEBOIS, they don't have much healing utility. So this is going to be a big problem for both of them, and maybe including Team Secret.
Totally agree. But SK at Team Secret, they are still riding the high that they just won in the last round. So they definitely feel very confident when it comes to their morale. Zerus will try to finish off the rest of them right now. Try to spot out from the windows, but the Blues have stopped closing. Yasnaya Poliana is not the place you want to extend the fight. They are the furthest one away from the circle here. They cannot actually overstay themselves, but for New Era, this is going to be the centralized fight inside of a circle. And it's always going to be Sunshine, but it's Boom we're talking about. Boom, just now we saw how great Yummy be tossing those nades. Can he actually do another one?
Just that right now, Boom is playing with 3 players. ETN passing by, but they will have no interest in this fight, at least for now, unless they choose to stop after hearing that commotion. One of the players actually still around the corner, probably scouting out an opportunity. But now eArena, looks like they managed to finish off the Vikings. So again, for 2 rounds in a row, MVKE, no points at all.
MVKE twice in a row with the 0. That's going to hurt them when it comes to the overall. But Boom, taking on New Era. We talked about how in dire need New Era to get into these seasons, or this week's Super Weekend. They didn't get in last week, and the game's running short. Boom, slowly taking them down. It's only left with a couple of players here for New Era. One more person to go. Oh, Sunshine.
It's 1v1 between Sunshine and Mastery, aka Misery. DBS versus Shotgun. Okay, here comes the DBS by Mastery, showing what mastery he has with the weapon to win that 1v1. But now here comes ETN as the third party.
Oh, they didn't have enough ammunition just now. After I saw Misery's rifles reserve, it's not going to be enough for them to overextend this fight. But surprisingly, Cloud, HOMEBOIS, SK and Team Secret, they still inside way too deep in the blue. I don't know how much longer they want to stay themselves there. They start to part ways and get themselves trying to get into the circle, I guess, taking a long rotation for Team Secret. But on the south side, they're so overly concentrated with too many teams. ETN will be one of them, trying to get away from the shots in the middle of nowhere right now. Well, we have Boom, who just triumphed. ETN managed to part ways. They are cutting across. They got a cut field, but they will meet up with so many teams afterwards.
Oh, interesting that ETN decided to not continue on the third party, even though they had the numbers. But I guess they want to focus on to getting the best position possible in the circle, which is okay as well. As ETN, one of those desperate teams who needs points on the board, so they don't want to take unnecessary fights. Although I thought they could, but yeah, I guess it's just a personal strategy that they prefer, which is also fine. Probably they're going to meet Boom later on, and we'll see a interesting fight later. FaZe Clan, hey, not too near many other teams. I mean, there's only one team in front of them, so I don't think they'll make the big moves now since they're in the circle anyway. So FaZe Clan, at most, they just send like Dewey out, scout for their next move, and that's probably going to be about it.
I swear to God, right now, FaZe Clan, they are pushing each other out. Like, who want to go for the scout? There are no too many people up there, but they need to know where the shot will be coming out from. And Gui pretty much taking that role that nobody wants by scouting it out. He might actually be isolated or zoned out by the rest of his teammates as well. So I don't know how he can regroup with himself, with his teammates without being catched by any of these teams. But we do want to see if the teams from the blue zone just now finally managed to get out. One of them HOMEBOIS. And last time we saw also Team Secret. And I think majority of them, even eArena and SK, 4 teams right now deep in the blue zone.
Yeah, still spending time there. And even Doki is on a bicycle. Okay, he's going to take his sweet time. Okay, he has 20 bandages, so he can still tank out the blue. but he's nowhere near his teammate Shin. So not too sure what's happening here. The fact that they decided to split out, or maybe they're banking on to play some points, considering that they only have 2 players. We'll check back on them later, or they'll meet somewhere. Just finding the right terms, right? But I guess they're just trying to like, okay, we split. Okay, if you survive, you just survive. If both of you survive, we'll meet at one area. It's like they rendezvous at one area. So hopefully they'll be able to do that, since they're still tanking the blue with like what, only a handful of bandages and also 1 first aid left.
All men for themselves. That's
Oh yeah, that's the other way to put it.
they're at the point where it's their survival mode on. That's if you can survive, great. If you can't, well, you tried. But at the same time, the circle shrink into Got field even smaller, with BTR now taking the center across the Got field. This is a no stranger circle for any of us by this point. One of the most common circle out there during the professional scene of PUBG Mobile. But I spotted a couple of players of these Xaviers also rotated quickly into the circle to join in BTR. So they might try to fight for that place. There's a very... the compound inside of the circle is scarce. So like it or not, they have to fight their way in. But what's concerning here right now is going to be the teams that coming out of the blue have to cut across into the open field of Gakka untouched by the other teams or unnoticed by any of these guys.
Yeah, especially like if you look at Alter Ego's position, right? Because they're so spread out, they have a lot of coverage. So to be untouched by Alter Ego might be difficult. So they have to find different ways. Now, speaking about SK, oh, looks like they joined back together. So Shin and Doki, okay, they break up and now they make up. So now they're together again, holding hands in the car, trying to find a way into the circle, in which they found an entry point, but they'll make a quick pit stop here because they need to loot their vest and helmet level 1. No healing utilities at all. So hoping for them to find a good items there in that compound. But now Team Secret and Homeboys meet again.
It's round 2 between these two teams. Now, at least they got themselves quite looted up this time for their gears. Foon and Team Secret, they try to break the formation of Homeboys right now, forcing the fight towards their side. Mirals, the 2-time scope and that AUG with the DBS also prepared in his hand in case things gonna go chaotic with the CQC. But GK never failed to perform. He was the previous MVP. That grenade was big, huge for them to finally secure some of safety measurement when it comes to getting into the circle. He managed to just in the nick of time heal himself, but Alter Ego Rosemary is there as well.
And they're still not in the circle yet. That's Drunk from the high ground. Gets Rosemary with us. Okay, nicely done there by Drunk. He still have enough healing utilities to be back up to 80% at least. And the rest of Alter Ego, Krypton, we have him on screen. He will leave this area in case the rest of Team Secret passes by.
Rosemary 911. He definitely called for 911 when nobody actually reached out to him just now. He was alone taking the fight against the teams. But for SK, trying to find a home that called for and feel like they belong. But Doki, ouch, his rare end just now being hit by a lot of bullets. Well, eArena lost one of their members. That was TNK, who shot down by Boom. eArena, Boom, VOIN Donkey. The big collision we're gonna see through is gonna be ETN versus 79 next. Because like it or not, they have to force the fight, and maybe even these Xaviers gatekeeping them from the inner circle.
Yeah, on the left side, right, where Quarry is at, that could be their clash point. And they're clashing right now based on the elimination feed where Trexie will get one player of ETN, but not eliminating him yet. The fight might continue on soon. Hopefully we get a visual of that later. At the same time, okay, now we have it. Okay, Step 9, ETN. One player still down, and Step 9 looking for the rest of ETN.
Mika, it's going to be a straight confrontation between the players. Ren is there to save the day, but it's not really saving anything at all. Traxia shooting up from the off angle, taking down on ATM player from their sides. But I hate to break it, Thomas. You got too many savings to do. The only one person still standing for ETN. There's going to be Thomas way at the back, and Traxi straight away driving to his side. But the rest of ETN is screaming for help. 7-9 can easily just finish them off while they're kneeling down.
But Misery right now will need to help his kneeling players. Hornby as well as Yummy, but NC2 will try to burn them off. Okay, that should be enough damage. Okay, anyway, Hornby is now bleeding out, takes a lot of damage, and he will go out to the flames of NC2. As NC2 trying to look at where Mastery is at. Here comes the DBS gameplay, 1v1, NC2 with an M4. Switches to a DBS, but he needs to reload. It takes a bit of time. Reload at the same time, healing up himself. Here comes the 1v1 again.
It's going to be a Mexican fight between the two players. Both willing to sacrifice whatever it takes. And it's eArena triumph over the Mexican fight between the two players. Nonetheless, Joker and Sakura will be saved by NC2. I don't think it's a problem for them to save both players right now. I don't think there's going to be any third party coming up anytime soon. But we're down to only 11 teams here with Semnan Traxi punctured tire. Force him to pull over the middle of an open field of Kaka, while CelcomDigi Alliance and RRQ going to fight in the warehouse.
And it's RRQ, CelcomDigi Alliance. Obviously for RRQ, the stakes are a little bit more higher than CelcomDigi Alliance. CelcomDigi Alliance, they need to defend this warehouse. They need to across. RRQ, they're repositioning themselves, sending two players onto the other side of the warehouse. Trying to find an entry point. They don't want to play within the warehouse. They want to play at the house behind it. That's where majority of CelcomDigi Alliance are at as they arrive. Gen Force, who we got now by Jimmy OP. Followed through by the rest of CelcomDigi Alliance. Take down the Peko. Now two active players left for RRQ as Lapa tries to land a shot through the window, but not able to. Lapa takes a lot of damage, and from the back, Leo shows up. CelcomDigi Alliance wins it against RRQ.
Oh, and the most devastating part for RRQ, they only scored one elimination out of that fight. They didn't score anything against CelcomDigi Alliance. There was a previous fight they fought against. But we have to shift over to VOIN Donkey. BTR repositioning with also another team scouring for any leftover to take away as a point. And the circle happened to be shifting away from them as well. This is going to be trouble and problematic for this three team because the blue zone is too close for comfort. Joker taking down on BTR. Raises already finished off. That was a clean execution by Joker. Now next eArena. They have to finish off the rest of BTR here, or they can just part ways, go straight into it. They are playing the third party here. Well, D-Xavier's just casually passing by.
Yeah, D-Xavier passing by. Everyone's trying to find their way into the circle. But D-Xavier, of course, they're on the inner side, so they can play a little bit of a gatekeeping role here against BTR. BTR trying to find their entry point as well. Rotating up north, but they will bump into another team. eArena is the one to finish off Ryan. So now BTR, they only have one active player left. While Levi tries to stop eArena from coming in. Top two teams here going at it with each other. Wow, BTR. At this moment, where are they? They're probably... Okay, that one player is all the way up north there, not in the circle yet. Between D-Xavier and eArena, this is an okay fight. But the last player, Federalis from BTR, he needs to survive this.
They're passing the baton. All responsibility of BTR will be fallen to the shoulders of Federalis. There's a lot to carry by himself. But for the Xaviers, they want to deal with their number one team right now, eArena. Now we get to see who's the strongest amongst them all. eArena already secured 9 eliminations right now, while the Xaviers hardly scored any. And they're still not happy that Federalis managed to squeeze himself out of that current situation. Well, Sakura said, hey, look at us. We are fighting you and got 9 eliminations. Make it 10 in the back as they finish off Lamborghini. Now this seems like a precarious spot for DX as Nate. Oh, Paragin's just gonna leave it. Nope, not worth fighting for. They want to go for at least the ranking points here.
Yeah, 11 eliminations now for eArena, and they're looking for more, and they will have that opportunity. Now that Sem9 has come over. Sem9, they need the points for themselves. Today's their debut day. They want a good start here. Sem9 looking for the members of eArena and also D-Xavier. While this commotion is happening, Federalis is still surviving. He's happy that they're all fighting each other, so they will forget about Federalis for now.
No, they have to. They're being forced to fight by these Xaviers. And Sem9, they're just gonna run them down with the DBS in hand and also the SK12 here on the side of Sem9. How did that even happen? FaZe Clan so far away, all the way downtown. Just have to make it difficult for everybody else. And now Persian kind of in a trap. He got himself this small shack, but how much longer can he defend this? With Levi crying for help, we're willing to go out to revive his teammate, while eArena still on their tails, and it's hot for DX right now in the middle of the crossfire. eArena will try to shut them down completely, and they want those elimination points.
And let's not forget about Federalis. He actually stole away 2 elimination points from that distance earlier on, taking as many points as possible from the shack at the south of the circle. But now the circle moved away from Federalis, eArena, Xavier, and Alter Ego. Time for them to find another way to get in, with FaZe Clan beating the gatekeepers on the left side of the circle.
Cheeky plays by Federalis. Now I want to see how he can ninja himself way into that circle. The circle slightly not too far, pretty much just almost 100 meters away, sort of. So it's still within his reach, but FaZe Clan all eyes locked towards the team from the outer circle. Persian kind of in precarious situation here. Kind of hard to get out from the shack. eArena will try to round up the rest of players of Alter Ego. That's going to be Alva inside. But I think Alter Ego players are quite scattered at the current moment, because I think there's only Alva there. Unfortunately, the Xavier's Persian did not make it through, and we're down to only 6.
Well, and eArena is still not stopping. 12 eliminations right now. Checking on the Alter Ego, Alva just got knocked. Not eliminated yet. And on the other side of the circle, we also have CelcomDigi Alliance still with a full squad. And we have eArena. Man, these guys, they're still not stopping yet. Now they're looking for the next target, and they see Alter Ego.
And look at the numbers, man. It's 12 already. They want to make it more than a chicken dinner. Why not 15, right? We've seen 15 before. We've seen 14 before. They want to be on the higher and high volume. Alter Ego, on the other hand, Krypton now might rejoin the rest of the teammate. They are very scattered about. And Daybot already got himself a very comfortable compound or a space. So he pretty much relayed the information. Hey guys, it's clear. Come up here. Well, Federalis, how to ninja himself into this. Bluezone will start to kill him now. He needs to move. But at the same time, here comes a crash from eArena towards FaZe Clan. And that's a wipeout within seconds. But
wait.
what a nade! How did that even happen? CelcomDigi Alliance seems to be interested in taking the remnants of FaZe Clan right now.
Yeah, from the inner side of the circle. Looks like they stole away a couple of elimination points, including Federalis eliminated by CelcomDigi Alliance. And CelcomDigi Alliance now at 8 elimination points with a full squad. Numbers-wise, they have it over all the other teams. Let's see if they can actually wrap things up. But look at this, Chuchu. SK is actually in top 4 now.
I'm happy for them. They need this badly. While CelcomDigi Alliance still having a full squad. We've seen this scenario multiple times. The most numbers a team can have usually will wrap the chicken dinner out. But for FaZe Clan, it's still possible for them. But it's just the problem is they don't have that much structures to make a barricade. Ask Doki, he will be on that rooftop. But for how much longer? Stage 7. I have a feeling this small compound will not be in that circle no more. Unless, a miracle can happen when it comes to the circle shifting away. But for Doki, he tried to at least get a couple of points more, because right now they have 5. But on the side of CelcomDigi Alliance, they have been trying since yesterday to get that chicken dinner, and they might actually score this one.
And they had the circle. This is a perfect scenario for CelcomDigi Alliance. Full squad with a circle. All they need to do right now is to stop teams from coming in, including FaZe Clan. And Shin, okay, he's crawling in, but Davon knows that he's there. That's why he loves this nade. It did not connect, but at least he knows. So he'll be keeping an eye on Shin. What, Doki? Playing a support role still at the same compound, on top of this roof. Trying to buy a bit more space for Shin to move into the circle, but he needs to take care of Daybot. And Olio will do it for him.
Yep. Bye-bye, Daybot. And it's going to be Shin get himself a free pass into the circle now. They want to be low profile, as CelcomDigi Alliance do have way more all-man alive and full HP. Very healthy CelcomDigi Alliance. FaZe Clan trying to zigzag themselves with a vehicle into slightly closer into the circle, but it's going to be so difficult.
look.
That's going to be done. That's just it. CelcomDigi Alliance, can they find the remaining SK player? Now, for SK, this is the time we can see if they can turn things around. It's 2v4, seems impossible, but it's doable. Can they outwit CelcomDigi Alliance players, or the most common knowledge, the more you have on your side, the better odds you at winning?
Yeah, absolutely, right? The numbers do favor CelcomDigi Alliance. Unless SK can come up with an insane clutch here. 2v4, the smoke is still active, but for how long? And now a nade launch across. So CelcomDigi Alliance, they have an idea where SK is at. Nade after nade will be launched across. They know that this is going to be the last team. They will put all in onto SK and they will get Shin first. Now it's going to be only Donkey left. He heals himself up to 80%. They circle around, they see where Donkey is at, the smoke will subside, and now it's going to be all in onto Donkey. Donkey against the world right now for SK. If you can at least get 1 point, it will be a bonus point when Donkey was started off. But taking on GBOB, Leon goes down. Wait a second, could Donkey do it?
It might actually can, but 16 hand grenades still in the pockets of CelcomDigi Alliance. They're not wasting any resources now. You can save it for the next map. Donkey down to only 30% of HP. Oh, he did secure that 2 eliminations in the very last minute. Finally, CelcomDigi Alliance, after such a troublesome ending multiple times, they try to score the chicken. Finally, they get the taste of it. And SK, I'm loving this. They finally step up the occasion, showing that they are more than capable to do what it takes to advance to the next Super Weekend. But at the same time, is it a bit too late? We finally get to see Doki fought back just now. It was a 4v1. And he managed to knock down on 2 by himself. But unfortunately, numbers-wise, it wasn't in their favor.
4 more games to go. 4 more games to go for SK to put up a performance for them to have a chance into the Super Weekend. But look at the final blow. I do like the fight here by Doki. He got Jimmy, he got Leon's. But by that time, he was just too low on health to be able to fight the 2 remaining members of CelcomDigi Alliance. And CelcomDigi Alliance did not let that one go. They scored a chicken dinner with a lot of elimination points to it. 14 elimination points to be exact. So it's 24 points collected by CelcomDigi Alliance.
I want to see the total round up for scores, because don't forget about eArena. They've got double-digit eliminations as well, which means a lot of teams ended up with a 0, perhaps, because these 2 teams, eArena and CelcomDigi Alliance, have been wiping out half of the PUBG mobile population just now, and that's going to hurt for the rest of the teams that compete for the last Super Weekend here today, which coming up from Group C. But for CelcomDigi Alliance, they are from Group C themselves. They need to bump those points as much as they can to secure their slot for this Super Weekend. Nonetheless, let's rewatch the highlight about how CelcomDigi Alliance secured that chicken dinner.
And it is our top 4 teams that includes CelcomDigi Alliance, eArena, SK. Welcome to the top 4. And we also have FaZe Clan who, well, made it into the top 4 teams with no frag grenades used at all.
And I'm loving the fact that SK finally get into the top 4. Finally, we get to see that cute kitty logo on top of this top 4 teams right now. Damage-wise, FaZe Clan is the least amount. But you know what? CelcomDigi Alliance, they had so much utilities and throwables that being stored just now. It's impossible for them to not win that chicken dinner despite it's only one person. But nonetheless, eArena is one scary team, and not gonna lie, everybody have to watch them out for the grand final.
Yeah, definitely. And we definitely need to watch out for this player. From CelcomDigi Alliance, Leons as our MVP this time, bringing 5 eliminations for the team and 630 damage. And his headshot, that's pretty much on the high side from what we have seen before this. 24% headshot by Leons himself. And obviously he survived to the end as all 4 the other players of CelcomDigi Alliance. So that's maximum survival time for him. Now, when it comes to the points, I want to observe how many teams actually went out with a 0, because you pointed out that a lot of the eliminations went on top.
And not just that, some teams like Boom and Team Secret don't even care about their rank points. Each of them getting 5 points each respectively with only eliminations too. Everybody's just gunning everyone out for this round. For side of SK, this is the first time we look at them getting a double digit. There's only 2 teams without any points there, MVKE and HOMEBOIS. And both teams seem to be having consecutively 2 maps in a row without any points now. This should be their wake-up call. Somebody need to slap their face and just wake up, because this week is going to be their final chance to get into the Super Weekend.
Hey, they need to do the Xavier. First 2 rounds, 0 points, and all of a sudden chicken dinner, and they just went all the way. So MVKE, they need a little bit of inspiration from their own countrymen on how they actually did that coming up soon. But now, here's the overall rankings at eArena. They are 8 points away from the 100-point mark.
And setting a new benchmark here for eArena. They want to show, hey, we still have a lot of games to play here today, which are going to be 4 maps remaining for them. I definitely feel that they're going to close up with a triple digit here, but what will be the standard point here when it comes to the number 1 spot? Will Xavier start to catch up? Just now, they did not score too much. CelcomDigi Alliance slowly pushed down. TALON is not playing right now, while Boom still stagnant at 5th place. And we're shifting over to number 16. Okay, keep your eyes on the total points. MEC and WE ETN in a very shaky spot, 21 points. And all SK as well. These 3 teams with already finished off 8 matches. If they don't try to get as much as they can, they will get pushed down by B group.
What's interesting is that New Era is still without any rank points at all. All 21 points are through eliminations. So it's something for them to go back to the drawing board on how to survive longer, because at the end of the day, it is a survival game. So 22 points, 21-21 is definitely not enough for them to guarantee a spot into the Super Weekend. And let's not forget that even though some teams play for 2 rounds, they are catching up. RRQ, the 3rd page suspect here, 17 points after 8 games.
Oh, this is going to be tough for them. I don't know how the coaching staff will try to go around this. This is going to be a hard redraw their strategy back to the drawing board, because the rest of the teams on the 3rd page pretty much just have 2 matches, and they are the only ones that having the least amount of point across all the teams that already compete since yesterday. But for our top 4 fraggers, we're going to give it to CelcomDigi Alliance. I'm surprised eArena is not the first one, but maybe for this round itself, CelcomDigi Alliance has been forced into a lot of fights, and they try to force the fight against the others too. And BTR, you saw how Federer's play. That guy is a ninja.
Oh yeah, and he was still able to steal away a couple of elimination points, right? The points that is obviously needed by BTR, since today is the first day. And they need to find back their momentum after a number 16, #16 finish in the Super Weekend. So top 4 fragging teams, and this is not the SAT award, ladies and gentlemen. This is an actual points converted, actual eliminations converted into points. And obviously, it's just for this round. CelcomDigi Alliance hits it, but eArena, come on, guys, you gotta get the points elsewhere. You know, they have a lot of points now.
I'm really looking forward for grand finals coming up from eArena because we don't see the best of Empires yet yesterday. So I definitely feel challenged right now because usually it's always it's always Vampires and FaZe Clan coming up from a time that's really catching the eye of our audience, even us as talents. But I love the fact that eArena is showing something else this time. Now we're going to recap the first match taken over by Team Secret, and second one was CelcomDigi Alliance. Now Team Secret, also the team to watch out for because they managed to squeeze themselves in the second page in the higher end of second page within just today. Today is actually their debut. Now the teams that everybody should look out for are the teams in Group B regarding of how much they managed to conquer in one single game, how much point they managed to get in one single map. That's something that can speak out for itself regarding how aggressive they can be even during the grand finals.
Yes, and that will be scary for the teams in Group C that have played 8 matches as of now. And we did kind of talk about this, right? Like if you mix in the teams from Group B and we did point out like, okay, Group B has this team, that team, and there's a lot of firepower overall in Group B. It's looking scary right now for especially those teams on page 3 and 2 from Group C. So, but yeah, they only have like 4 more games to go. 2 Irangos, 2 Miramar, and that's it. And then after that, if they're out of the top 16, they're totally out. If they're still in the top 16, it's left to fate by them.
Now, we talked about the team to focus right now, including the teams that we just mentioned earlier on. These Xavier's, no question from me. PTR, you guys saw how great they can be. FaZe Clan, I'm hoping this version of... We both actually want to focus on FaZe Clan a bit more longer now. FaZe Clan, do you think it's any different than the previous few season version of FaZe Clan?
Versus FaZe Clan 2.0 that I would brand them, it's definitely a way big improvement because FaZe Clan 2.0, they didn't even make it into the grand finals. So this time, they're a lot more better. Plus, they got some of the top players from Osha, Thailand that did very well last season as well. Players like Red Bull, players like KHOI, and they've been showing a very good performance, especially last week and so far today as well, in fact. So I would say that I do like FaZe Clan 3.0. But if you compare with FaZe Clan 1.0, the Ventores era, well, then you still, it's still early to judge, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the first version of FaZe Clan is always going to be my favorite. That's the first ever I have huge crush on FaZe Clan plays. Not the players, okay? The plays, I promise you that.
It's okay. Ventores is good looking. I understand. You know.
Oh man, speaking of good looking, I kind of miss Stone right now.
Oh.
Hey, yeah. You miss him too, come on.
I do. I do miss his good, charming looks, especially when he smiles. He has this perfect teeth that is very attractive.
Just the teeth, really?
I mean, to me, that is like his S-tier component. I don't know about the others, but...
Ladies out there, make sure you have perfect whitening of your teeth.
The smile, the stone and his smile. Okay, what's your best part about Stone then?
I think his personality is a pretty cool guy though. I like chatting with him. He's a pretty cool guy. But yeah, I wish one day we can have all the champions. Okay, I'm going to put that later during the game. I'm going to talk about that. But right now, based on this current standing, do you think SK still can make it? They did show some promise in the last game though.
Well, they have to be explosive, right? With 4 more rounds to go. If not, it's going to be an early exit for SK. I do want to see those Cinderella stories. So to a certain extent, I am rooting for like SK, for like New Era to actually make it. The more, the merrier. Teams that did not make it in the first week Super Weekend to show up in the second week Super Weekend.
Yeah, we need that cute cat logo to be in the grand finals. Just because of that logo, I want it to be in the grand finals, okay? But at the same time, who do you think will actually make it through to the grand finals when it comes to the teams that's a bit shaky at the very bottom right now? Will RRQ still make it? We're going to have to wait and see as well as we hop into our second Erangel map in week 2, day 2.
All right. Second Erangel today and third game for day number 2. Okay, so I didn't forget. Okay, Chuchu, don't worry. So what do you want to say that you want to put out earlier?
Oh, I really wish, because we have so many seasons of PUBG already, right? To be exact, I started PUBG around 2019. So this is like, what, 6 years? Almost 7, 2018, 2019, 7 years. So we have so many champions, right? I want to see the champions across the years to compete in an all-champion tournament. Bring back the old ones and the new ones.
Like from the first one to the latest.
I think it's best to take the global standard one, right? The global stage, all the champion of global stage. But I don't know if they still play though. They're gonna get rusty if they don't ever play like for like 6 years. But I do want to see that happen.
Oh, by the time I guess the fans won't mind like seeing Paraboy again. Seeing Order again. It's been a while. That dynamic duo. And then you bring up the original BTR when they were champions back then. Yeah, or the global champions. But what if it's like Nova who had like 2 back-to-back champions? How does it count? But
like
I know.
Right
Circle counts.
ETN, Team Secret. Oh man, that's something personal there. That's personal, man. M16 will be carried by the rest of his teammate, IQ. He was stabbing those guys to death just now. And one of the players of Team Secret, if I'm not mistaken, it was Zerus. Oh, now he's even Sata. Great. What are the odds for ETN? I mean, they need the points. This is great for them. Everything just falls into place for them. And everything seems to be unfolding for ETN without even trying. I mean, this is the greatest game for them today. But yeah, M16 is still crying in that vehicle. They need to heal him up and revive him first.
Okay, I'm sure they'll give him CPR soon, so don't worry about that. But I do like what you said, right? Like it feels like it's falling to ETN. Like, okay, drop one person in front, everyone knife him, passing back. Oh, Sata is there. Okay, another 3 point.
It's like the universe give you back, but the universe will say the same thing for Homeboys and New Era. Now, when it comes to Homeboys, they just having their first day here today. But at the start of New Era, they need those points. They really need those points. But they're willing to sacrifice. It's Sunshine Ray towards the side of New Era right now. But Alliance, he's not happy. He is not happy Miro's taken out. He wants to go for it.
Okay, we get to see a replay. 3 point to ETN.
Use a kung fu with a knife. There you go.
I like that encounter because ETN, well, obviously Team Secret, they just started today and they're okay. But ETN, they need the points. So I guess it's okay for us to like kind of, to a certain extent, root for ETN.
I'm going to root for the cats, man.
SK, let's do it.
We both love cats. It looked like my cat. So I need SK to be in the grand finals.
Okay, SK, we're waiting for you, all right? We're waiting for you. But Homeboys, they need to be in the grand finals. Well, in the Super Weekend. Same goes for New Era as well. And it's only Alliance here. Adik Boy. Okay, they're still kind of far. And they're pushing on to Alliance. So I don't know what's Alliance's odds right here. He needs to pull out a big clutch. He does have a clutchable weapon with the DBS.
And a micro Uzi, not the best to use now. Oh, Adik Boy tried to go in. They heard the footsteps. Oh, we got a glimpse. This is going to be tough. He doesn't know exactly where the others are for the side of New Era. Now Sunshine is... Yeah, it's Sunshine again. I love whenever Sunshine managed to make a call on that one. Wix next. And everything into shambles for Homeboys. Unfortunately for Homeboys, Shamil is going to be the next one to take it now. Ayins on the end, still not been discovered at all. Ayins, do you think, what are the odds the player is going to open that small storage?
Oh, what are the odds? I guess very high because they know that there's one more somewhere. Oh, there you go. Surprise, surprise by Ayins. Ayins, is he able to secure that elimination point? The answer is no. So Homeboys, another 3 rounds in a row, 0 points.
That's definitely gonna break their spirit, man. I mean, for having 3 rounds in a row without any single point, that's gonna hurt. that's gonna affect your morale. But on the side of Boom, they have a bit of swap. Well, it's no surprise. Boom, once upon a time, are well known for that. But hey, we have something else happening here with the gliders. Hello, FaZe Clan. They love flying.
Oh yeah, let's not forget it's a military-based circle, right? So here we go, FaZe Clan. 2 gliders, I guess. So this is one. If I'm not mistaken, there's another one behind. So they're going to take the very safe route across the water, enjoying the sea. I really like just looking at water effects in this game. It's so beautiful.
So therapeutic, right?
Yeah.
If only we have the atmosphere sound effect. Feels like you're at the beach or something. But yeah.
Going diving at the same time.
Oh yeah, please let's go diving, Cloud. I'll be your buddy.
With
I promise you, it's gonna be fun.
With our producer as the assistant
Yes,
diving
please.
instructor.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Why not? We need that. We need some vacation.
Yeah, and we'll get to see like nice corals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to see sharks?
Oh,
Yeah.
I want to see TODAK though, but they're not here
Yeah,
today.
you can see Todak in there.
Oh wow. Like the real life TODAK?
The real life Todak.
Wow.
But it's
So in
smaller
case
version.
for international viewers, if you're wondering what TODAK actually means, it's
Swordfish.
swordfish.
Yeah, it's a swordfish.
Yeah.
But yeah, you won't see any cats in there. That's one thing for sure. And not even bunnies like eArena. Now, eArena, I feel like their morale is so high up there and they're so confident. Now, the only thing that I realize about players, whenever they have a mental block, that's where their performance is slightly the unusual on the lower side. So whenever they're already up here, like on the very top, they're just gonna wreak havoc the entire dynamic of this game. They are so confident, they just disrupt everybody along the way. But that's gonna be a bit of a double-bladed sword if they just too overconfident. One of them being knocked down the moment they try to rush in. And it's Sunshine we're talking about. I personally feel Sunshine is the most important asset for this lineup for New Era.
But I can prove it to you now by coming out with a clutch against eArena, as he's the one at the forefront. But Wix is on his way. Snipe is still playing the support role behind, while No Fall is still fallen, so he needs to be saved. Nade after nade by eArena, while Sakura is being picked up by NC2. Joker will buy a little bit more time, but their other teammate is still way behind, also playing the off-angle guy. And Sakura's back up. So eArena, they're not in a rush. I mean, they have like 92 points at this moment. It's just cruise control for eArena.
Oh, but you know, if you have all the teammates quite clustered up together indoors, it's not going to be a good place to be. Because eArena can just flush them out. They have enough troubles. But let's speak about the circle for a bit. Despite New Era fighting against eArena, they lost one player. But this is going to be a super difficult circle, by the way. While they're fighting outside of a circle, eArena slowly taking out one by one of New Era players. And Tony K, here goes. Time to shine, Tony K.
Oh,
Never mind.
at the moment you mentioned he went down. That's a bit of a choo-choo curse there, Lee. But NC2 is still in the game, so it's not over yet for eArena. 1v1 with Sunshine. NC2 Sunshine. DBS versus Shotgun versus QBZ. Depending on what NC2 wants to use, and NC2 comes in with the jump shot to finish off the final play of New Era. And eArena back as a full team.
It didn't even score one out of that. Not even one. Just now on the side of New Era. All 4 of them well and alive. But at least New Era, they got some eliminations. 4 points right now secured. But we talked about them. When it comes to the overall points, they have to finish the day strong at least 60 points. At least 60 points to give you some hope that you will get into the Super Weekend, right? And right now, they're nowhere near that. But we do know that FaZe Clan is also the team that just starting off today. I want to see this version of FaZe Clan. How much can they push themselves even further?
Oh yeah, so now they're playing with Chopper, Red Bull, Dewey, and the original member of FaZe Clan 2.0, Macaris. So it should be fine on paper, that is. I mean, 11 points and it's their day one. They're still kind of on track. That's still all right. But for the Vikings, okay, there's also another interesting team for to observe. 2 games in a row, no points. They need to gain points this round, although it's their first debut as they're part of Group B. And by taking the hovercraft, getting into the circle, mid to the base, I believe they should be okay. I don't see any other team playing the gatekeeping role by the beaches of this mid to the base island.
But I personally feel a bit sorry for the players that playing today. The circles today has been evil, but we love it. Because if you remember the first Sanhok map, it has been a very small island. Now it's in between. Every single circle that's happening for day number 2, week number 2 has been really rough, extremely tough for the players. And they have to go through that. And yesterday's circle was pretty generous, don't you think?
Yeah, I would say. I would say so. But I wonder if any other team would find it the situation generous for them.
Oh, maybe.
Wait. Look at this.
Shin,
SK, alone.
never mind. Wait, what? Shin, I don't think it works like that. Shin! Oh, the hovercraft will actually take some time. You got something blocking between. Oh no, Shin. What are you doing? What have you done? Can't you just hop in again? Vikings coming in. Shin, he needs to run. His hovercraft almost exploded. Already on smoke and fire. Oh, he's still far away. Oh, how far is he from the rest of the team? Where are his teammates?
Okay, they're on the minimap. We can see them around him. Okay. So now it's him just trying to find that angle that's hard for MVK to catch. A silence got Superman. Okay, that's a start. But because they're on the high ground still. So Shin still trying to tank out all those nades. Trying to wear them out. Another nade across. But it's not easy to land that nade on the Shin with this angle.
Oh, and the Blues then start to close into Cloud. It's not great, but at least Finland managed to get on Superman. But a bit of trade-off between Vikings and SK right now, as the Vikings trying to take the Cats down. But for Shin, he's still going to fight back. We do have Boom against ETN at the same time, a very small corner down there, as Boom managed to take down on ETN players. I feel like ETN in shambles. They're the next one to be eliminated. But for Vikings, a break. Oh, Doki's really angry, trying to blow up that vehicle. But at the same time, Shin gonna get back his redemption here. And Shin and the rest of SK, finally we get to see them fighting back for once, you know?
And they seem to be winning this fight, and they will finish off the final player of MVKE. TODAK eliminated. MVKE joins Homeboys 3 rounds in a row without any points at all. But all 4 points will be given to SK, and SK, they need to find that escape into Super Weekend.
I'm surprised Vikings couldn't finish off Shin just now since they got so much opening. But we're going to shift over to another team that's already in SMB but still closing off to the blue. They resort to taking the vehicle or a transportation that's not making any noise. Federala's going to bonching Ryan.
How do you translate bonching?
I don't know, man. I'm thinking about it.
Bonchang.
Bonchang. Carry, I guess.
Carry. Pick up. Ride on.
Ride on is wrong.
Hitch. Hitch, right? Is it hitch? I think it's hitch. Like hitch a ride hitch.
Kind of.
Yeah, I think that's the closest one.
Yeah, probably true. Oh man, but I love how creative the players can get. Back to the start of Boom. They were waiting at the bridge for a long time for Boom because they were hoping a lot of team will pass by, but nobody taken this route ever. Everybody knows, hey, the bridge is going to be a death toll. So everybody avoid the bridge entirely. So Boom, they have been waiting for nothing, but they have to cross the other side. Now, the other side will be gatekeeper, none other than these Xaviers. And we have Alter Ego on the higher ground still waiting for anybody to pass by. So for eArena, there's going to be a long fight between them and Boom.
And here's the crashing by eArena. So it looks like they would take out Yummy, who was still at that house, at that shack, eliminated. eArena, 6 eliminations. But frankly speaking, by now, eArena, they can just do whatever they want. Pretty much same goes for Xavier on the other side. But Xavier, they have the circle. They will still play the gatekeeping role for whoever wants to cross this bridge. Lamborghini gets bombed from behind.
But knowing these Xaviers, they will not cut some slack at all Even if they're lifting the trophy, they still feel like they need to train now. So I assume for these Avians, they're not going to have fun. They're going to all straight up discipline to try and get as much point. But for eArena, yeah, I think they can relax a bit. But at the same time, due to their condition with 92 points on top of everybody else at number 1 spot, I feel like even things that work out for this round, they still have another one to go. And they're still pretty much safe when it comes to the overall rankings. But for Boom, on the other hand, now Boom in the 5th place, they didn't secure more than 60 points yet. They're at around 50 plus-ish because they secure 5 more elimination points with 0 left inside. So dear of Blues, and this is going to be tough. And Federalis, things didn't work out this time.
0 points for BTR. I'm starting to be a bit concerned for BTR, but today is their first day, so we can cut them some slack. But eArena, okay, they're officially now 100 points, you. Guys, come on, lead the points for other teams, okay? Teams like SK, they need it more.
Yeah, but yeah, they want. Why not for more? I mean, just to secure things, yeah. But for eArena, though, we can see they are not as organized as we see them yesterday. So we can see they're a bit relaxed, a bit overconfident with those fights by rushing in multiple times. I feel like they have any sort of pressure behind them anymore. They're just going to try to gain as much. And that's actually a very good mentality. And they already scored themselves 100 points. I feel like they didn't put too much effort in this map as well. But Turnike, he got a lot to prove. You know who is everybody knows who his idol is. And the idol's actually competing in this one as well. So I want to see if Turnike can actually solo-handedly carry over for this team.
Well, if we can beat the Xavier to get in, then yeah, it's a statement. It's a statement. But I also want to point out that last week during the group stages, CelcomDigi Alliance was number 1 and they scored 141 points. Now, eArena, they are on track to actually beat CelcomDigi Alliance number 1 point last week. And if they can do that, then, well, they will be crowned the kings of the group stages.
I'm thinking, that was sharp by Turnike.
Wow.
Traxy. That was a nice, clean spray. Origin next. He needs to focus on what's in front. He got the time to see on the far ones. But Turnike, what will he do next? Because the next circle will going to be critical. Bargy finish him off in an instant. Well, that secures another point for the Xaviers. They have to resort to 8 points only because just now he just knocked down on 79 players. Didn't completely finish him off, and Traxy will be revived back with alongside the rest of Sam9, which they already got the circle.
They have the circle. VOIN Donkey at the lower ground has the circle, and the Xavier is going to have an easy entry from the north. Now, the bigger question is that these teams that we can see here on screen, so many of them not in the circle, and they have to cross the road, they have to cut across each other, and in stage 5, so there's not that much space for them to rotate elsewhere for the most part. Fights will be inevitable here.
That's true. The teams in SMB, they docked themselves early in SMB, but the circle just not favoring those who come in early this time. Instead, it's going to be going towards the bridge, the left side bridge. And Alter Ego Alva spot a couple of players inside of the compound. They try to force them out. While we're looking at like SK. SK is the furthest one away. The last time we have a glimpse on the circle. Same goes for RRQ. Now, these are the two teams that in dire need of those points. As Sam9 fighting against RRQ, we just mentioned about them. We get to see whether they survive this one or not.
And looks like Sam9 somewhat winning this fight. And they will win the fight against RRQ. And RRQ, no points this round. Oh man, that's bad for RRQ. But anyway, now Team Secret and CelcomDigi Alliance only round left for Team Secret. Fighting against Ade Luke. It's going to be a 1v1 and Ade Luke will not miss a shot. Team Secret taken out by CelcomDigi Alliance.
Two teams being dropped down at the same time. We're down to 7. Oh, Team Secret done. It's going to be SK versus FaZe Clan. Doki, show us what you got. Binla being knocked down first. This is Red Bull we're talking about. This guy is a star in making. And Red Bull is already a star right now, but can he shine brighter than the rest of our legacy players? But for Red Bull, they try to scout the rest of SK players. Shin and Talon still remaining on the side of SK. But we do have another team, CelcomDigi Alliance. Oh, now fighting against W2D2.
Well, silence gone down now. The Cats only have one player left. That's going to be Shin on the other side. On the mini screen, another fight just ended. Oh, wait, the fight is still going on. Okay, but anyway, now Shin makes a break for it. Tries to survive this one. Shin! Oh, he's going towards the Xavier. Oh, Vika smoking up Shin.
No. Oh, he's so lucky.
Nice. Wow.
So lucky. Oh, what a timing. That was just a great timing. Well, CelcomDigi Alliance being wiped out by VOIN just now. And that's wrapping up the fight in the southeast side, leaving only FaZe Clan, the only team in the south right now, alongside with VOIN. But Alter Ego, what is happening to these Xaviers? They were holding the bridge just now. Last time we saw them, how did Lamborghini get run down by Rosemary?
I guess they have to move away from the bridge. That's just like how we all need to move on from our past relationships. As these Xavier, now they will lose Lamborghini. But the rest of these Xavier, they're still strong enough to fight against Alter Ego. While we check out the next phase of the circle, and it goes up to the high ground where Step 9 is at.
Oh, they've been favored by the circle gods multiple times now. 2 times in a row, Step 9 got the circle. Can they dominate and just try to defend this? Alter Ego forcing the fight from the axe. While Nate is still not willing to leave the bridge yet. Levi, on the other hand, trying to go to the off angle, repositioning himself with alongside Parjin now. But for Alter Ego, one of them knocked down. That's going to be Alva. They're down to only Krypton and Daybot. As Krypton popped the smokes and tried to build up the bridge to cross towards their off angle. These Avis, Parjin, he got multiple nades still. Tried to prep it down, but Krypton, this is going to be last hand grenade to toss over to the side of Alter Ego. If they have no more utilities for the axe, it's going to be tough for them to get out of this situation, especially to get into the circle.
Parjin still has backup though behind. But still Alter Ego pinning him down. But Alter Ego, they have to move in as well. And the highest stakes is actually Alter Ego. I mean, these Xavier, they have a lot of points, so they're okay. But for Alter Ego, because today's their debut so far, they only managed 2 elimination points and now they're forcing their way through. But in the middle of the road, it's going to be VOIN stopping Alter Ego. Hovercraft blown apart. 2 members of Alter Ego now in the open.
What an angle Potato had just now. Nobody spot him out. He can freely just shoot them down one by one. Nobody actually give any attention to Zeta or any of the players of VOIN. We have only 4 teams left and 2 players left on the side of these Xaviers. Things are looking bleak on the side of the Xaviers with VOIN and FaZe Clan still having a full squad. And VOIN they even have the slightly high grounds to work things along and so many structures to cover themselves. But Sam will be behind them. The only one that can actually stop VOIN right now, the Bass Bat, it's going to be Sam 9.
And here is the high ground fight here. FaZe Clan, Sam 9, and also VOIN. Long range by Chopper. Takes down a player of Sam 9, but Sam 9 they fire back, taking out Jui. And Red Bull next, taken out by VOIN. It's going to be a 3-way war now for who will be the king of the hill. McCarries from the side will be finished off by Razak. And they will secure that 1 extra point. Here is Sam 9 still trying to hold their ground. But as a summary at this moment, VOIN is the only team with a full manpower strength.
And they have multiple eliminations as well. Quite a high kill volume. But don't forget, we still have these Xavier's 2 members alive down there. And I can see that they are interested to be part of this triangle fight between VOIN, FaZe Clan, and Sam 9. But Zeta tossing the first nick, just blindly toss, hoping it will somehow connect. And he has to reposition himself. Nate here on the other hand, nobody is actually giving any attention for these Xaviers right now. They're going to be okay. All they need to do is just wait things out when they wreak havoc between these 3 players or 3 teams. They're just going to get into it and steal it away. Vaxi managed to take down on Traxi. That leaves Sam 9 with only UI at the back line. With Fira managed to take down on Sharper. FaZe Clan finally ousted. And now Sam 9, how can they reset themselves to fight against VOIN, who happens to be having full 4 healthy men on their side.
And full focus on the Sam 9 right now. And only have 1 active player. 10 eliminations right now for VOIN Donkey. As the Xavier, they are closing in. The circle they chip away from VOIN Donkey. But VOIN Donkey, they have a mission. They want to finish off the final player of Sem 9. That is Yuhai behind this vehicle. Within the smoke, Zeta losing patience. Is moving in, but it's going to be Vexy that burns Yuhai down. Now it's between VOIN Donkey and the Xavier.
Oh, they lasted long enough for DX. Despite having only 2 players when it comes to the top 4 just now, nobody giving them enough attention. And here comes a 4v2. Can they turn the table around? Levi tried to reposition as far as he can, try to run down one of the players of VOIN Donkey. Zeta with almost shredded completely his helmet. Levi is down, leaving the last player of these Xaviers. Nate T, no hand grenade, 1 Molotov, 2 smokes, and bandages and first aid. And that's going to be down as Vaxi finish and wrap things up for VOIN Donkey. Scoring.
And VOIN Donkey with the chicken dinner. Starting off their campaign, they are part of Group B, so today is their first day. And they're able to start it off, kickstart it with a chicken dinner for themselves. This is a good one for VOIN Donkey. And the Xavier, second place finish, I guess, well, it's all just bonus points for them. And maybe a little bit of a flex if they're able to overcome eArena. But all that is just a bonus for the Xavier. But VOIN Donkey, these is the points that they need.
And they just start playing today for VOIN Donkey. The team that should be watch out for, VOIN Donkey, Team Secret, coming out from Group B, aggressively showing what they have prepared for the second week here and to enter the grand finals. And for the start of VOIN Donkey, they managed to get into the first super weekend. So I wouldn't worry too much about them. We do know Razak, Potato, Baxter, and Zeta all are capable to solo-handedly deal with a very tough situation despite being rushed in by a full roster team. So each individual, when it comes to their own personal skill, is already one of the highest benchmark out there. It's all about how to execute it as a team, and they just show us as a 4, they can be alive till the very end.
I'm glad on team stats their names are a little bit easier to read. Because in the game they go like, 5, 4, and then you kind of like have to like read between the numbers on who's who and all that. But yeah, VOIN Donkey. So they scored 14 eliminations this time. Chicken Data 24 points. That's pretty sweet for VOIN Donkey, and everyone contributed towards the eliminations that they collected this round. And it's quite clear that Vexy came up with the most damage and also the most eliminations while receiving the least amount of damage. So it's quite a ninja there while he's able to come up with those eliminations for the team. So it's a very good run here for VOIN Donkey. And the fact that they did not lose anyone towards the end, perfect 4. They didn't give any points away to any other team. VOIN Donkey, this is the team that is looking very strong. And of course, they'll be eyeing for at least the top 3 into PMWC. But wow, we checked on the highlights. We'll come back with more VOIN Donkey and their stats.
What a day, and what can we say about B Group other than they are the real heavy hitters in this season and this week. VOIN Donkey, the team should be watched out when it comes to Group B. These Xaviers, no questions there, but this is the least amount of damage. We actually see them in the top 4, 962, not even reaching 1,000 damage, while Sam9 did get into the circle quite early alongside with the Xaviers. Now, FaZe Clan did have some damage dished out, but I'm surprised at 962 damage by the Xaviers.
Yeah, that is super low for a team like the Xavier. But of course, they have a pass, right? They have a get out of jail card, so they can pretty much do anything they want at this point. And yeah, just go through the motions with the remaining 3 more games, and I'm sure we'll see the Xavier at the Super Weekend. But out of our top 4 teams, 3 of them are from Group B. Just saying there. As VOIN Donkey scores 24 points, the Xavier 11 points, Sam9 11 as well. SK 6 points. They need to do a lot more.
I wish SK is actually performing like this yesterday. Hopefully it's not going to be too late. We have Boom without any rank points. Same goes for eArena. 8 points, only elimination, guys. And we saw how to be taken down by the teams. I think it was Boom around the bridge area. So eArena, I mean, they are more secure to get into the Super Weekend somehow, because if you get more than 60 points, 80 points is the most comfortable zone you can be for starting off the Super Weekend. But Homeboys Vikings, oh boy. 4-0s RRQ and BTR. We talked about RRQ and BTR in a very shaky spot. BTR only got 1 point in last Super Weekend. They cannot afford to not get into this, but they're just starting here today, so they still have plenty for tomorrow. But for RRQ, this is questionable now.
Yep, 0 points this round, but Vexy is definitely not questionable. So he is the current man to watch here in this round. 5 eliminations, 725 damage, and only 100 damage received. So it is also the lowest damage received among all his teammates, while he dealt the most damage, dealt the most eliminations, and obviously survived to the end. So no doubt he's crowned the MVP this round. Vexy for VOIN Donkey brings a lot of firepower with the leadership of course, their IGL Potato that brings them this success here. But of course, it's just the beginning of VOIN Donkey. More to come for them as we check out the overall rankings.
Perfect 100 points from eArena. They still have 3 more maps. Is it 3? 3 more maps to go, I think. Or is it 2? 3? 4? 3. There you go. They still have plenty of maps, basically, for eArena. And that's no surprise. They're going to just break the numbers even furthermore. But when it comes to elimination wide, they are one of the most aggressive teams aside from the Xaviers up here. 69 elimination. That's crazy.
Yeah, the most among them all, right? I doubt when we flip over to page 2, we'll see any other team with that sort of number. If not, it would have been in page 1. So, but also to point out that Boom eSports, no chicken dinner, no problem for them. 53 points. And they only have 3 more games to go. They're on course. They're on course. Okay, flipping on to page 2 now. So my eyes still looking at those teams who have played 9 games. So SK, they rise up, but they're only at 28 points. So they need more than that. Same goes for still New Era and ETN.
Yeah. And the one that you watch out for, it's going to be the team that just played 3 games. Team Secret, 13th place. And don't forget about VOIN Donkey too. They did not have that much point, and sorry, they did not have that much games yet. But RRQ now being pushed down way further with multiple zeros now. It's 20th place, and they are the only one who played 9 games. MSC, they're still gonna play tomorrow. They still have a shot, but for RRQ, it's just it. With total point of 17, that's a huge point gap for you to reach to 60 points here.
Yeah, the only way now is the last 3 games to come up with something insane. Multiple chicken dinners, healthy amount of eliminations to come together with it, and then we're talking. But if maybe like 1 game, 2 games, they have a similar score, then it's going to be super duper hard for RRQ. And they're at number 20 right now. So if we end the day with them being on the outside of number 16, then automatically they're out. We don't even need to calculate day number 3 points. So RRQ is at the most dangerous position now.
We had an interview with RRQ before, if I'm not mistaken, it was yesterday. And they were being asked a question whether this version can actually win a smash rule just like they did last season. Question now, do they even get into the weekend to play the smash rule?
Well, of course, that's the biggest question right now that we have been talking all throughout the entire day, right? Their position right now is even more dangerous than even SK. And obviously, those are the teams that have played 9 games. They're the lowest team with the amount of points who has played 9 games now. So they're in a very, very dangerous spot.
No, the thing is, they are a legacy team. Experience-wise, they have vast amount of experience. If you compare, like for example, teams like SK or New Era, that's okay. But this is questionable. But we're gonna have more in-depth questions later on after we take this break. See you guys after this.
There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase.
now. But right amount of players bring barbecue to that top. New line reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go wild. Members of SEA already here. Rocky out the open, the smoke. Strategic. Go! The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
Paling untuk 3 yang lainnya, kalau misalnya kita kalah berada di hashtag 2 dan kita nggak bisa dapat hashtag 1, yang pasti nanti ada hukumannya, ya paling traktir sih atau enggak ya challenge-challenge rank lain. Tapi jangan sampai dong hashtag 2.
Mọi người hãy tưởng tượng tôi như kiểu một cái chùa đấy, với lại cái team của tôi như là một cái chợ ấy. Chùa thì muốn yên tĩnh, còn chợ thì lúc nào cũng ồn ào.
Okey, kepada teammate saya, kalau tengok video ni, harap tak ambil hati sebab semua perkara ni benar.
Solusinya ya gue tutup aja pakai bantal mulutnya Asa biar dia nggak berisik.
Ngenokin teman sendiri sih, itu ada bisa pakai bom, bisa pakai bensin, itu sering terjadi dulu di zaman-zaman RA. Nah kalau di zaman-zaman itu kita sering ngemoli teman kita sendiri, itu sering terjadi dan tapi kita ya ngebawa itu jadi lucu aja sih.
Điều ngớ ngẩn nhất cả đội từng làm chắc là những quanh nét và những quanh lửa, tại vì thay vì chúng tôi chọi vào địch thì chúng tôi chọi vào nhau.
Diorang selalu tinggalkan saya seorang-seorang, saya rest seorang-seorang, diorang memang lembab gila.
Wah, kalau itu gue pernah sih, waktu itu nge-post kompon, terus si Asa ngebom diri gue, bukan ngebom musuhnya, jadi malah friendly fire. Ah, parah sih dia.
Satu pemain yang aku bakalan pilih itu, aku bisa bilang Leon DZ, karena Leon DZ itu selain dari pengalaman dan juga skillnya dari tahun ke tahun itu udah cukup oke, dan jujur dari diri aku sendiri itu aku penasaran main sama dia, makanya aku pilih Leon DZ.
Cho em tuyển cả 3 người luôn được không? Thứ nhất là Tony Kay, hai là Rosemary và Kaluk, tại vì cả 3 tuyển thủ đấy luôn luôn nằm trong những cái top player của các giải đấu và cũng có MVP của mình nữa.
Saya akan ambil TODAK sebab dia punya backup laju and then sharp shooter.
Gue maunya Yami sih, karena alasannya gue pernah SEA Games bareng Yami, gue ngerasa klop main sama dia, sama berasa kompak, chemistry gue kayak ada sama dia.
Untuk Red FaZe, jangan maju mulu ya, karena gue bakalan maju dan gue yang lebih jago, jadi jangan sosok maju. Untuk Firman juga sama, begitu pula juga Pepeng. Untuk Boboho, banyak raiding lagi.
Đồng đội của tôi như cái radio vậy á, tại vì kiểu không thể tắt được á.
Manzi sebab dia ni macam star syndrome, selalu siap lambat, orang kena tunggu dia. Dia dah macam raja dah dekat dalam team ni. Asyik nak kena tunggu dia je, semua dia siap lambat. Confirm kena tunggu dia.
Oh, Asa sih, karena kalau Asa nih, kalau di GH, kalau di gaming host, dia tidurnya tuh ngoroknya paling kenceng. Jadi gue keganggu banget tuh kalau tidur. Jadi dia ngorok tuh berasa kapal pecah.
Hello, PUBG Mobile people, and welcome back to the interview section. After the first half, we are going to the fourth round of the day. But before we are going for the matches, join with me right now, players from VOIN Donkey ID. How are you guys, Fexy, Potato?
Doing good.
Good. After the winner chicken dinner, it's so interesting to see how you guys play really well. A lot of elimination, a lot of action. So maybe starting from FaZe, the MVP. Congratulations on the winner chicken dinner and MVP in the match 3 today. FaZe, how are you feeling right now?
Oke, pertama sekali selamat atas mendapat WWCD dan juga MVP FaZe. Bisa cerita nggak gimana perasaan kamu saat ini?
Biasa aja.
Yeah, just feeling normal. There's nothing to talk about it.
FaZe being FaZe, as long as he play good, so yeah, it's still good for him. So, your team didn't perform too well during last week's Super Weekend, finishing in 12th place. After reviewing your games, what adjustment do you think need to be made?
Ya, VOIN di minggu lalu di Super Weekend khususnya nggak begitu perform, dapatkan tempat ke-12. Jadi setelah di-review gameplaynya, apa perubahan yang dilakuin oleh kamu dan juga teman-teman kamu?
Kalau secara gameplay nggak ada yang berubah secara signifikan, cuma menyempurnakan aja, tapi permasalahannya ada di device kalau kemarin.
Yeah, I think we don't really having a problem inside the game. Basically, we just gonna make it perfect. Yes, here the mistake is here and there, but then I think one of the reason is because we are still far away in terms of device. It's just like we having time to adjust with the device itself.
Yeah, and right now I think they already play the best with the gameplay again. But for FaZe, DMR is one of your, we can say, secret weapon for defeating a lot of enemies. Between Mini 14, SK12, SLR, which one is your favorite?
Jadi ditanya kamu itu ya DMR lah, bisa dibilang itu salah satu weapon yang kesukaan kamu kan. Jadi di antara Mini 14, SLR dan juga S12K, di mana yang menjadi favorit kamu?
Tetap ke arah mini ya, soalnya dia pakai peluru hijau juga. Jadi tasnya nggak terlalu berat buat bawa peluru lainnya.
Yeah, I think I would choose Mini 14 is because of it's still using the same bullets for my AR. So inside my backpack, I don't have any problem with like taking a lot of bullets inside the bag.
Like Indonesian players always said, peluru ijo 556 is the favorite for FaZe. And we are moving to the IGL, the one and only Potato. So the first one, your team is known for strong performances internationally. But last year, you qualified to PMGC with the final local qualifying slot to qualify into PMGC. How are you planning to finish in the top 3 locally this time to secure your slot into PMWC?
Oke, ya VOIN itu bisa dibilang sentiasa tim yang menjadi tim yang selalu lolos ke global dan season lalu kamu mendapatkan slot itu dari slot terakhir lah qualifiernya. Nah, gimana rancangan kamu ataupun rencana kamu buat lolos ke EWC dengan ya slot 3 itu tadi?
Ya intinya kita main aja sih. Kita percaya sama satu sama lain, percaya juga sama Mas Ded, Coach Devian. Jadi apa yang dia katain kita ikutin juga dan kita menyempurnakan di dalam in game.
Yeah, of course, the first step would be we need to trust each other, and then the second step would be we need to trust our coach. Whatever the coach said to us, we just gonna follow. We just gonna put a full trust to him, and then yeah, we just gonna make it perfect inside the game. That's all.
Trust the coach, like Ryan always said too at the first interview. The last one, VOIN Donkey is often described as a passive team that plays objectively around the zone rather than aggressively taking fights. But in the last game, you secured a winner chicken dinner with a high number of eliminations. What was the difference this time compared to your usual approach?
Oke, VOIN itu terkenal dengan bisa dibilang tim pasif lah ketimbang tim perang. Jadi tiba-tiba tadi kamu mendapatkan WWCD dengan jumlah elim yang banyak. Apa yang berubah? Kenapa bisa daripada tim yang sering pasif tiba-tiba merubah jadi tim yang lebih agresif?
Tadi banyak yang nabrak kita dan kita berhasil buat ngedefend dan tentunya ada mini dari Bang Peksi. Jadi semuanya aman lah soal kill.
Yeah, I think one of the reason why we got a high elimination in the last match is because of a lot of teams that crashing to us, and then we managed to defend and secure our compound. And then one of the reason which is it would be mini 14 from VEXI, the clutch itself, and yeah, that's it.
Again, a lot of elimination from VEXI. Bro, you should be proud with your mini. So before we are going to the caster, VOIN Donkey ID has one catchphrase, which is gacor, right? So Potato, can you lead us VOIN Donkey ID? And we shout gacor together. Let's go.
Poin dan ID
Gacor! Thank you so much. And with that, we are going back to the caster for the second half. Bye-bye.
Gacor it is. Well, I mean, they definitely owning the domination across the battlefield here today. One thing that I think it's not being mentioned by a lot of people, you have to say that Potato is one of the best IGL, I personally feel, in the Indonesian scene.
Well, I think it's well mentioned, especially when he brought the only C team to PMGC last year. So he's still definitely a solid IGL. Very smart. He knows how to adapt. He knows how to play it. And he knows how to stream Gacho. I was half worried when he was asked like, oh, how are they going to do the Gacho? Is he going to be like, Gacho? Okay.
Nah.
Luckily, they pulled that off. So I'm okay.
But at the same time, you can see when it comes to his past achievement, when it was the very peak of alter ego, it was Potato during that time for IGL. I do question sometimes, do they regret letting him go?
Well, clearly, VOIN, they don't regret having him, so they're very happy with that. Just like how eArena, they're happy with their performance now. Top 4 fighters. But this is the quote-unquote sad award, how you always like to put it, right? But I don't think it's too sad for eArena, Xavier especially. They'll be happily up there in almost any stats now.
I agree. eArena seems to be the one that really taking the lead in weekend number 2, but we gotta wait and see when it comes to the weekend later on, because they are competing against big names. Of course, like these Avians, they never dropped their performance ever. CelcomDigi Alliance now rising up the occasion. It's been quiet yesterday, today. Super loud, especially when it comes to the end of yesterday. They start to build up the momentum and boom. It's always them out of nowhere, butting into everybody else's business. I love that, by the way, third-partying all day long. But we do have one last Erangel to go, especially for Group C.
Yeah, I do love the fact that we are having different varieties of teams from different regions so far. Of course, we're heading on to match number 4. The only region that has not had their flag up here is the Thai region. With the potential that they have, I mean, they're knocking on the doors for sure. So there's a potential that they might bring it back home. But like what you said, one more Erangel to go before we move on to Miramar. And then we'll forget about Erangel for now. So Miramar will be huge, of course, for the teams that have already played 9 games.
Oh, and at the same time, we can see a different shift of power when it comes to firepower, of course, with Group B playing against Group C. Yesterday has been a lot of eArena getting a double chicken. I think one of the many reasons is because Group B just loves to fight, despite like how VOIN Donkey says, they want to play it a bit more safe, but the fight just keep coming at them. They're just fighting it back. But also what they are fighting for, it's going to be the Esports World Cup. You guys saw the trailer before. It's going to be millions of dollars of prize pool up there. Everybody wants to be part of the show. Esports World Cup will be only once in a year. And during July and August, it's going to be this year. That's going to be the time frame. And PUBG Mobile will be one of it. Who do you think will take away the $1 million prize pool?
Wow, okay. Big questions to answer there. But of course, before we get to that, these teams here in PMSL SEA, they need to be hitting the top 3 at least, because only 3 from PMSL SEA will move on to Esports World Cup. But not only 3, but all of you out there can enjoy this amazing new phone beside us with this, which is a Tecno POVA 7 series, and this is the POVA 7 Ultra 5G. That's also used by our amazing players as well. So do try it out if you have the opportunity. Play with the phone and believe us. I mean, well, don't believe us because the players are already using it as part of the battleground, because it will allow them to win battles with ease. Thank you so much to Tecno for being together with us as part of our official sponsor of the PMSL Summer 2025.
And also sharing his journey of who will be the champion this season. Because I'm looking forward if there's any new contender other than the Xaviers, of course. No question asked regarding their performance. They're one of the most consistent team throughout so many years. And they didn't have too much of major shift of players. Do you think that's the main reason why they don't have issues to, re-evaluate every single season, because it's the same players and they stick to what they know best? It's just all about polishing the edges, that's it.
Yeah, that's definitely one. Believing in their lineup, they're consistent and they keep the lineup together for the most part. Yeah, some small changes here and there, but at the end of the day, they still maintain the core players in their lineup, and they managed to recruit the best of the best players in Vietnam. I mean, by now, looking at their achievement, every player in Vietnam, I believe, will want to play for the Xavier just because of their potential of going further, going far in terms of tournaments, and also winning tournaments for themselves. So definitely one of the visible things that we can see is that the Xavier, they have maintained their core players from back then. Can you imagine how long Lamborghini has been with the Xavier? It was like since the beginning of time.
Yeah, I'm actually looking over his past achievement and everything else just to backtrack how many years he has been without swapping too much. He's been in the PUBG Mobile since 2019. And starting off with a Reaper Killer eSport, that's a different team entirely. Starting off with the Xavier since 2021. When they won the Invitational Series and also the PMSL Vietnam 2021. So it just shows that he is one of the players that's pretty much an OG, way long than all the other players in here. I mean, Zaxi is one of them as well, right? But all we have right now is just Zaxi. But for him to stay as the key player and still perform after so many seasons and years, that's a lot of work and discipline.
Yeah, and he has not missed, for the most part, to the best of my memory, any major tournament. And he has been part of them. At least in recent time, he has not missed the PMGCs, he has not missed the PMWIs, whichever version that you want to put out. So it is definitely an OG there. Even like Zaxi, he has like one season lapse. Like last season, he didn't really play. But for Lamborghini, he plays every single season. And somehow he's still as consistent. Like some players, they would have been like, oh, I have burnout, falling off and all that, not able to catch up to the meta. But somehow a player like Lamborghini is just gifted, so to speak.
And it plays with the least amount of vacation, I give you that. Every single season, I don't know how he composed himself. I mean, he got his own family now as well. We know him way back before he even, have a family. I mean, his own family, that you get what I mean. But at the same time, it just shows that, man, this guy I don't think he even ever take a break from PUBG Mobile, like really cool it down. Like how you mentioned Zaxi, right? He did take a break in between. And KNF too. And KF, and I'm sorry. But yeah, at the same time, he's the only one that we've seen every single season for the past few years. Since PMPL years, and then we get into PMSL. And I think I try to recall if he's even in the PMCO days when he just starting off at ground zero. I need to backtrack that all the way. Who's the most OG player across the current season right now?
Yeah, he's definitely in the running, right? Now that I think about it, like who else? Who else can match up to his way back then until now and not missing all the major tournaments at the same time, right? It cannot be like, oh, okay, yeah, you're way back then, but then again, you miss some tournaments here and there. For him, he's arguably the most consistent individual player since then now. And how long more can he go? I mean, he still has a lot more years to come. Of course, mechanical skills over time will be a challenge, but he has probably found a way to even slow down that process to allow him to be mechanically strong as the years goes by even.
Yeah, the thing is, okay, I get where some of you guys, how about Newsy? How about Tony K? They all started almost the same time there. But to stick with the same team, I mean, even Tony K was in FaZe Clan. Newsy was in Infinity. And don't even mention about somebody like Beer or Stone. This guy's been changing teams. But Lamborghini is an exception there. I mean, for so many years and still going on. But you know what? We leave that for you guys to think over. Tell us in the comment who you think one of the OG players still stick with their team, because we're gonna head into a break for a bit. See you guys in a couple of minutes.
Shelby as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase. tournament begin. You did great. There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase. as a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase. Shelby as a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Erase. lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase. shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
And we're finally back. Cloud.
Yes, we are finally back. Okay, so don't worry. When you see our faces, okay, we will be going to the game very, very soon. Thank you so much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we will have 3 more games to go. We'll resume back with game number 4, the final Erangel for today. Without further ado, yep, we're not scamming you guys. That's the countdown there to our match.
We truly apologize for the inconvenience, but everything will go smooth sailing from here on. And with 50 seconds on the clock, players are ready to go. It's going to be the last chance of Erangel for teams coming up from Group C. Can they come back? Will they willing to put everything forward, especially for the teams that will have their last shot at our last Erangel right now?
And the last Erangel for day number 2 of week number 2, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to observe first the flight path. And I do see Tikaka Mountain, so it's probably going to come from the left side. Yeah, I see Quarry there. So it looks like it's heading towards the northern side. Okay. So now, of course, we're going to put a little bit more attention to the teams who have played 9 games but still don't have enough points.
Oh, RRQ will be one of them. Don't forget about SK and also ETN. I wouldn't worry too much about teams already out there and also in the middle pack. But one thing I knew for sure, coming up from Group C, they want to finish up strong for this week because 60 points, as always, is going to be the benchmark. And some of them did not even land nearby, even in the 50s. So even if you're not the most bottom of the normal, it doesn't mean you are safe yet. Hot drops, anybody?
So far, not yet. We see HOMEBOIS taking Primo since Vampire Esports is not playing, so that space is open for them. SK, our highlight team, directly into mid to the base. Maybe not, maybe by the bridge. But if they stop by the bridge, then, well, Sem9 is closest to them. Happen to be the circle on the left side where Gakai is at. So
it's a very similar circle. The last one.
Yeah, it looks like a familiar circle. Yeah, it looks like one. But at least this time we have a little bit more spread. Maybe I spoke too soon. Outer Ego FaZe Clan. Here we go.
Yeah, it's going to be around the Medusa intersection here. We're going to have our first contact made. Makar has managed to land a VSS, but unfortunately there's nothing in there. And it's a knife away at that point. At the same time, you know what? That's going to be the first blood by Daybot of Alter Ego. But it's also another surprise. Not just that, it's back to Casters. Our face once more.
Yes, we are back, people. So we had a little bit of a preview, at least based on the flight path, based on this round. The teams had a bit of a preview of where we might meet with someone else if we restart the game.
That's kind of true. I mean, that's going to be a good point for the teams like, especially FaZe Clan, who got stabbed by Alter Ego, and vice versa. So plan B, I guess it is second chance being offered. It's not every day you get that.
Yeah, so you have a second lifeline. Although these two teams is like, okay, today's their first day, it's still all right, and they're kind of like on track as well, so it's okay. But, you know, you don't want to let that one round go, so there'll be a chance for them to switch their drop spots, change their wherever they want to land. But of course, that's sometimes dictated by how the flight path is.
True. If it's the same flight path, the same circle, a high chance we're going to have a different spot for Alter Ego and FaZe Clan. But if it's going to be totally a different one. For today, Cloud, we did mention about the circles today has not been kind for the players coming out from B group. Maybe because they know these B group players are heavy hitters. And I feel sorry for C group to have to go through not just the heavy hitters, but a remarkably, extremely excruciating circle almost the entire day here today.
And maybe that's why when they saw like, oh, it's a Kaka circle. It's too nice. Never give them a nice circle. We have to like change again. Okay, wherever the circle is, another mate to the base, we don't mind. You know, things will be hard and fast, and I'm sure you like a lot of action as well when it comes to mate to the base, except for the players. The players, they don't like it. So when they see Kaka, easy circle. It's okay. We'll give you a different circle this time. Mate to the base, let's go.
We already had military base early on, but at the same time, Pachinki, I wouldn't mind. We saw Pachinki in day one of week 2. It was actually quite fun. I thought it's going to be a bit more quiet, but it shows that these guys have been growing so much across the years. They don't want to sit quietly as sitting ducks anymore. They want to change the norm of thinking, hey, if it's urban warfare, we have to get it going anyhow. We don't want to sit it quietly anymore.
I'm not infected by the Contra virus yet. Nope. Urban warfare, I'll leave it to Contra. I can leave it to you. It's fine. You know, give me a mate to the base all day long.
I just want Zaki, man. I just want Zaki for once. Then I'm happy. We never get to see Zaki. If in Miramar, we never get to see Patona. No, it's nice to have Patona new, but we never get there anyhow. Or, I mean, it's been a while that we actually have Northern Circle too.
Yeah, if it's north, make sure it's like all the way up. Like first circle, 50% water. 60% water. And then stage 2, let it be like still 50%. And then up to stage 5, it's like 50% water. Nice. I love it. I love it. And then you have that beach area that you have no cover at all. Perfect.
You know, might as well we walk down the memory lane a bit. This was like what, PMPL or PMSL? I think it was PMPL days. You remember when we still have Vikendi? The circle ended up in not even an island. It's literally on a dock of a ship in Vikendi as a first circle. I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, if only we get Vikendi back, right? Like Vikendi, and then you have Rondo, and then like you have 5 different maps. We just need to have one more complete, that every round is different. Yeah, but I do like that one. That one, it was the port area. Yeah, all the way up north. I remember that one, and the final circle ended there. That was fun.
I'm thinking about if I don't think Livik is big enough to have like 64 players in there. If we want to make 6 maps, so.
No, it's a small map. Unfortunately, the lobby doesn't have enough space.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm looking for if they can come up with a new map that. Right now we have, I think Vikendi, if we bring it back, it's the middle map, right? The same like Erangel. We probably need another size like Sanhok for that to happen.
Yeah, because Rondo is huge, right? So you already have like that mega huge map, which is bigger than, well, at least more land mass than Miramar. Then you get another Sanhok-ish map. Perfect. One round, one map. That will be super duper fun. And if that happens, you know what, for our viewers as well, if whenever you come in to watch, like if you watch in between, you don't need to wonder, oh, which round is this? Oh, okay, it's this map, so it's this round. It's like right off the back, right?
And that's kind of true. And also, if you can pick a season, because we do know every map has its own season. Like Vikendi is more snowy side. Sanhok is very rainforestry. And then we have Erangel, which pretty much like a normal sunny but green kind of map. And then we have the desert, like the Miramar, and then we have Rondo, who which map is like a mix of a very advanced modern tech with very oriental classic. If there's one more map that's like Sanhok size, what kind of map do you think in your vision you might see that? What kind of season we don't have yet? Typhoon.
We kind of have 4 with Rondo. I guess depends on where you go. So, so it's like what? Summer, autumn? Autumn. Yeah, I think we don't have autumn. Yeah. Let's create an autumn map.
Oh yeah, that would be kind of cool. With maple trees, right?
Well,
yeah, maple tree is actually a good. Do we have autumn in Rondo?
It feels like more of a fall. So I would say that autumn is probably open. Let's go with autumn.
Fall and I thought fall and autumn is the same, no?
No.
But it's more towards slightly winter-ish, I guess. But I would love a full autumn map. And if it can give a bit of a background, I would love a background that... What's the best? What's like a Canadian kind of background, you know? I wouldn't mind that.
Wow. What's a Canadian kind of background?
You know, there's like maple trees, colorful trees. We don't have that much colorful trees. Like when it's autumn season, right? You have like red trees, and then probably the buildings would be like a bit more westernized sort of building. It wouldn't be too wrong too, because we have a lot of oriental parts on the side of Rondo already. We haven't have like really westernized towns in any of the maps.
And you know what? That's the best opportunity to bring back Vikendi, because you have a castle in the middle.
True.
Yeah.
That's very true.
That's like where you can cosplay knights and, you know, do all the xing. And now since we have the machete, right? So that will be perfect. Like everyone goes just melee machete in the castles. with their
Make it a
maybe
sword.
like a knight skin.
A knight sword as well. Even the horse can have skins like the knight's guard skin. Yeah, pretty cool.
Oh yeah. I don't think there's a skin for the horse yet. So that's a good reason to do that.
I think it's suitable for teams like Vikings to play in that map.
Wow.
That kind of era. We're buying time, you guys.
Yeah, it's like the Icelandic era.
Yeah,
Vikings,
Nordic.
and they will hold an axe. And they'll have their own war cry.
Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, I mean we don't have that yet, and it's in in a Sanhok size map, so it's a 4x4 map. But would you put a lot? I think is it gonna be major on land? Or still have a lot of rivers in it.
I know. Put ice water, just like Vikendi, like you have the frozen river, but make it like make it slippery. Like the physics is like it's slippery there.
Oh, that would be nice. It's gonna be making it slightly difficult for the players, especially when they try to shoot somebody, right?
Yeah, when they try to run, they'll be like whoa everywhere.
And then whenever, I mean, this is going to require a lot of graphic. If they happen to be around the ice, I think it would be ice lake area, sort of. And then whenever the blue zone hits, the ice starts to break. And the players slowly dying in that, like they get froze to death in there.
Yeah, like if they swim in it or if they fell into it, then the timer goes. It's like, okay, you have 10 seconds to get out. If you don't get out, like you're out.
Yeah, it's not like the normal drowning in PUBG Mobile. It's actually faster because you get what we call it, frostbite in there if it's too cold too. That's pretty cool though. If that's the weapon, because nowadays we have like specific weapon in certain maps. What kind of weapon you want to see other than I would say if hand combat weapon, probably going to be the sword. But if it's going to be rifles, what kind of rifles do?
I want to see a Panzer.
Oh, that's interesting.
I want to see a Panzer.
Yeah,
I want to see a
really
mortar.
nice. Okay.
Yay! Wear your headsets, players. Because that's a sign if you wear your headsets.
I'm kind of anxious right now. They're not wearing headsets yet. Okay, so I think it's going to be a go time for all the teams. You can see how hardworking Lamborghini is, where all the teams, his teammates readying up for finally getting into our fourth wrangle of the day. He's still studying the maps just now.
Yeah, because now he has to think like, oh, okay, so new circle, surely new flight path. Okay, what to do next? Where to go? Where to start? Oh, Leo's playing checkers. Okay, all right.
He showed us. Oh, I love how all the players are discussing about their rotation. Probably if things didn't work out in that plan A rotation they meant to do at first. But another team that we talked about for Group B, Team Secret and VOIN Donkey. This is going to be the hot teams that everybody should watch out for when it comes to even the Super Weekend. I have a feeling that this two team will make it somehow.
Which team was that again?
VOIN Donkey and Team Secret.
Oh, for Super Weekend. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. I like to see Team Secret going through to this Super Weekend as well. Of course, because they have experienced players on paper, they should be able to make at least the Super Weekend. And then we'll talk about the Grand Finals later on. Of course, the first mission is to go to Super Weekend. But again, reminder, there are a few teams that have played 9 games who have not yet secured enough points. 3 more rounds to go for those teams, ladies and gentlemen, as we head back onto none other than the OG map, eArena.
All prayers and fingers crossed, whichever you want it to be, as long as you get this one going. Because right now, a lot at stake for the teams coming out from Group C. Like how Cloud mentioned, They're going to play a lot of games today, and it has been a long day for them. Stamina-wise, that's the bigger question. Can they keep up?
Well, if they can't keep up to 7 games, then the smash rule might be very difficult for them because it can go up to 8 games. But I'm looking at FaZe Clan Alter Ego. Okay, no round 2 for them. Okay, they're not gonna meet. Okay, so Alter Ego drops at Lipovka. FaZe Clan is going to Milta Power, so that's fine. But remember, we did see a 3-way fight in Yasnaya before this, but this time they're going to break up. SK, they're going to go all the way to Starper. Very safe start for them.
Yeah, at least the flight path is slightly different as well, so there's going to be a high chance of the teams dropping very differently compared to the glimpse of the start that we saw just now. But for the others, I'm looking at any hot drops between the team in the center of the map. We're still waiting for the first circle to pop. And it's still going to be Gaka Field. At least the circle is very similar than the last we saw.
Okay, redo the map. We cannot have Gaka.
No, don't. I'm so scared when you say that. No.
Yeah. Come on, Gaka. Okay. We'll roll with Gaka. Any teams meeting each other very early? So far, not. Even those teams dropping the Gaka, we have New Era here. Going to drop by the foot side of Mount Gatka, or some will call it Mount Olympus. But there's another team up top there. Slam 9. Okay, let's see if they are feeling like it.
On the side of ETN, the teams that we talked about, one of the teams in jeopardy when it comes to getting the slot in the Super Weekend, and right now they are in the 20s. Now, if we look at the gap between the teams that are playing here today, be mindful that some teams are not playing. They are from Group A. So there's a huge gap between the third place, CelcomDigi Alliance, even with the first place. That's a huge gap in between.
Yeah, but as long as they're able to make it into Super Weekend, that's okay. That's okay. Unless eArena with the remaining 3 games, they want to flex it out by breaking the record held by CelcomDigi Alliance of 141 points. Well, they're still on track with it. They can use that as a flex. But the thing about CelcomDigi Alliance, when they hit like 141, they're number 1. Super Weekend wasn't their best. So then it comes to the theory of like, you're the number 1 team. Like, we're trying to learn from you. We're trying to target you. We're trying to overcome you. So sometimes it can be good. Sometimes not so to be the number 1 team.
I agree regarding about the teams in the top 2 won't be an issue for them. But when the gap is huge between even the top 3, the first and the third place, it means the third place downwards, the gap will be very minute for the teams that try to compete as the top 16. So even if you are in the top 5 and the points is still around 60s, anybody can catch you up and also push you down. So that's also an opportunity for the teams that still have a game tomorrow, like Group A, to catch up to the points if they didn't make it through for their first day.
Yeah, they're definitely looking at the points very closely for Group A. As long as there's games, even though like, you only have like a handful of points and you're in Group A, well, you still have 6 games to go tomorrow and you're able to like just look at all these teams, especially for Group B, how they play, where they drop, the timings and all that, and try to overcome them tomorrow. But for Group C, of course, that's the highlight for today. RRQ, 70 points. Number 20, definitely not the spot to be in. Even ETN, even New Era, 25, 23 points. SK, 28 points. They are climbing up, but 28 points won't be enough. So 3 more games. Let's see if they can continue the momentum and strike more.
Yeah, they have to get average of around 10 to 12 points in each of the map. And the best way to get that, it's going to be tough with how they actually play the game right now to secure with eliminations. But it's best to secure like 6 eliminations and 6 points for positioning. I think that's going to be the more realistic way for them to actually view how they will get into the Super Weekend this week. But it's all down whether they got lucky or not as well. I mean, the 5% luck is still in there depending on the flight path, depending on the circle, whether they drop nearby the team that's aggressive, trying to go for the hunt or not based on the flight path, especially in the first few rounds.
Yeah, lucky for New Era, Sem9 wasn't too aggressive with them since they dropped. They grabbed vehicles. They want to focus on the loot first. So New Era, they got away with that. So that's okay. But of course, the same could be done by New Era if they want to go all in onto Sem9. But being a team that is only at 25 points and they have 3 more games to go. So not the spot for New Era to really dictate on how aggressive they want to be. They might want to look for other opportunities which can be presented to them. Now another team that has been a highlight since the Super Weekend, the BTR. Now with Ryan coming in, making his debut here today, how much of an impact do you think Ryan has been giving BTR?
To be honest, I feel like it looks okay for now, but we do see more Federales than Ryan so far. And I feel like they still try to sync up when it comes to chemistry and their direction. But wait for a second. eArena now taking on Vikings again. Twice in a row right now. It feels like they're hunting down Vikings multiple times, knowing the fact that they can actually win this one. But they might actually overestimate the Vikings for once here. As WTD2 and Duck will be taken down. And left with only Superman. But Sakura still bleeding out. Well, they still win anyway.
4 games in a row, 0 points. You don't always get to see that. Not even a single point for the Vikings. Okay, I know that they still have tomorrow, but 0 points, 4 games. That's hard.
Multiple times for today, they have been one of the teams that the first one to go out. I mean, not even position rankings. Not even a single elimination out of that. They managed to knock a couple of people down. And usually it's just one person down at the trade of 2 or 3 members of Vikings for the exchange of that one knockdown. It's not even an execution. It's not even an elimination for that.
Yeah, not even at all. I mean, for the most part, it's either like, okay, the first team to go out or the second team to go out, and then it's Vikings, and then you have no elimination points at all. It's tough. But ETN, they're meeting with Team Secret, a team that is very close in terms of points. They got GK, M16 should be able to secure this elimination point. But the rest of Team Secret, okay, they're coming in. Okay, they're trying to save GK. But lots of damage dealt by M16 now. The rest of ETN, they need to come and follow up.
None of them actually nearby. This is going to be tough for the side of ETN to revive. Planois is actually managed to revive at the same time, but they have one of the members still bleeding out. On the side of Team Secret, that was a heavy casualty fight for them. 2 of them finished off in an instant. For ETN, this is what they need, by the way. Team Secret, they still have tomorrow, but not in the case of ETN.
Oh yeah, so ETN is just going all in right now, trying to secure as many elimination points as possible. Now second time around, on to Team Secret. Not able to get anything this time. But they also have to be aware of the fact that the VOIN Donkey is around the corner as well, and they'll be passing by this area. Team Secret, summary after that fight, they got 1 elimination, but they lost 2 with now a smoked up vehicle.
Well, they need to find a replacement ASAP, because right now they are one of the furthest one away from the circle. As we saw, like around 500 meters away from the circle, shifted in stage number 2. Parajin, on the other hand, spotted out Alter Ego, open fires. They're cutting across the gut cuff field, going straight for the center. These Avis wasting no time at all. Well, Sem9, the rest of them are separated as Truxie being hovered by the rest of RRQ. And RRQ is also one of the teams that we mentioned earlier on. They need these points. They are in such a dire state. They're willing to make way for their unusual quiet start off and try to force their way into any fights possible.
And the fact that they got the elimination onto Trexie, the IGL of Sem9, so now they know that they have the numbers against the other members of Sem9, but it's not only them on top of the hill. Another teams is around the corner. Okay, that's New Era. So New Era, they need the points as well. So they might take their chances. And they seem to be heading towards where RRQ is at. Okay, or maybe they're not too interested. So now RRQ, Sem9, unwanted neighbors. And if another player of Sem9 gets knocked, then surely RRQ will rush.
It's a three-way war between these Xaviers here. They are fighting against CelcomDigi Alliance, and if I'm not mistaken, it was Alter Ego or BTR. BTR was against them. And we have another fight between FaZe Clan and Alter Ego right around the hill of nearby Gatka Field, where FaZe Clan is still having a 4 full man alive. But for Alter Ego, they lose none as well. So it's a pretty much a draw fight, because maybe BTR open fires just now make them realize, hey, we need to shift our attention and focus towards the team that are firing behind us. All of them shifted away their focus from each other and just trying to see what's happening on the other side.
Oh, FaZe Clan is focusing on the Alter Ego now. They see a smoke. Rosemary is there. Alter Ego, they're very spread out right now. And the moment Rosemary gets knocked down, he gets splat back onto the ground. Rosemary taken out by Red Bull. And that's going to be Alter Ego playing with 3 players now. But it's not only Alter Ego. Here comes BTR.
Seems like it's way more than we anticipated right on top of these hills. But the circle shifted away slightly downwards, covering some of the therapy town. But nobody is there, quite vacant. Everybody seems to be centralizing towards the previous center of the zone. And now everybody have to shift their way. And it's going to be a huge thinning of crowd from the northern side of the circle, with ETN, the furthest one away, so deep in the blue sky.
Oh, Potato. Oh, okay, miraculously made it past FaZe Clan. Okay, so far so good for Potato, but not out of it yet. Now he's going to be, crashing with Xavier. Okay, no, passing by. Okay, that's CelcomDigi Alliance. Okay, Potato just going on a merry-go-round right now. Potato. Okay. All right, finally found a spot.
It's the small shack once more, but he's alone and it's going to be tough. Level 1 helmet that's almost shredded completely. Now that's not going to be enough. At least he got himself 4 smokes, so he can actually exit out and try to find a better place to take covers, because we do know that the small shack will not last long enough. But next it's going to be eArena. They have their eyes locked onto a different team that's just passing in front of them. But for eArena, I don't know how much longer they're trying to lurk around here, because we do know for a fact they might want to gatekeep this. It's going to be Homeboys for the next one. Well, we do know Vikings didn't score any point, but the same goes for Homeboys now.
Oh, now Miros is doing the Potato. Okay, passing by team after team after team. And now trying to find a spot to stop. Oh, but Shamil, his vehicle smoking up. Oh, Shamil in the open. No vehicle. Gun down. Levi's will take his point away.
Oh, Homeboys, they have only 2 players left. Then they're quite out in the flat plain open. Mirrors, they barely got covers except for the hovercraft as well as the vehicles. And one not even as... Oh, Team Secret! Trying, didn't even show any mercy. Didn't waste any time at all. Homeboys and Vikings.
Another 0 round for Homeboys. You're not going to see this very often. 2 teams, still 0 after 4 games. This is crazy for Vikings and Homeboys. I don't know what else to say. I guess they just couldn't wait for a map swap after this to Miramar.
1 second of hesitance will actually give a second of opportunity for another team. That's what happened when Team Secret wiped out Homeboys. But boom, spotted out ETN. ETN, they're down to 2 players. We can see the difference of aggressiveness between the teams that really love fighting and the teams that's struggling down there. Where the teams that really crave for that bloodthirsty victim points, they just keep it going. They don't even think for a second. They just let their body flow with their instinct and just go straight towards their elimination points. That's how they have been doing for all this while for the teams that's so aggressive right now, including Team Secret or even eArena. Next, the circle shrink towards the center where Sam9 got it again.
Oh, and also CelcomDigi Alliance, I noticed that they're just right beside SK. SK don't have the circle on the right side of the circle, so they need to come in later. So we'll check on them once action starts. But now eArena, man, this team especially, they have a lot of points and they're still gunning for more 6 elimination points now. Now they're looking for New Era, and New Era is a team that needs points, but they have to get away from the crosshairs of eArena.
But New Era, oh wait, Sam9. There's a lot of VOIN Donkey who just won themselves a chicken dinner previously. And now Potatoes on the ground. The IGL needs help And Zeta might actually joining in. Potato kneeling down here as Semna holding their fortress well. Oh, Razak is next. But they're down to one player. Ferran, can he actually do the job by himself against Vaxi? This is going to be tough for VOIN Donkey. But Ferran still want to go for the revival first. But at the same time, Vaxi will not allow him to do so with the molly being tossed inside. And it's going to be tough as they have little space for Sem9. He couldn't save his teammate. You have been down. But for Vaxi, he still can save Razak. But there's shots coming out from
Vaxi!
too. And that's VOIN Donkey triumph over Sem9.
Wow, I do like the molly from Vexy to stop Firen from actually coming out and counter on the Vexy. And that stalled a little bit of time. He healed up and then he rushed in right after. Now, speaking about rushing in, Alter Ego, let's see if they can rush in right here to collect a couple of elimination points. Looks like the answer is not going to be so, as they will focus on getting into the compound just right below them. On top, it's still eArena. But we move on to the northern side. Here we have BTR and FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan and BTR both want to take the northern side of the circle by themselves. But I'm not surprised if Boom want to get into this as a third party as well, because that's what they do best when it comes to the week number 2 now. So Dar giving some pressure on the side of FaZe Clan, trying to challenge them to confront each other. But the moment he just overtook himself, FaZe Clan, GUI, managed to take a couple of shots to the side of BTR players, surprise them with that attack, but also giving away their position, which is not much space for them to take covers for FaZe Clan.
Well, now we shift away from FaZe Clan. We're back onto Alter Ego. Well, eArena, well, honestly, wouldn't be too worried about them at this point with the amount of points that they have collected. But maybe slightly for Alter Ego. They're only at 11 points if you kind of think about it after 4 rounds. As of now, that is. Of course, they still can collect more points this time. So we'll check on them later since they have the compound, so they will hold on to that. Unless Boom wants to play cheeky and try to crash in onto Alter Ego.
And they can actually do so, but they have to be extra aware about BTR as well. On the left side, it's going to be BTR, and on the map side, it's going to be on the right side. But for Boom, they want to stay a bit longer. I do know they do have slight elevations here, and they're wanting to wait about the next circle as well. It's not worth going in all way by not knowing the next circle, whether they still gonna get it or not, because they got some small compound to work with. The same goes for the teams that's on the left side, which is gonna be eArena and Alter Ego. They have some slight elevation. They're waiting it out, but not everybody will get into it because the circle will shift down south. And I have to say, CelcomDigi Alliance, they got a sweet spot down there.
Oh yeah, they do. They still have that a few compounds or a few houses, few buildings that will allow them to remain in the circle. But they sent out Olio as a scout to find an alternative. Now, Boom eSports and Alter Ego, they got Daybot, 2 more players from Alter Ego on the other building, and right now there's a smoke bridge created. And that will allow Boom eSports to infiltrate onto the other building where the remaining 2 members of Alter Egos is at.
Maybe they just want to bluff it out, just to bait out Alter Ego's utilities so they run it dry. But for eArena, well, we won't worry too much about them. We should worry about RRQ, because RRQ right now, they're not in the best spot ever when it comes to overall rankings, and they need to make it out alive. And only 1 player left, that's going to be GemForce against NC2 with very healthy HP. That's going to be tough, especially where he knows exactly where these guys are being knocked down before. This is going to be tough if they actually get barbecued. RRQ.
Oh, that was arguably the best chance to secure more elimination points by eArena, again being eArena. But now, Alter Ego, can they be Alter Ego against Boom eSports? It's going to be a 4v1 at this point. Alpha 7 against Boom eSports. Now tucked in the tight corner. And it's going to be Boom eSports all over him. And that is it for Alter Ego. This round, 1 point collected.
Better than none. Better than none. I have to say, this is the first time in my life to see 2 teams, not just 1, 2 teams, ending up with zeros 4 consecutive match. But we're not done yet, because the one in hundreds is still alive. And BTR, they try to keep the boat afloat. They've just managed to wipe out Sem9 before. There's multiple death boxes laying around. So they try to loot up and try to take advantage of it. But for eArena, they're not stopping, despite only have 2 players. Look at their scores, 8 eliminations, and they don't have a care in the world right now. All they want to do is hunting every single player down.
Yeah, they still want to try to break CelcomDigi Alliance record of last week's group stage. Well, 1 player down, that's NC2, turning K now, the star man of eArena. going up against Boom Esports on the lower ground. The geographical location does not favor him. Boom Esports, as long as they have this elevation against TONIK, they have a good chance to take him down. TONIK 50% of health, and now they're rushing through the smoke, and it's going to be Zero landing the final shot on the TONIK, taking out eArena.
Thank you so much, Boom, for shutting down that monster, because right now we have to give opportunity for all the teams, especially teams like BTR, New Era, ETN, and SK as well, to climb up the rankings. And they are the ones that have lesser games to play, especially NWE, ETN, and SK right now. Lucky enough, they're still alive. That's good news. But it's not great since they don't really have the center for ETN, including SK. We're still struggling against Boom. And Boom might actually be gatekept by D Xaviers. That ping number 4 there, it's one of the players of D Xaviers. And they try to just make sure their backside is clear and there's nobody else behind them. But we can see New Era start to make a move against D Xaviers, the way the direction they are going for.
Oh, and look at the circle. It favors BTR. They wouldn't mind a good run. But that means that circle does not favor Boom. So Boom now in a fight, in this kerfuffle. But at the same time, Levi's is guarding the inner side of the circle, though he is alone though. So won't be the biggest factor. But New Era might be a big factor here to Boom.
Zero's down. Oh, the smokes kind of translate. He's trying to revive the players, but it's an open field, Gatka. That's why it's everyone's nightmare to get knocked down in the middle of Gatka field right now. But they do have their bunkers working out for SK. But the thing is, it's not even inside of a circle. It's not far, but the moment they get down from those hills, everybody will start to shoot against them. On the side of New Era, they only have haystacks, which will not last long enough. Levi on the hand, then, despite being solo player, but he doesn't have any problem to, try to get elimination point with that small shack.
Yeah, and he's just stole away that elimination point for the hands of Team Secret. Now for SK, time to get into the circle. CelcomDigi Alliance on the right side, they're pretty much on the clear, but for Boom Esports, they're not on the clear yet. Now they have ETN to deal with. ETN lobbing a nade across, but ETN, Planos, Lockdown, and Boom Esports, 2 players crawling out for help, including Misery, Mastery, Zero gunned down as well from afar by Razy from BTR. So BTR from the inner side, they're not staying quiet. They're looking for opportunities.
Speaking of opportunities, running low for the side of ETN. Now there's another nade by Shen. That was a beautiful one against Team Secret. Yeah, they're down to... Oh, they're so close. He managed to just negate it away in the last minute. But Trank still bombarded by so many bullets by BTR, was it? Yeah, I guess so. That was Federella shooting from behind. Next, it's going to be SK saved by the bell of BTR just now. But we're going to have to see whether they can survive for the next couple of seconds, because CelcomDigi Alliance spotted them out. So many eyes towards the side of SK right now.
And Jimmy on a mission to save Leons. On the elimination feed, Silence gets eliminated by Snipe from New Era. Odeo gets Doki. Leons get gunned down by Sata. ETN, while all that was happening, eliminated at number 7 for elimination points. And right now, we're back onto Boom Esports. They are still in the game after all that.
And somebody needs to save Palmbet. While we're talking about them, don't forget, CelcomDigi Alliance also scored a 7 elimination, same goes for Boom. But for BTR, they have the most comfortable position here right now with the most men as well, and might catch up to the elimination points as the nade's being called over towards the side of Boom to lure them out or give them a bit of a pressure and warning. They're not taking none for the side of Boom. They slowly try to crouch and get into the smoke, hoping that the smoke will blind. But the moment the smoke dissipates, it's gonna be death execution on the side of Boom. It's gonna be tough for them to go against the entire crew of BTR.
Yeah, they're going to maximize their opportunity now. Well, Federal is maximizing his opportunity. Taking out Snipe from New Era. Another point for BTR. 7 elimination points right now. Mastery eliminated. CelcomDigi Alliance, they're already at 8 eliminations. But look at the next phase of the circle. BTR still has it.
And BTR have 8 as well. We're down to the top 4 with the D Xaviers. The Purges still survive for the longest time. CelcomDigi Alliance left with 2 players. On the side of BTR, well, we do know high chance they're going to score this chicken dinner. The highest percentage, it goes always towards the most players. But at the same time, I want to see how much more can they go with the elimination points. Can they score all other 3 teams to get that chicken dinner?
Yeah, that will be interesting, right? Because right now on the chart, Like if we were to look at, okay, XSOPHERE, they're fine. Okay, whatever result, it's not the biggest impact for them. But still, our highlight team, SK, now in top 4. Let's see how many more elimination points can they get and how far can they go.
They barricade themselves with a lot of vehicles down there, and CelcomDigi Alliance a bit busy towards the attention focused towards the side of BTR. BTR, they did actually rack a bit of havoc in the middle there, so all eyes onto them right now. They got themselves a small shack, and look at CelcomDigi Alliance and as well as the XSOPHERE. All eyes towards, even SK is watching on BTR. BTR, they have to just defend 360 degrees at this point, but at least good news, they have enough men for that.
Well, BTR now raining the nades down onto Olio, hoping for it to connect, and it's going to be Shin that knocks down Olio. But who's going to be the one to secure that elimination point? Shin will want to put it in the pocket of SK. Second elimination point for them. They're still in the circle. Now, there's only one team right now that's not in the circle yet. One individual. It's going to be Levi's of XSOPHERE. All in focus on them. Look at the nades rain down the Levi's.
Ooh, they still have plenty, Cloud. Look at the Troubles. 13 still in the pocket, and they have plenty to keep popping the smoke up. They know for the fact that nobody else coming up from behind it. They checked it multiple times before, and this is genius coming from BTR. Keep popping those smokes up. Nobody can see exactly where they at because they still have that full 4 walls. Despite it being a small shack, it's still enough to cover them from any bullets flying over. So the only way for SK, CelcomDigi Alliance, and XSOPHERE to flush them out is by replying with their hand grenades as well. But the thing is, the distance is making it so difficult, and now the circle shifted away from this side of BTR. Like it or not, they have to push themselves forward and get out from that very small shack.
Yeah, they have to leave the shack right now, but they have the numbers though. CelcomDigi Alliance 2 players, SK 2 players. Unless they combine together, then they will equalize the number of BTR. SK definitely looking at BTR. Probably the same for CelcomDigi Alliance because they know that BTR is not in the circle. They will need to come out, so might as well call it a truce for the moment and focus on the BTR.
It's difficult to visualize. I mean, look at how they just keep popping those smoke grenades. It's down to 5. Still have plenty. 14 hand grenades still not being used. They even reloot themselves with the death boxes laying around. But at least Jimmy spotted on 1. And Jimmy might be the game changer for the entire group of BTR. 2 almost being knocked. But they still managed to take covers on the side of CelcomDigi Alliance. They got the best view to go against BTR right now. On the side of SK, it's total blindness to go against BTR, but they can take a shot towards CelcomDigi Alliance. Now, it's going to be a 3-way war regardless of that. BTR, who are they willing and who are they aiming for to take them down first? That's the bigger question.
Okay, step by BTR trying to get into the circle at least, but CelcomDigi Alliance definitely not going to let them go. As Jimmy OP still keeping an eye out to them. Binla's doing the same as well from the other side, but they're looking at CelcomDigi Alliance. Okay, now Jimmy is making his move as Binla gets Jimmy OP. Will be eliminated immediately. Point number 3 for SK.
It's giving aid to us BTR indirectly. Because CelcomDigi Alliance is the only team that can actually take down a BTR right now. They're going to charge in. They had enough, but 2 down, but still at the cost of what? And now, SK, they can actually score a chicken in at this point. It's 2v1. Oh, they got 1 man knocked down, but he didn't pick up straight away. Now Razor not wasting any more time. They have plenty of hand grenade. They don't want to go against SK in a short combat. They want to go and finish this off with a nade galore. But Shin still can't pick up his member. Can they heal up? Not there. That's not the best place. Oh, there was no. Razor been tossing the same spot. They still take that spot as covers. Why?
Oh, but where's Shin gonna go right now with the blue right behind him? If it moves forward, looks like Shin might deny away the point. And he will deny away the point from the hands of BTR. BTR finally scores the chicken dinner.
Props to BTR, but that wasn't an easy one. That wasn't easy at all, Cloud. CelcomDigi Alliance got a clear view on BTR. They know the real threat when they see one. SK, we're going to deal with them later. They know CelcomDigi Alliance got a clear view, so they dealt with CelcomDigi Alliance in an instant. That took a lot of courage to go charge right there to put the whole team at jeopardy. But for SK, why did he go and take cover to the front? Because that's where the nade being tossed around. And that's how he managed to evade from the explosion. If he actually go from the back point, it actually makes more sense to me. But maybe it's just an instinct. and a split second that they have to make a judgment call anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's also a split-second decision, right? Like, for our view, we get to see where the nades are flying, but from their view, they don't. They only get to hear the audio cue when it lands, or yeah, when it's close enough to them if they're able to see it, right? So they have to just make the best decision possible of not staying at the same place, and that's why he tried to go front, move back, as long as it doesn't stay the same place, because if it stays the same place, it's kind of obvious there. But then again, sometimes it's really down to like, you know what, it just happened to land, and that just kind of happened. But he definitely tried by moving back and forth. But we also got to give it to BTR with the fact that they were ready with all the utilities to just launch it onto SK, launch it onto CelcomDigi Alliance, that allowed them to gain this chicken dinner. And their debut player, the latest signing, coming from Malaysia, Ryan, has the most eliminations. Okay, and with that, but then Sata, he does have the most damage. So we need to check out later on who exactly will be the MVP. But that's a lot of eliminations in total for BTR. Let's check out the highlights while we're at it.
Well played on the side of BTR, one of the most diverse team when it comes to communication-wise. It's going to be a huge challenge for them. But nonetheless, we can see they are performing better and better every single time. And I agree with the Ryan debut. I feel like they do have a bit more firepower this time, but at the same time we can see they still try to build up the chemistry, and it's slowly building up in a good way. But nonetheless, CelcomDigi Alliance damage-wise, my god, 3,268 damage. I'm looking forward for how much elimination they do actually secure.
Well, I'm looking forward to how far Sequoia would have gone here now that they are part of our top 4 teams again. We need to look at the scores later. But before that, this is the debut guy, the PMNC Malaysia top terminator, Ryan, with his debut day, coming in as the MVP. 5 eliminations, 573 damage. It looks like he's slotting in very, very well with the rest of BTR.
And also, when it comes to the headshot percentage, one of the high end as well. Usually we get to see around 24%. It's slightly higher than the usual 27%. It means that he's contributing so much for the team and damage-wise as well with 5 eliminations. That tally up for 100 damage for each of the elimination he gets. And he's not hiding himself. He just go gun blazing out there with 276 damage received as well. I say, in his debut for PMSL, he doesn't show any nervousness, no any awkward times. He know exactly what should be done and how to play his role well.
Specifically from the land of Sarawak. Wow, that is another new talent to have been discovered here and picked up by BTR directly. Can you imagine, like, from PMNC Malaysia, top Terminator, your team was at number 3, hardly almost make it into PMSL, didn't make it, and then you immediately picked up by BTR, and now you're putting in this sort of performance. This is crazy for Ryan. That brings them 21 total points. CelcomDigi Alliance 14. SK, this is what we want, and we want more of this. 10 points this round for SK. Together with Boom, also 10.
I wish they pulled this one back a bit earlier for SK, because it is the side of SK that we've been waiting for an entire week. And for the side of BTR, I mean, I'm loving this. I think we can expect and anticipate they're going to be more fierce in the next few rounds. But this is where there's going to be a lot to talk about. HOMEBOIS and VKE. Vikings and HOMEBOIS be the first team to have 4 maps in a row in the same day, having no points at all.
I mean, if they end with a 0 the entire day, that will be record-breaking. Hopefully that doesn't happen with 2 more rounds to go. And of course, we're going to switch up the maps to Miramar after this. But looking at the overall rankings, Boom eSports, no chicken dinner, no problem for them. They're at 63 points and they have 2 more games to go, so they're pretty okay up there. But on page number 2, okay, this is where we start to look at like ETN, New Era, by the edge of it, 28 points apiece. As for SK, okay, 38 points now. 2 more games. Can SK actually do the dream?
And also, keep an eye out towards BTR. We have a new contender when it comes to the team that have least amount of games that's played by them. Already start to push themselves slowly up to this first page. They already overtook Team Secret. And VOIN, the only one in the top 6. They are at 6th place with the least amount of games being played. And Arik is the only one with the most games played. They are still on the 3rd page. So that's going to be a lot of shift later on today.
And here we have the top damage, the gunslingers, CelcomDigi Alliance, BTR, eArena, and also SK. eArena, well, they're still going around gunning people, even though they have a lot of points right now, and they're very comfortable to see the Super Weekend. But of course, our highlight team among all these teams is SK. Now that we're switching up the map, so I wonder how much that will affect SK. 2 more games for them.
And I love the fact all different regions coming up for this time for the top 4. And we haven't got any flags from the Thai region yet to score any chicken dinner. eArena right now, they don't really aim for those chicken. They just aim for those eliminations. That's what they have been going on for the entire day too here. So their objective is very different from yesterday, because we're going to head over to Miramar, very dry land after this. I'm looking for, okay, SK, I feel like they still have a shot. It feels like their morale boosted up. But can they push slightly more for the points? Because right now we talked about 60 points and it still needs some work at this Miramar 2 maps remaining.
But the only one that can answer is really themselves, right? Well, I'm sure they'll be glad if we continue on Eranga since they found their momentum in this map. But the fact of the matter is that we have to switch the map. It is part of the format. We're going to go to Miramar after this. So SK, 2 more games and a dream. And you guys don't need to dream any further to enjoy the Attack of Titan collaboration with PUBG Mobile, because right now it is available inside the game. So check it out, this new event. It comes together with Titan transformations, ODM gear, and a lot more goodies awaiting for you inside the game. And if you happen to do any content, don't forget to hashtag PUBG Mobile, hashtag PUBG Attack on Titan, hashtag Attack on Titan, and hashtag AOT.
Yeah, and we have Levi standing next to the PUBG character. I don't know if it's something to do with the same D-Save as Levi or not, but we do know there's going to be a rare collaboration again. Shall be American collaboration where you can have the American muscle vehicle, which we don't get to see too often around Southeast Asia region. If you can see one, do take a picture in the real life ones, because the Shelby GT500 and and 427 Cobra will be at a limited amount of time. It will only be available until the July 6th. So make sure you guys don't miss this one out. And make sure you guys tag us if you happen to grab yourself any of the Shelby collaboration or the collection. Don't forget to tag us and tag PUBG Mobile and hashtag away Shelby GT500 or Shelby 427 Cobra and hashtag PUBG MX Shelby. And we have a new one coming up too, and I think this is not really a wonder anymore. Cloud?
Yeah, it's not, because we're going to reveal this map to you, which is the World of Wonders Elimination Skill Fest. And you can check this map out. Just put in the number 12886867. 12886867, and you can try it out, this new World of Wonders Elimination Skill Fest. And if you do any content, again, don't forget to hashtag PUBG Mobile, hashtag PUBG M380, hashtag PUBG MWOW, wow, hashtag PUBG MWOW380. Now 4 hashtags for you to get noticed here, and who knows, you might be featured on the official social medias of PUBG Mobile in the future.
Yep, keep making content, and you guys can be a creator too for PUBG Mobile here. Now we're back towards our serious business talk. Okay, we're gonna go from the teams at the very bottom first, especially the teams that are already done with all the Erangles and Sanhok maps so far, except for the Miramar. It is still doable for RRQ.
I will give them one more game if they have an explosive this game, and then okay, let's talk about the final game. But if this round they go out like 0 points, 1 point, 2 points, then the final game is super hard.
Yeah, because RRQ Rio is one of the teams that didn't make it through for the last Super Weekend. So if they miss the chance for this week as well, they have to say goodbye for the slot and the seed for the grand finals later on, because only 16 teams will march through to the grand finals, and we only have 16 slots for this Super Weekend, so it's the same thing. But other than that, I have a good feeling about CLCOI. I feel like I want them to go. If only it's got chicken just now, it was so close of getting it as well. Now, if they can actually push a bit further in this Miramar with more elimination, it's doable.
Yes, more eliminations with maybe a chicken dinner, and then we're talking about like them doing the miracle run of making a huge comeback to see at least the Super Weekend. They touched the Super Weekend, then we talk about what are the chances about going into the grand finals. As long as they get there, they must get there. No negotiation for CLCOI. And yeah, CLCOI, if they can do it, they're a team that rise up from PMNC Vietnam, making this kind of miracle run, getting themselves the Super Weekend, and maybe the grand finals. It's actually an amazing story to tell.
Yeah, that's kind of true. And also, I wouldn't worry too much about HOMEBOIS and VIKINGS here, because they still have a shot for tomorrow. And the fact that CLCOI can actually come back within the second day here, it means that despite they having 0 point, I hope it's not going to be the entire day, because it's going to be a new record entirely, 2 teams at that, to make that happen. Hopefully that's not going to be the case. If even that happens, they still have some hope, like how CLCOI actually exhibit how they try to come back within that pit, that darkest pit just now.
Yeah, let CLCOI be sort of an inspiration. Of course, they have not done the business yet. They still need to do it, and if they can somehow do it, then okay, absolute inspiration of a team that like came from behind all the way to make it through. 2 more games to go for CLCOI and RRQ. Looking at you as well, looking at New Era as well, looking at ETN, they all still need those points. So it's going to be very important for them to bring them in, because they all have only 2 more games to go.
That's true. For RRQ, I think it's going to be tough. Like, I'll say it up front, I don't think they can actually make it, because right now we have Group B playing. They are heavy hitters, and with eArena not stopping or showing any sign of slowing down, they are going for a hunt. And right now, if you don't fight back, that's going to be it. RRQ, they never initiate fight. They always get ganked up by the other teams whenever they try to rotate. And they're always caught by surprise. And right now, the only way for them is either change their drop spot or try to hot drop themselves into the team and force the fight anyhow, because it's either they have nothing else to lose at this point.
Yeah, try to be a bit more optimistic for RRQ. So come on, RRQ, this round they have to do it. This round they have to score big. If they score big somehow they score big, then okay, the last round we're talking. But if they don't, then well, I guess I have to join the bandwagon of being pessimistic for RRQ because it's just so weird to not see RRQ. We're not talking about like even going for championship or something like that. Right? We're talking about just qualifying on the Super Weekend. And they are now very far away. They are, out of the teams that have played 10 games, they have the least amount of points. And this is RRQ that we're talking about. With this lineup on paper, it's kind of hard to see them being there.
Yeah, on paper, it looks flashy. But I'm going to still be on the pessimist bandwagon because right now it's a bit downhill for me with how they not being how they used to. We've seen how aggressive when the Peko just go crazy sometimes. He's up there alongside with Red FaZe, alongside with all these heavy hitters up there, but suddenly they're being tamed down. I don't know what's the main reason. And Hans, for you, yeah, we do know he transferred from Alter Ego and now getting into RRQ, but we've seen the best of him before. It's just trying to gel as a team seems to be a bit difficult for them. And yeah, I mean, RRQ proved me wrong for once. I want to see that happen.
Well, absolutely, right? Absolutely. I mean, well, I guess it's about high time that we also consider that there are also other teams as well looking for enough points in the last two games, like New Era, like ETN, like yeah, even though they are like newer names into the scene. Well, maybe not so much for New Era because they were here last season, just that they re-qualified back from PMNC. Being newer teams, they are pretty much in the same bracket of like KHOI, and hopefully they'll be able to do well. And here is our second last teams to focus. Well, for me, I'll be honest, I just go like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and I just try to give a fair share of logo to all the teams. But you seem to be very consistent with your teams to focus.
Yeah, it's going to be the same team I'm talking about every day and the whole day anyways. Because right now I feel like these are the teams that, you know, I expect them to really... we get to see how they gel up together, how they will try to work out as a team. But for BTR, it just shows that they got what they get when they actually get that chicken dinner. And the diversity of BTR, that's something that's outstanding for me. You're coming out from different culture, 3 different cultures at that point, but still try to work things out as... imagine their communication. Sometimes they have to speak English for Federales. And I assume by the end of the Federales can speak Bahasa possibly after this season. I'm not even surprised at this point. But yeah, I do like the point that you mentioned about New Era and ETN. Now, New Era, at least, right, I still can, it can be pardoned for ETN and New Era because they are new teams. Even though the players are not all new, but especially for New Era, they still perform better than a seasoned player like RRQ. What's their reason then?
I'm just trying to reflect on like a New Era last season as compared to this season. As of now, it's not like significant improvement. Last season, they didn't make it into the grand finals, so that was something. Did they ever make it into the Super Weekend for New Era? The answer is no for last season. So they missed out on 2 weekends on the Super Weekend. So if they can somehow, with the last 2 games, able to slide into the Super Weekend, I would give them a improvement point. But if they don't, then, well, pretty much same for New Era. But one point to note is that New Era, they didn't change their lineup. So they are staying true with their lineup from last season to here. But yeah, I guess at the end of the day, it's all about the results that people are zooming in onto. So if they don't make it through again, then it's going to be a re-qualification again from PMNC for New Era.
But yeah, heads up for Group C once more. Boom Esports, RRQ Rio, CelcomDigi Alliance, New Era, eArena, ETN Esports, D Xaviers, and KHOI Esport. Why did we mention them so many times? Because now there's only 2 maps remaining for these teams. If they don't go all out, they'll be sitting and biting their nails for tomorrow's outcome, because tomorrow Group A will be back. They might change the fate for many teams in Group C who did not secure more than 60 points by end of today's matches.
Oh yeah, not too worried about D Xavier. for obvious reasons. But we do have our suspects here that we need to see them perform well in this Miramar match and also the following match that is. So 2 more games. None of them are truly safe from the ones that we have mentioned. So but the ones that are like kind of safe, okay, Boom Esports, they're okay. CelcomDigi Alliance, also kind of okay. So we can kind of like, okay, they're fine. But majority of Group C, okay, now we're counting. RRQ, New Era, ETN, Sequoia. So we're looking at least 4 of them that has 2 more games to go to prove a point that they are worthy of being in the Super Weekend. If not, then, well, these 4 teams, they also didn't make it into last week's Super Weekend. Is that automatic out for them from PMSL?
Yeah, it's half of Group C didn't make it through the first Super Weekend. They don't want the same fate to be fallen upon them when it comes to this weekend as well. And I'm not a big fan of the same team not managed to get into the Super Weekend. I want everybody to have a shot, at least a taste of the Super Weekend with the Smash Roll implemented as well. But as we see eArena, Moment definitely lost a lot of weight compared to last time. So much weight. I think he's working out possibly. And he's flexing on that 5G. There you go. But on the side of Moment, he's happy and jolly as always. I like this kind of vibe coming from Moment. Every single team must have one player like that.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's flexing his arms, right? It's like, okay, look at these arms. Not the 5G. Look at the arms. Next season, you will see me beat even like the bulkiest of players, okay, whoever they are, right? I try to imagine like one, but it doesn't pop out in my mind. But anyway, gonna jump in onto a new map. So it's gonna be Miramar, people. 2 more games to go. Let's go.
It's back on Miramar, ladies and gents, and now we're second to last map of the day. Can they make it? Will they actually finally break? Because right now, Miramar, we don't know how crazy this map can be and how crazy the map circles has been going on today. And at least the Flight Prof has been generous with splitting the map equally into the west and east side, and Power Grid, we're seeing some things to drop there as well. It's all about the circle, do we? We wanted to see something outstanding. Make the entire day a complete evil circle. Can we do that?
Complete evil circle. Let's go Impala. Let's go to very rare Patona. Or let's go Oasis. Okay, either one of those. All right. We don't want to complete a circle. Okay, that's kind of nice for all the teams. A lot of space to play with now. But let's get 50% of water in the first circle. But I'm also looking at the 50% chance of a fight up north. FaZe Clan, they're overlapping another team. So that could be an early clash up north. Anywhere else, we need to wait for the drops. But up there, we're going to see one. Okay, we have them on screen right now. So it looks like it's FaZe Clan and New Era.
New Era. Oh, we did mention about New Era needed a point. And it's guess FaZe Clan who got more shots for tomorrow as well. Might ended up around truck stop or the Terminus Generalis, that area. But maybe Impala is still in there. We're going to have to wait and see because the hot shift sometimes do happen multiple times in a day. But so far on the side of HOMEBOIS, they're going to drop themselves a Patona. I think that's a pretty safe drop for them since they're not scoring anything at all for the entire day here. My eyes onto Vikings too, because it's always eArena trying to find the rest of Vikings here.
Well, at eArena, they have no problem to take on head-on fights. And if the Vikings go out again early, we all know. But hopefully that doesn't happen. I mean, this is a bigger map in the first place, right? So you have a lot more space to play. If you don't feel like taking those fights, you want to survive a little bit longer, you can actually do so. And now we have the Vikings on screen. So it looks like they're going to play around Los Leones. Los Leones is huge, is big. You can avoid early fights here.
Yeah, on the south side of Los Leones. If we see eArena, who dropped himself around San Martin before, managed to squeeze their way into the south of Los Leones. Now that's personal. If they go to that extent just to find the Vikings should take that personally.
But lucky for them not. Okay, so yeah, because if that truly happens, then you know that somebody stole their lunch. Like, oh,
Definitely.
eArena stole my lunch. Oh no, Vikings stole my lunch. Okay, and then they just settle in the battleground.
Or maybe try to block the hotel room's door with something, so it makes even harder for eArena to get out the next day or something. I don't know, but something personal is going to happen if that's going to be the case. But for eArena, we do know they're going to go for a hunt. And the one that closest to them is actually BTR last time we saw them. And even around there, I think ROQ was around the water treatment area as well. So either one of these teams have to be aware that how aggressive eArena has been going for the entire day here. They might want to aim for this elimination, so it's best for them not to stay quiet too long in that particular compound, unless if they have a plan B to fight back.
And speaking about eArena, so if they have the intention of breaking CelcomDigi Alliance record, they are 33 points away from breaking that. And in 2 rounds, I mean, eArena, a team that often comes up with a lot of elimination points, they're definitely on track to break CelcomDigi Alliance's record to be the kings of the group stages. But now, new era, and also FaZe Clan. Last we saw them, they were next to each other, and looks like the fight will continue on.
Yep, Christie Valley. And GUI will be actually saved by Canary. No fall on the other. I'm surprised how they did not aggressively approach, knowing the fact that he knocked down on one. Maybe because his bullets weren't completely looted up before. He was trying to find some loot. But now it's a bit too late as they managed to pick up on GUI and managed to score down a couple of bullets to his side of Canary. But GUI healed up almost full HP now. This is not great for Nofall to keep it going. None of his teammates nearby.
Well, he's going to take this risk, it seems, and with the shotgun, he knows that that's a very clutchable weapon. He gets one. Can he get Dewey, who's on the lower ground, and he will! Switching up to the UMP, 2 knocks back-to-back for New Era, and he will secure the elimination points.
Bold choice. That was a big one, but unfortunately, on the other end, when they actually have 3 versus 2, I assume that maybe they are better as 1v2 instead of outnumbered the opponents, because right now, they are falling the numbers down to only 1 player around versus 2 of FaZe Clan. Red Bull versus Red Bull and Shopper versus the one Snipe coming up from the side of New Era. Whilst the other partner of their Nofall, New Era players is a bit far from the rest of them. There's nowhere that he can actually reach out to these 2 players in time.
Yep, eliminated. Unfortunately, now it's going to be Snipe against the 2 players of FaZe Clan. Rushing to the compound. Snipe, not able to switch over to his weapon in time. And he'll be taken out with the DBS. And now it's going to be New Era. Only Nofall left. And I noticed that New Era is not playing with their regular IGL Zuli. So a switch of a lineup for them. But hopefully that gives them the return that they're looking for. But it's going to be hard now with Nofall, the only player left.
I feel bad for Nofall right now. He did so much work by himself. But unfortunately, the rest of the team are already gone. Now he has to fight another 2v1 situation. But we've seen him actually did that just now. Can he actually pull another clutch for his team? He got one. He got one. But down to 40% of HP. This is going to be tough as Chopper finish of New Era. But FaZe Clan still hit with heavy casualty, remaining with only 2 players left. Now this is going to be another interesting matchup. SK versus M9.
Okay, doing the scouting work. While the other players of SK on the lower ground providing extra cover, extra support. Sem9 trying to secure at least a knock. But not able to, so it's okay. At least they are able to shoo away the players of SK and telling them that this is our spot, okay? Don't come here and try. And SK, they decided not to, which is fine. Stay in the circle. Play a little bit safer. Don't take those unnecessary fights and they'll be fine.
Still trying to figure out if they can wrap things around against SK, because SK keep poking them from the sides. So it's a bit uncomfortable for the rest of Sem9 to sit it quietly, because we saw they are quite in the center of the circle. There'll be a lot of teams nearby too. If they open fire way too much, they might not have enough resources to sustain themselves as long as they need, because there's so many people around the radius of Sem9 just now. But as for VOIN Donkey, they're coming in late. They make it a chill entry in towards Ascender de Patron. And last time we saw FaZe Clan was on the northern side. So I don't know where they're at right now.
And the fact that they have two players, so FaZe Clan might want to play this a little bit more passive this time. So coming from the north, last we checked, they don't have many teams in front of them, so they might want to take it a little bit slow this time. And in the overall points, 21 points plus 4, 25 points. They're okay. Not the best, but they're okay. And yeah, now we do see FaZe Clan. Still, they cruise the valley. Circle is going to be centered around La Bendita. So FaZe Clan, they can take their time still.
Now is the best time for anybody who want to get into the down lower ground in the crate of La Bendita if they want to. They can just wait it out because usually a lot of players will try to be at the ledges at the high grounds of La Bendita to see and scout for any movement from the outside. But for Vikings, now I really wish they don't end up in another 0. But they are on the move. They are very close to La Bendita. It means that it's quite in the center right now. But they might bump into BTR just right across them. And there's so many teams moving in the same direction too. Like it or not, they will be bound to have some collisions here.
Hopefully nobody collides with the Vikings now, okay? They're in La Bendita, in the middle of the circle. I mean, if they are not able to get out of that 0 point, number 24, sharing the same, amount of no points with HOMEBOIS, then it's going to be a big issue. Now that they have a pretty good spot in the current circle. Boom! eSports. Now, high ground. And then the team's lurking beside them. I believe that's going to be Alter Ego. But they don't really know the presence of Alter Ego yet. Just because of the terrain, it's like they're on the other side of the hill. So, not going to be a big impact to them yet.
Now, VOIN is going to be the last one to get into the circle. I assume everybody else on the last map we saw, everyone seems to be inside. So nobody actually taking out the blue, except for FaZe Clan, of course. Living out as a duo, they're trying to salvage whatever there is around the outer side inside of the blue zone for any loot available with their, their need to exchange their gears. But eArena, now there's going to be another titan fight between the top two teams. These Xaviers managed to knock down one player of eArena. I think that's going to be a super long shot, no? Because last time we didn't see them very close to each other.
Super long shot, probably yes. Yeah, no follow-up from there. And picked up. So no big impact yet. I mean, if it involves like these two teams, they'll be like, yeah, that's okay. I mean, 108 points, 95 points. Yeah, they can go all out all day with each other, and that's fine. It's probably just for entertainment. But now we can clearly see that the Xavier is on top of this hill, so it's probably a long range. And they're doing it again against another team that we can't see yet. Maybe a little bit too far, but that's the thing about Miramar. It's far, you get the high ground, you have a long scope, it's good for you.
I think that's going to be eArena. That's how they managed to get that knockdown just now. So he's scoping down the same spot all over again. But for VOIN, they just crossing by Picardo right now. And I don't think there's anybody nearby based on the mini-map. So there's very clear space for them. But they do know for a fact that it's probably already looted out by all the other teams for any sort of resources around there. HOMEBOIS. Now, we do know Los Leones have CelcomDigi Alliance and HOMEBOIS down there. And even SK. Now, this is going to be super interesting. HOMEBOIS, they might collide themselves into CelcomDigi Alliance, but not so much. CelcomDigi Alliance moving so fast, but they are the one that opened fire first, giving away a bit of a warning shot that tracked down CelcomDigi Alliance while they actually pulled over and want to fight back.
Just next to MBKE, okay. But CelcomDigi Alliance gunned down by WOON-T. Alright. Oh, a knock, but not able to secure the elimination point yet. But Adeluk is pretty much out in the open. But what is happening? We shift over to Sem9. Okay, we shift back over to MBKE. Trying to at least secure that elimination point over Adeluk, but can't get an angle. So Adeluk still bleeding out. And now the smoke is created by the other members of CelcomDigi Alliance. Adeluk could be saved.
I'm rooting for Vikings to score at least 1 point out of this elimination. They got a couple of knockdowns before, multiple knockdowns, but it's just the translate it to the point that seems to be a bit of problematic area for them. Seems to be that biggest issue for them. RQ also spotted out eArena. Finally, we get to see RQ also start to engage. But for Adik, look, there's nobody can save them. Only one to reach out, but it's going to be difficult. The smoke dissipate. There's a clear view for Woon T. Woon! Oh, finally! Congratulations!
I can't believe we're celebrating point number 1 in game 5. But yeah, it's a cause for slight celebration for MVKE. Finally, they got off the mark. Finally, that 1 point. Now we're looking at you, homeboys. Your 1 point needs to come now.
You know, when, like, you know, you're not the best student in the class, you're like, as long as I'm not the last, that's how Vikings should be feeling right now. At least gives them a bit of consolation that they cracked that egg just now. And tomorrow is going to be a different story, but for homeboys, you don't want to be lost either, don't you? On the side of these Avies, it's going to be okay, but they will be fighting against VOIN Donkey. Now, VOIN Donkey is one of the teams that played the least amount of games today, and they scored themselves in the top 5. Maybe after this, still in the top 6.
Well, let's see what happens. Not after this, but now with VOIN Donkey against the monsters, Xavier, who's guarding the circle right now, and they have the high ground against VOIN Donkey. So this is quite a tall order for them with the circle and the zone closing on the VOIN Donkey. A nade on the Lamborghini, managed to evade that. And 10% of health, he should be able to recover himself. But before that, he launched his own nade, lands it, gets a knock onto a member of VOIN Donkey.
Razak has another one and chipped down to 20% of HP while he bleeds out. Can any of his teammates reach out to him? They need to secure that elimination on the side of these Avies, but on the side of VOIN Donkey, can they save their teammate? As the circle shrinks down to La Bandita, we're looking at a lot of teams start to move. ETN, they will take a shot against these Avies. They have to fight a 2-war now.
And here comes more nades from Xavier onto VOIN Donkey. And more teams coming by. Make that a total of 4 teams on our minimap right now. But Xavier, they're full on focus on the VOIN Donkey. But now they shift their focus onto eArena and also ETN close by. ETN, they definitely need the points more than any of these other teams on screen.
Zeta. Oh, Zeta, that was super close. Lamborghini, his game sense is something else. He's the one super scary guy. But thanks to ETN, that's wrapped around these Aviers and pausing their scores at 96 points for now. On the side of ETN, that was a well done with 3 points secured. While Sam9 is taking down an SK, it's going to be a bit of a fight on the southern side. While ETN reposition himself to get into the circle, it's going to be a tough one if they want to fight eArena because they are hot on their tails. ETN, they try to find a better place, slightly elevation to get themselves prepared. But for VOIN Donkey, sadly, their journey for this round has been cutting short by the hands of eArena.
Oh, and after all that, no points at all for VOIN Donkey. Interesting. But at least in totality, they are at 44 points. They still have tomorrow, whatever it is, so they're still okay overall. As for ETN, after scoring those 3 elimination points, they back out. But they know to themselves that they need more points at the back, so that's why they're not taking that risk to continue on. As for Alter Ego, now the RRQ. Oh no, if RRQ goes out here, it's a big disaster for them, but somehow got away from Rosemary.
But if they can actually win this fight, it's going to be huge for their comebacks too. They managed to nick on Rosemary's hand, almost half of his helmet shredded and almost entirely shredded out by those shots. But for Alter Ego, Rosemary tried to reposition as well. Now, this is going to be tough with some slopes of the kill for them to actually scout over RRQ, so they cannot re-pick at the same position. So Rosemary, he part ways for a bit, go for this engagement and try to heal himself back up because the rest of the teammate still needs some time to arrive where he's at.
And now Sam9 against SK. Okay, our highlight team here, SK. If they can overcome Sam9, it will be huge. Sam9 is the one that needs to come into the circle, so they will rush in onto SK. And they will crash in onto the compound, sending Depp as well as Bill. Oh, Depp is playing. Okay, so looks like a swap of a lineup here for Sam9. Let's see if we'll bring them the dividends that they're looking for. But SK, they will not go down without a fight.
Well, that nade actually silences Silent. And there's going to be them being backed off all the way towards the corner. And this is actually good momentum on the side of Sam9. SK, they have to push forward back. If they call it down, that's going to be the end of them. And they just had a good run, a pretty good run for the entire day in Erangel. They don't want their momentum to be broken down by Sem9 in Miramar right now. As the circle shrinks, we talked about the low grounds of La Bendita Crate. 3 teams already secured themselves those compounds, while some teams will have a bit of fight on the south side. That's going to be Sem9 and also SK. But I can see a bit of Homeboys players seem to be interested in observing this fight.
Ooh, yeah, Homeboys at the side. Let's see if they can come into the third party, but they're waiting for the fight to erupt. Right now, both teams at a slight standoff. Viren and Dap at the forefront. They're representing Sem9. Sem9 has one more player, so he's going to play the support role behind. While SK, they're playing a passive approach because they also have 3 players now. They're trying to find an advantage onto Sem9 before actually rushing in. But behind.
Oh, yep, ETN already arrived. There's only wall separating them and Sem9 for SK. They have to just force the fight. Just wait it out. It's not going to happen here because it's either ETN start to rush into or Sem9 start to find around the corners. They have to at least get some sort of information regarding about how many players are they around their compound, and this is not a great position where they're standing at right now. Sem9 definitely give them so much of a scare. Actually, they just wait it out. But on the side of Alter Ego, they might actually collide with Boom. I think there's an attempt of fight very soon now.
Oh, and Boom will get the first knock here onto MAQNA. So MAQNA means family, but it looks like family will leave him to drive for now. And the rest of Alter Ego, we have Rosemary together with Daybot and nade onto Rosemary, shutting him down. It's going to be Ponbit, and looks like Alter Ego, they're falling apart. Now Ponbit rushing on to Daybot. He knows exactly where he is, just right in front of him, and with the high ground advantage, Ponbit should be able to get it, but Daybot fights back. Now it's going to be Krypton and Daybot to pull off a big one here back against Boom.
Ooh.
And from the top, Krypton almost got Yummy.
That was a clear shot. At the same time, some elevations towards the advantage of Zero and Mizray on side of Boom here make it difficult for Alter Ego. Rosemary still bleeding out as Daybot try to finish off Yummy with a DBS in hand. He's cooking up the nade. Oh, he's the visualize and balance time. It's going to be the mastery. Well, on the side of Sem9, SK won that fight.
And they now score 4 elimination points after winning the fight against Sem9. Though they only have 2 more players, but then again, every point counts now for SK. They still have to circle for the next 45 seconds, but that might change soon. And that's where they need to be aware of the presence of ETN that's just beside them.
There's another team just behind ETN as well. That's going to be BTR. They are watching as the sideliners and hoping to drop the bullets as a third party. ETN, they're taking a bait to go against SK, but there's a lot of empty space and a street for them to cross. BTR keep their eyes tight on ETN. If they make one wrong move and one wrong timing to cross the street, they are digging their own grave. Federales, I think he needs more bullets at this point to find himself a couple of shots to be wasted. But next circle will shrink even further. We'll still be Lambadita on the outskirts of it, where MVKE Vikings got the circle.
Ooh, and only Vikings, but eArena has the circle. Come on, eArena, share the points with other teams, all right? But they still want to go for it. Anyway, MVKE now with the circle, that's a good advantage for them. But for SK, our highlight team here, no circle as expected. They need to cross the road. And it's going to be hard with the fact that ETN is still there.
Silence try to find a way to observe about the position of ETN. But if he overpick himself, that's going to be a big swing. ETN just shut them down. But ETN, they know for a fact a couple of bullets flying over from their back, and that's going to be BTR waiting for them to just show themselves. So ETN, unless they have smoke right now, for Mouse, he doesn't have any smoke. I don't think any of them do have smoke at this point for ETN players.
Okay, if they do, they might have deployed it. But like what you say, right, maybe they don't. That's why they're not using it right now. But Team Secret, they're using the fight here against eArena. They will start off with a knock onto NC2. And Team Secret looking for more. They're one of those teams that needs the points. Let's not forget about them as well. Now they're trying to find an advantage against Joker, trying to stand those nades on the second floor, but not able to slide those nades in. Joker is still alright. He's cooking up his next nade. Another nade on the second floor. It will not arrive, but Joker still receives damage with the rush in here by Team Secret as Trunk will take out Joker, leaving only Tony K on the other side.
Oh, it's Moment. Moment and Tony K. That's a deadly duo on this side. As well, Moment shot down across the window. Trang managed to finish him off in an instant. That was a clean execution with S12K. But we still have Tony K, also the star player of eArena right now. It's 1v3. Can he clutch this one? If he can actually do it, he managed to get one on down. Xerus and Trunks left. But Tony K waited out around the stairs. Oh, he's randomly just shooting it out. He's a bit worried. He's going to have to do it solo right now. And he's hoping that he will somehow connect. He heard those footsteps, but they will not easily give away the information for Team Secret. They managed to reach out to GK, but look at BTR. They want to be part of this too.
And they're looking around the corner. They're seeing if there's an opportunity to play a third party here. As for Team Secret, and also Tony K, looks like it's going to be a standoff for now. There's still a little bit more time, but BTR is edging closer and closer to this compound. They're looking at them as points that they could take away. Here comes Reezy and his nade. Sent onto the building where Tony K is at, onto the ground floor, but Tony K is on the first floor. So they will not connect, but another nade. Alright, that's also onto the ground floor. Tony K is still alright.
Oh man, Tony K, that's going to be the hardest position to be as a solo player when both sides being conquered by your enemy team and two different teams at that. And for BTR, they're waiting for anybody to jump out. He can jump out for Tony K, but the thing is Team Secret players are waiting for him as well. Look at that. Aggressively trying to flush him out. Tony K almost got burned off by that Molotov tossed across from the window. And they know exactly where he's at. Tony K! Taking it away! Oh, Team Secret, they definitely devastated. And the smiles being wiped off of their faces with BTR presence there.
And it was Ryan's Molly that actually took out Tony K. Team Secret, after all that work, they could have secured that one extra point. But now it's not about eliminations that they need to worry about. They need to worry about getting the circle with BTR close by. As only BTR, CelcomDigi Alliance as well. Two big hitters here right in front of Team Secret.
Oh, Ryan straight away shift over to CelcomDigi Alliance with a couple of taps, but Ryan got shot down by Olio instead. The moment he tried to hop onto the vehicle, straight away they get himself a headshot. But for Doralis, what can he do with the rest of the remaining? CelcomDigi Alliance not having too much people as well. Two players remaining with Ole keep the pressure up, despite he managed to take down on Ryan just now, but he has to change his view to his Team Secret. There's too many targets for him to focus on.
And he's there to go back. Oh no! That looked kind of bad for GK at some point, but he managed to slide in between that hill. And looks like BTR, they changed their focus on the SK, taking them out at number 6 elimination points. One more round to go for SK right after this. And now we're going to focus on the top 5 teams.
Olio trying to calculate what to do next, whether to pick the left or the right side. There's also Vikings nearby, which I think Leon already gives so much information about. That's why he's not overpicking towards the side of Team Secret. Boom, just pulled over at the back end of BTR. Now BTR, if they are super busy, they cannot focus on CelcomDigi Alliance across the other side of the mountain anymore. So Boom, they're playing this very carefully. But the bigger question is Vikings. Who do they want to be in engagement with? Is it going to be Boom or is it going to be CelcomDigi Alliance?
Oh, now they have to pick the side, right? Or maybe they can wait it out to stage number 8 before deciding. Everyone's pretty much picking their own corner. We do have a few warning shots dished out by Team Secret from the north onto BTR, but that's pretty much about it. But I do expect a lot more fights to happen on the right side because teams are closer to each other. But there's still CelcomDigi Alliance that we cannot forget.
Also, don't forget about Team Secret, who aggressively try to approach all fights. Despite we see them getting some distance, but due to the terrain itself, it gives away all the positions with the unequal ground and some of the slopes of a hill. They do have some elevation if they want to pick out. But the moment they picked out, that's going to be where they got shut down. One of the players got naded down just now. And boom, they will try to take it away. And VK, Vikings been doing all the work. Right now, they try to execute all the eliminations there. But BTL will try to steal it away out of their hands too. Now, this is where CelcomDigi Alliance is still quiet for now. They are observing.
Yeah, and Boom Esports only down to Yummy observing MVKE. And by the way, MVKE, they're starting to collect placement points as well. So it's not only about that one elimination point. And they're looking for more placement points, obviously, by this point. Now for BTR, they're in the circle right now. Nice and clean. And looks like BTR with the 3 players. So far, so good. All the other teams, they're on the outside.
For Razy, you have to be mindful about his resources now. Yeah, he got the ghillie suit, but his ammunition is not going to be enough. GK still bleeding out. Will finish off by CelcomDigi Alliance. Olio managed to secure the elimination. But the nades flying over to the start of Team Secret. They pop themselves the smoke to make sure that the nade will not land in any of them. But BTR now fight back to the start of Olio. It is going to be a 3-way war, make it a 5-way war at this point. As Razy keep on shifting his view from Team Secret to CelcomDigi Alliance at the same time.
And looking for as many opportunities to collect elimination points as possible right now. Doesn't matter whether it's Team Secret or CelcomDigi Alliance. Whoever is in front of them, they will take it out and they will take the points for themselves. Right now, BTR 3 players still nicely tucked into the circle, but they're shifting their attention towards Team Secret. All in on the Team Secret right now with Drang. That one player for Team Secret that's still alive behind that smoke. Fighting against the 3 players of BTR all by himself as Drang will be eliminated by Razy. He's out.
That's smart move by Razy. He knows he's running low with ammunition, so he might as well just use the vehicle as the bait so the rest of the teammates that keep giving cover fires from behind will actually see the position of the last member of Team Secret that was strong. But for Razy, 40 bullets left. You cannot whiff at all at this point, or make it and force it out to get into a close quarter combat if you can actually do that. But at least Razy, with that glizzard, he can relay so much information for the teams. But for Leon, there's one miracle tree to cover himself against 3 of Vikings. With the help of VTR, that is doable. But Razy, 6 bullets left, bro. You need to find something to work with.
Nice reverse there by MVKE. Managed to evade the remaining shots to take him down, and now they will reset as a trio. Okay, top 3 teams now. CelcomDigi Alliance only has 1 player. That's going to be Leon's and MVKE. They're very close with Leon's, and Leon's with the nade on the wound T at the same time. TODAK knocked out by Federales. Looks like BTR, they're on the verge for their 2nd chicken dinner today.
But maybe the Vikings can score it too. They had that 1 point early on. That was the kick of the momentum. But for Razy, he will try to fight for it. But go for a zigzag. It's still gonna be BTR despite not having too much bullet for Razy just now. But what a team game. BTR twice now. They're getting themselves the chicken dinner for themselves. I have to say right now, it's 100% should putting Ryan in the lineup based on their performance.
Absolutely, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. Although he did not survive to the end, but we can see the impact that he brings towards the team, and overall team performance here for BTR much better as compared to the Super Weekend. This is the BTR that a lot of the BTR fans out there love and miss. They are back, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a tough fight for the ending here. The finale was so tricky for all the teams. 5 different teams in 5 different directions. And the first one to go down was Team Secret Strong. I mean, MVKE, the Vikings, finally stood out in this round. We've been waiting for them to at least score 1, but they deliver more. But on the side of BTR, this is a good run for them for the entire day.
And look at this. How many eliminations? That's 10 eliminations. So that's 20 points for BTR, putting them in a very strong position. And considering that today is their first day, and yet they're still able to collect this amount of points, it is looking very good for BTR. And Ryan definitely will solidify himself in the lineup for the upcoming days even. Considering the amount of damage here, 567 with 3 eliminations, still able to be brought to the team by himself. BTR, they're looking like a super scary team as we check out the highlights.
despite the language barrier, the gameplay speaks for itself. That's just how great if you can feel, you know, the language of gaming between yourself and your teammate. And that's what showcased by BTR right now. Language is the second thing they should worry about. It's all about their synchronization as a team. While I do want to celebrate for Vikings, despite they only have 975 damage, but it's nice to finally see them up here in the top 4 teams. Feel like they're inspired by KHOI eSports, perhaps.
And Seiko is no longer in the top 4. Ow. But it's all about the points, right? So we'll check out how many points did they get exactly. But on the language thing for Federales, right? So he has caught up with a lot of bahasa, or the local Indonesian language. And that one phrase, I remember the first phrase that he learned and he mastered is makan bang.
I remember.
Don't ask me why, but that's his favorite word when he first landed.
He needed that to survive there, okay? At least everybody knows he needs some meal to get ready for the day.
Yes,
that's
because
the most
I cannot
important
imagine
word.
Federalists look like me. So let's keep him the way he is.
The fact that he knows that he needs that to survive. The second word he needs to learn is toilet, tandas. Okay, I think that's the only 2 words he needs right now. But for the side of Boom, also rising up to occasion. But Federales, nonetheless, 3 elimination with 774 damage, 203 damage received, 7% of the headshot, 61%. I have to say, BTR scattered some very interesting lineup this season, and I'm looking forward to see it happening even more in the next couple of days.
Makan bang. Don't eat so much nasi, yeah? Yeah. That was the infamous Coach Ken's word to BTR, Federales. But also, you put it onto paper, right? Okay, you have the Filipino Terminator, you have the PMNC Malaysia Terminator, you have Sata, who is, well, everywhere Terminator, and you put them all together, and then you have Razy, who is the very experienced IGL, championship winning IGL. So this is definitely S-tier team, no doubt. And they're showing it here with the 20 points collected this round, followed by PUBG Esports 12 MVKE. This is what we want to see. Double digit. 10 points collected by MVKE, and we have CelcomDigi Alliance. FaZe Clan up here. No place on points, no problem with the 9 eliminations.
But we have yet to see any region coming up from Thailand to score any chicken dinner for today. Maybe the last map, who knows? But BTR, they just debuted today, by the way, and it's the first day to play it in the PMSL for Ryan. So it definitely shows a big statement, and the impact will be huge for the overall ranking, especially tomorrow. But unfortunately, we talked about RRQ. I have to say there's no way out for them anymore. HOMEBOIS, 5 consecutive map of 0. Record breaking.
And if they go one more game 0, that's 6 games in a row 0. That's to the best of my memory, record-breaking across, like, if you want to put in like PMGC, PMWI, everything else, that's like record-breaking. The closest that we had, to the best of my memory, was PMGC, where CelcomDigi Alliance, or that time they were called Judo Alliance, went 5 games 0, and then they were like 6 games, they came up with something. So I wonder if HOMEBOIS will break that unwanted record. But speaking about CelcomDigi Alliance, now they are at 90 points, and it's only their first, it's not their first day, but it's one more game to go for them. 90 points, they're also very comfortable.
And BTR shoot themselves up, pushing down. VOIN Donkey and I Love SK is also in the first page. But how much longer can they hold to their ground up there? Because we have one more map to go. And don't forget, tomorrow is going to be another group reintroduced in this lineup of this season's league and the week number 2. For New Era, they didn't actually budge at all when it comes to 16th place. But RRQ, I feel like no matter how much they push, it's almost impossible right now, because the most you can get out of a map, if you can score 60 points, I mean, like, wow, that's a whole new human history ever in PUBG Mobile. But at this point, it's going to be difficult. They are the only one that finished off 11 matches that still stays on the 3rd page. Well, HOMEBOIS, come on, the Vikings did it. If the Vikings now push HOMEBOIS, there's not much difference for their standings, but at least they still have tomorrow. But for HOMEBOIS, you don't want to end it up a 0 for today.
Yeah, you don't want to be the last in the class, and you don't want to be that one team that is 0 after 6 games. So I don't know. I don't know about Homeboys. It's just, yeah, that's all I can say, right? Yeah. But I guess like what you said as well about RRQ now, with 21 points collected, one more game to go, they could be the first team officially to not see the Super Weekend. And obviously, they didn't make it into first Super Weekend. They don't see it twice. But I guess the good news is that going home is not far for them.
Yeah. Well, that's why they call Homeboys. I'm sorry, but that's gotta burn. But
I was referring to RRQ, but okay, we can say home. Yes, well.
But BTR
that will be
back-to-back.
tomorrow because they're playing tomorrow.
Yeah, but for BTR, they got a back-to-back chicken dinner. Now, this definitely going to push their morale so high up there. I'm looking for if BTR can go against eArena, because eArena right now is super comfortable gaining those elimination points, right, as they go. They don't really care too much about the chicken dinner at this point. They know for a fact, hey, we are one of the top teams. I don't know if somebody else is going to break that triple digit. The closest one, probably TALON, because TALON's they're going to play tomorrow, as well as maybe even VOIN Donkey at this point, or even BTR, because they're pushing themselves up to the first page. These Avies, I don't think they will actually do that since they are in the same group as eArena. So if BTR fighting against eArena now, that's something we should anticipate and excited for.
Yeah, if they do fight, then it'll be like, okay, it's I guess clap entertainment. But you know what? If they gain enough points for themselves, then yeah, whatever happens, it doesn't really matter. Especially for eArena, they'll be like, okay, cool. Can they break the record of CelcomDigi Alliance from last week's group stage? I guess it's a little bit far now, but to them it doesn't matter. They have more than enough points now to see the Super Weekend. Right now, their mindset is just thinking about like, okay, how are we going to deal with these teams again when we meet them in the Super Weekend? They're already thinking that far.
That's kind of true, especially if you're under the spotlight like eArena. We do know for a fact that a lot of teams will try to take you down later on. So maybe also that's why these Avies playing it a bit low profile. We don't see a lot of them compared to yesterday, by the way. But for the side of BTR also, I think it's going to be a team to watch out for. And I think Group B, there's a lot of heavy hitters and good players down there. But I can't wait to see what this last map has to offer, especially for the teams that didn't make it through for the first Super Weekend. Will they try to push their boundaries? Will they try to force it out? Because right now it's trying to do everything or regret doing nothing.
So looking at you, like KHOI, like ETN, okay, looking at you guys, all right, gotta pump it up this round. It is their last round, especially for the teams from Group C. If you're safe, you're cool. But if not, then, well, New Era, ETN, KHOI, look at you guys, because at this point, unfortunately, RRQ, unless something superhuman happens, then yeah. But if not, then, well, it's really down to those teams that we just mentioned that still has a chance to slide into Super Weekend.
And also, by end of today, that's going to be one of the most important point that we should focus on as well, is how much the gap between the top 16 and the rest of the teams that's down there. If it's like a very small gap, now the teams are actually sitting at 16th place for now, or 15 and 14, and the gap is too small, then they have to worry about themselves too for those in Group C. Because we do know when it comes to Group A, there's a lot of heavy hitters in there as well. Don't forget about TALON, GLUBLUG. MAQNA has been performing as well yesterday. TODAK, of course, consistently getting at top 4. No question about Vampires and XSOPHERE, Roy, Claw. These are all heavy hitters, just as scary as Group B. So for teams in Group C, they want to just pull apart the gap and make sure they got as much as they can and try to finish off strong. At least try.
Yeah. If they can't, then, well, I guess tomorrow is more of like a pray hard scenario that, hopefully nobody catches up to us. And that's very, that's a very hard thing to do, right? You're no longer in control of your destiny. Like, you have to be hoping for other teams to not perform for you to have a shot in the Super Weekend. And that always puts you in a very, very difficult position. And that's why sometimes the teams, they would rather play day 3 so that they will still have control. If you don't play day 3, then whatever happens, that's it. It's locked in. All you can do is just sit back in your hotel and just pray hard.
I like how just now I think it was Tatar who cued him to go action for Ryan to play with the cam. Federella is just smiling at the side. But the start of SK, I love how they performed today. If only they bring this sort of momentum since yesterday, though, things can change so much. At least they learn a good lesson, you know, and don't doubt themselves, don't overthink too much and just go for it. But for VOIN Donkey, this is going to be the team that have the least amount of games alongside with BTR that managed to squeeze into the top 8 teams. They might be the one that breaking the record tomorrow, Cloud.
Or maybe Mormon can break his own record. Yeah, he's in a good mood. He's in a good mood for sure. He's in a good mood. One moment dance, please. Okay, headsets on, he does have the space. But if they score the chicken dinner, then maybe we can see another moment dance.
You know what? Whenever I was in the arena last time, the camera crew loved Mormon so much because he's a good character for a good entertainment value. Every single time, it's so difficult to see him so serious, except when he's actually playing the game. But when he's out of the game, it's so difficult for him to not be the center of attention because of how jolly he can get. But we have to focus on different teams too. Like, example, ETN. Can they make it? Do you think they still... I feel like there's still spark in them. After Ego, they still have tomorrow. I wouldn't worry too much. But ETN, as well as SK, I want to put them in the fray, and New Era.
Yeah. Those teams that you mentioned will need to spark it up in this last match. Not only for today, but for themselves as the last match. So that's how much at stake it is for them here coming into the final Miramar. Okay, lights is up, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare our flight to get into the final game for day number 2 and also the final game for Group C. Can they actually make it? Can they come out with a miracle run and make enough points to survive tomorrow? Here we go! Last Miramar.
We're back in Miramar, and this time we're gonna wait and see whether the circle's still gonna be kind enough to be around the center or will be slightly skewed towards one direction. I love those, you know, odds when it comes to weird circles. At least for the flight path, they probably gonna have a very good flight path once more. Just slightly shifted on the left side. Just now we've seen power grid being cut across for the flight path to equally divide the east and west. But it's just like, what, 100 meters apart from the last flight path. So it's still pretty much a similar drop spot for some of the teams.
Yeah, not too much of a difference. So I guess that one thing that will change is New Era and FaZe Clan, and it absolutely changed. FaZe Clan, they will get the northern side around the area of Torre Akumada for themselves, so New Era will be changing to somewhere else that we will continue to observe. Any other early clashes based on the last flight path? Not really. But New Era RRQ!
Feels like New Era, wherever they try to drop themselves, is going to be fighting against another team. And this time it's going to be the RRQ team that we mentioned early on. And for the side of RRQ, they barely loot any gears. And as long as they got themselves some arsenal to work with, as long as they got some rifles or any weaponries, they will start to shoot. For New Era, they managed to get themselves hands on towards a couple of AUG SLR, and I saw shotguns down there. But Wix, unfortunately, will be one of the fallen victims first.
Well, at least RRQ is winning this fight, but that's bad news for New Era because they somehow has a small chance. But they continue to fight back though. Now, No Fall needs to win this 1v1 fight, but he needs space to reload. 30 bullets in. Okay, reloaded. 25 bullets. No extended mag on his UMP. And now he's very low. 5 in the chamber right now. 5 in the magazine. As Nabiko continues to fight back. And Nabiko from the side gets No Fall. One more for New Era. Okay, that's down. And that's going to be Sunshine. The final play of New Era against 2 from RRQ.
Niko. Ooh, Genforce is down. It's 1v1. It's the rifles versus the shotgun here. When it comes to CQC, we definitely know the shotgun is better, but for the SLR, New Era, they still have players bleeding out, but Peko resort to go and find his teammate first. Sunshine probably going to have the same idea, trying to find No4. Wait, not he ignore No4 completely. Oh, this is not great. I think it's because his weapons are not that great when it comes to the reserve ammunition. But Peko is picking up 2 players now when it comes to numbers. Not so great for a New Era.
Well, Sunshine, unless he can get this one knock. Yes, he did, but he got countered back. New Era out. New Era, number 15, 30 points. It's easy for them to be pushed down. But the fact that all the other teams below them are still in the game. So if by the end of today, end of this round, New Era gets booted out of top 16, they are automatically out as well.
Nonetheless, quick thinking coming up from RIQ and good decision making to save his teammate first, knowing for the fact, hey, the other party don't have that much to work with as well. So you're probably going to try to loot or try to save his mate. Well, he go for the previous one. That's going to be try to loot up first and give plenty of time for RIQ to revive his teammate. But we're back to the very peaceful start once more after we're done with that fight. But Rosemary and Alva seems to be having a swap. It's rare for us to see Rosemary being swapped early because usually Rosemary is one of the key players that will stay as long as he needs to in this lineup. And the swap usually happen like almost at the end of the league stage.
Well, I guess looking at the current performance of Artigo, 12 points in 5 games, and we didn't get to see the best of Rosemary. Probably a needed decision by the team to make somewhat of a change rather than trying to stick to something that they kind of know that is not going to bring them any good or any more dividends. And with this one last game, if Alpha can prove his point here by swapping in for Rosemary, who knows, he could be a starter again tomorrow and Rosemary could be still on the bench.
Yeah, but it's a good reset for Rosemary to rest it out for a bit. Maybe try to clear those clouds in his head about decision making, or even, try to clear everything about his view for the game. Maybe that's what he needed as well. But we're back towards the other teams around the stadium side. Sam 9, this is going to be on top of Ladrilero and Montenegro area, which I don't think there's anybody else this year, and they're not right inside of a circle with 500 meters, more than 500 meters apart, but I don't think it's going to be that far off. I don't know where Homeboys at. Last time we saw them around Patona. I don't know if they're still down there, because there's a high chance it's going to be a South Los Leones circle. No, maybe yes.
Oh, we'll check on them later, because right now one of the highlight teams in the fight with the Xavier, ETN. It's below them. This is going to be an important fight for ETN to try to win this against the Xavier. And they will start off with a nade of the Paragen. Nicely lobbed. And now it's going to be Nate in front. He will buy a little bit more time with that Molly at the door. And ETN, they cannot rush out to find Nate yet.
He's buying time for the rest of the Xaviers to join him from the back line. But Nate being discovered by ETN anyhow. He's trying to prone down. Unfortunately, EarthQ managed to take down on Nate. He's bleeding out. While they try to find the rest of the Xaviers, Levi cooking up the Nate. Paragen tried to heal himself. He got nicked quite a number of damage down there. This is not great. These Xaviers, they got smashed between two teams once more. Team Secret is creeping behind them too. So they being sandwiched between ETN and Team Secret at the same time.
Well, although the points will matter more for both Team Secret and ETN, so let's see who will get the best out of this. But CelcomDigi Alliance Oleo getting down M16. Now Paragen being rushed in by EarthQ. And here comes the rest of ETN as well. Paragen's pretty low. He's trying to heal up, to be able to heal up in time, as EarthQ is not able to push in any further because of Team Secret's presence on the hillside.
Oh, that's why they popped this one at the back there as well for the side of the Xaviers, but they have to deal with ETN as fast as they can. But CelcomDigi Alliance, thank you so much. The Xaviers going to say that to them because they will get into Team Secret's view now, and they shot Team Secret from behind. Now, at least this give a bit of a breathing room for Paragen to do whatever he needs to do to recalculate and reassess the situation about how to approach ETN, as they do have those elevations to work. For ETN, they have slight advantage. But for Team Secret, now they are charging straight to CelcomDigi Alliance. You can see on the mini-map as well. Oh, this is going to be a 4-way fight between 4 teams.
And the one that needs the most points out of these 4 teams is going to be Team Secret and ETN. CelcomDigi Alliance pretty comfortable with 90 points at this moment. And M16 from afar, trying to get the GK. GK managed to swerve himself away behind the building. But Zerus, now alone against CelcomDigi Alliance. So Nathan Zerus managed to evade that one, but he's still on the lower ground. Adi look, knocked down by GK. Here is Trung to give him extra support.
There's going to be a strong cover fire from GK to see them from that angle. But Trung now, Zerus also managed to heal himself back up. But Adik looks slowly creeping to us, but it will finish off by Zerus. While CelcomDigi Alliance now have to fight confrontation of 2v2 on top of this mountain. Zerus knocked down as well by CelcomDigi Alliance. Jimmy Leon's going in with a shotgun. Managed to secure against Team Secret, but they still have one play at the back line. It's going to be Foon. And Typhoon will try to revive on Zerus while the circle shifting at the same time. They have to wrap this quickly. Look at how the concentration of where they are standing right now for their fight for both Team Seedal and also Team Secret.
Yeah, everyone wants to get a piece of this high ground. And now the king of the hill is CelcomDigi Alliance. All these teams want to take away this spot from them. MVKE break gets GK. Okay, that's going to be MVKE securing another point for themselves. And the Team Secret, they're falling apart right now with Zeros very, very low. He's gunned down. There's only Typhoon left. All the latest players for Team Secret. It is surrounded by so many other teams, including still CelcomDigi Alliance. Such a difficult position for him to be in. But at the same time, while all that is happening, D Xavier out. But it's okay. 98 points. He'll be fine.
I see you at the Super Weekend for D Xaviers. They didn't crack the 100-digit. For triple digit for the side of the Xaviers, but we're definitely going to see them this Super Weekend. But back onto its side of ETN just now. For me, and also the Vikings. Now, finally, we get to see them fired up this time, a bit more daring compared to earlier half of the day. But CelcomDigi Alliance, they are fighting for their life. It is also going to be their last round for today and the league stage. But we do know their points will be pretty much secured to get into the Super Weekend too. But they need slightly more points to get a better start for this Super Weekend. Now, Leon's, there's too many teams too interested in where they stand for CelcomDigi Alliance. Team Secret, on the other hand, they still have tomorrow to fight for. Now, if they can score a couple of points there, that's going to be a greater start tomorrow. But unfortunately, RQ, thank you so much to be part of this summer season. And it's difficult, but, you know, we're looking for them to come back stronger for the next season.
Yep. So it's going to be a extended break here for RRQ, as they will not only miss out on the PMWC, but they will also miss out on the Super Weekend and also the Grand Finals. So, yep. Thank you so much for playing RRQ this time around. Now for Homeboys. Okay, still no points yet. And we have 13 teams. So it has to be like, what, 5 teams eliminated before Homeboys starts to play some points at least. So they're playing this rather safely. We can see that they're taking their time to get into the circle.
Sem9 taking on Vikings. Now, if Sem9 start to overtake New Era's points right now, you're probably gonna say the same thank you for New Era, who's gonna join RRQ for the break for now, because we do know New Era didn't actually score any, didn't get into the last Super Weekend. And if they didn't manage to make it through with another team from Group B start to take over, then it's going to be the end of their run. But with the point gap so minute, I think it's just about time for them to get to push down.
Yeah, and Sem9 is close enough in terms of points to push down New Era too. So that's not good news for them, obviously. Well, good news for, well, eArena. Circle with them. But this is even more interesting. SK, they have the circle.
Oh, rolling vehicle on Sem9 just now. That was a big accident. They were lucky nobody else was watching their back end. The Sem9 got super lucky about that rolled vehicle down the mountains. But ETN, they're gonna back out down now. They need a couple more points here. They're on 12th place, but the gap is just too tiny for them to let it go. BT on the other hand, they still have tomorrow, and they already got crazy amount of points within a day.
Yeah, 56 points as of now, and they will be looking for more just to give them an extra cushion. Over ETN, 33 points plus 3 is 36 points. So they surely need more than this, but they only have 2 players. Here comes Homeboys. Okay, they found a spot to be at, but a few teams around them, but it doesn't seem like any team wants to crash in on the homeboys, so they're still okay for now, and they found a way into the circle. They're hoping for more teams to be eliminated for them to start gaining place on points.
Well, now I want to see if Homeboys will finally engage with Alter Ego, because last we saw they're next to each other, and with Rosemary sitting out, how will that fare for the lineup of Alter Ego as well? For the Vikings, they're left with two players. That's going to be Break and Superman. And we do know they're still going to play tomorrow, and it's been a good momentum since they suddenly changed the tide of how they play, of their last map just now, finally breaking the zero and getting on the top 4 teams. And that's a big change within seconds between one map to the other. But for CelcomDigi Alliance, they just want to get that, like you mentioned, cushioning when it comes to getting into the Super Weekend, but there's nobody nearby.
Yep, if there is, then, well, it's a bonus opportunity for CelcomDigi Alliance. If not, well, they'll still be fine. 90 points now for CelcomDigi Alliance plus 2, 92 points. Definitely more than comfortable. MVKE on the other hand, okay, the last 2 players here, we have them on screen. They're tanking out stage 3 blue and passing by truck stop to get into the circle. I wonder how many teams could be waiting for them in front. But we'll find that out in about 500-ish more meters as they hit their way in.
3 teams tanking out the blue right now. And that last player of Team Secret, I don't know where he's at. But for Vikings, all they need to do is just keep alive, keep themselves to survive slightly longer. One of them will take this UAZ. While BTR, on the other hand, they got themselves secured on down south. Well, CelcomDigi Alliance are spreading quite thin among themselves too. But they will reunite maybe at the junction outside of Picardo. Well, SK got himself the center. Don't forget about eArena. They are on a rampant trying to find for those hunting points. With any team they can see, anything that moves, they will start to shoot it down.
It's a serious scrim for eArena now. But for VOIN, it's definitely not. They're still in a hunt for more points here. You see CelcomDigi Alliance, Olio drives by. One last hit on the Olio and he'll be down. One more attempt here by Razak. And Razak got it. And that is Olio down, but he's quite far away from VOIN Donkey for them to reach him.
He overparked himself. He overdrive himself slightly just for, because there was a shack he was trying to get himself into, but he didn't know where the shot's coming out from. Razak didn't waste any more time. He just goes straight to secure the elimination. We need this point. Every single point matters. You know how impactful for every single point that treated as a dime here by VOIN Donkey players. And they're gonna reunite once more with the team, but he got shot down by CelcomDigi Alliance as well. That's Jimmy. I think that he's the one that shot Razak just now, but that leaves only 2 players of CelcomDigi Alliance right now in an open space. They barely got covers here, Cloud.
Yeah, Jimmy OP, depending on his smokes now to give him the extra cover. VOIN Donkey, multiple angles onto him, and Razak will get Jimmy OP. Now CelcomDigi Alliance, 1 player left. But they're okay. I mean, 90 points plus 2. And they're fine.
They're okay. They just want to be comfy, that's it. But Leon's tried to survive as long as he can. I don't think any of VOIN Donkey players interested about where he's at. Vikings, they're in trouble. Homeboys, can you secure the elimination? But it's against Vikings, of all the people. But at least they secure 1 point, and congratulations! Finally, we get to see them coming back to the game, and they did not. Nobody ended up with a 0 for today.
Okay. Finally, homeboys. Oh, gosh. Well, hopefully this will propel them to gain more points, just like how MVKE did in the last round. And so they're in the circle at the graveyard area, so they're fine for now. No other team challenging them for their compound. But for Typhoon, the final player of Team Secret, tanking stage number 4, and will turn to stage 5 soon. Wonder how many healing utilities does he have? Alter Ego, not really performing today, but they have Sam9 in front of them to try to make it up.
And they try to calculate how to get an entry in. They are closely observing the positions of Sam9 players and try to see if they try to charge in, if there's anybody will intercept, but they have to watch out for their backs. That's Typhoon, Team Secret last player, creeping behind these two teams with full squad. Make it another team for him to watch over. BTR just arrived. Now, if BTR happen to be at the same place where Sam9's at, and after Ego opened fire, I don't think they waste any second to charge in as a third party. BTR would take every advantage they can get. Oh, Typhoon.
So difficult for Typhoon right now. But at least he managed to slide into the circle, but no longer. Circle moves up north. SK still in the circle, by the way. So that's good news for SK. For the miracle run, they could potentially come from them. Now, Federales alone trying to hold down the line here against VOIN Donkey.
I want to see the fate of Typhoon. If he can survive this, it's going to be huge. But for VOIN Donkey, they're not backing out either. BTR, who actually initial plan was going to the side of Sam9, now being put to hold for their plan. Because Alter Ego, VOIN Donkey want to fight against BTR and they want to have a bit of a face-off. Razy want to find any opening at all, but it's going to be difficult. FaZe Clan spotted out Alter Ego, and Razy on the then. At least this time he got more bullets than the last time we saw him, the last map. So Razy will try to find more, but BTR, this position is not the best spot. They are quite far from the circle, and you talked about SK is in the inner side of circle. They need to make sure they not be gatekeeped by SK here.
Oh, but you know the team that just got eliminated? Alter Ego? No points. So they're stuck at 12 points after 6 games. That's an average of like 2 points per round. This is not the Alter Ego that we know of. It's very, very weird. But fret not, Alter Ego will be playing again tomorrow. Now it's going to be BTR. Oh, going up against ETN. ETN, the team that needs points.
For ETN, they're still alive, but remaining with 2 players there. They got himself 36 points. Not that far off compared to Team Secret and FaZe. Now, if they can finish off in the 40s, I think at least it gives them a bit hope. Well, this is going to be their last run for today. But BTR is chasing their tails hard. M16, he spotted the rest of BTR. He started to wrap the nade up, knowing they are just the other side, but it was a bit too late for him to just cook it up. For BTR, they have to watch out for Sam9 as well. There's going to be 2 different angles for them to watch out for. They have to wrap things around against ETN. If not, ETN will bite them back later on.
Thomas eliminated by Ryan. And that is it for ETN. Only 3 points scored this round. No place on points. 36 points. They'll be praying hard for tomorrow. But 36 points based on the previous record, it's not going to be enough. But it's not over till it's over tomorrow. They'll just need to hope for the best. But now, we'll continue on the fight here. Okay, Boom Esports. 35 points plus 2. Team Secret Typhoon. You talked about him. He's still alive, but there goes.
He lasted long enough. At least he got some slightly extra for the ranking points. But Sam9, the blue zone, is no mercy shown at all. And Boom will try to keep them at bay. There's no way for them to get in. It's an open space. They barely got enough smoke as well. But I think Sam9, yep, that's going to be it. Is that, yep. Oh, on the side of Boom is actually BTR. He overpicked himself. Razy shot down on bomb bed. They're going to give it a go. BTR not wasting time. They're going to charge into Boom. They know for a fact one of them knocked down. Let's go in while they're still wounded.
All right, high ground now. BTR. And they're sending another player to open up the space here against Boom Esports. Pondbit still not being revived because Boom Esports, they're pretty busy trying to look at the surrounding. Nate landed on the Yummy, cutting himself down to 40%. And Misery, aka Master, he just got Satar. Okay, that's a little bit of a lifeline here for Boom Esports. But bad news is that Boom Esports no longer in the circle. Whatever it is, they'll be forced to come out of this house and BTR will be waiting for them.
Oh, they got the elevations at advantage. But BTR, sadly, that's not going to be nowhere near inside of the circle. So, like, I don't know whether they want to confront Boom straight away or if they just wait it out inside from the inner circle and just going to gatekeep Boom while waiting them to come out. Because those elevations still in the favors of BTR's side. But I want to see if SK will actually try to stop them. And BTR, they trying to go into attempt of going into the circle. And Boom is having the same mindset as well, but they are a bit later than BTR since they have some lower ground, and that's going to be a sense of gravity, I assume. Whenever you try to hop to the vehicle, you're going to be slightly slower. But for VOIN Donkey, eArena already shot them down. That's going to be more than taken on Zeta, but back to the side of BTR. Oh, the next one. It's going to be either they fight against... Oh my, BTR going to have the toughest spot. It's against Boom or against SK or against eArena.
Oh, but SK, they're in a fight against Boom. Shin just got gunned down by Boom themselves. Hopefully they'll be able to recover. Homeboys, not only they're starting to gain elimination points, but they're also starting to gain placement points as well. Now that we only have 6 more teams. Coming back on to SK, they will lose Shin to the hands of Boom Esports. 3 players left for SK to try to do the miracle point collecting for them to have a chance to be in Super Weekend.
Right, look at FaZe Clan today. Also their first day, week number 2 here. 8 eliminations by now, and they still keep it going. That's going to be a lot of elimination numbers by end of this round. Boom being pressured heavily on the side of GUI. But Homebois, Ian's taking a bit of a stab towards Pombit coming up from behind. Boom surrounded right now in the center. Despite they got the small shack, but it's not going to be easy to defend it. BTR is a bit busy against eArena, but they will try to give the attention, same amount of attention towards Boom too.
And Boom in the shack. So they'll be staying put there for a while, that is. Unless FaZe Clan can somehow get a knock, then they might be forced to produce something. Okay, long range by FaZe Clan. They do see a couple of members of Boom Esports on the other side of the hill, trying to gain those elimination points for themselves. So far, FaZe Clan 8 elimination points, doing pretty well this time with 4 players still in the game.
Very healthy players. And Boom in a shack. Shakalaka Boom. I'm sorry, that's so lame. Back to the side of BTR. I'm waiting for eArena to make something out of this. It is still waiting it out. I thought eArena gonna go, casually just go crazy for once, because you look at how much it scores anyway.
A shakalaka boom from Limboy onto Yummy. But that's only a not securing the elimination point yet. Yummy should be able to be picked up because he has that heal and he has the other teammates together with him. Circle! Okay, no longer favors SK. They need to move forward. Instead, it's eArena and BTR, the 2 big heavy hitters in the circle.
But it's quite favorable for SK. There's some elevations there they can actually play with, but they need to deal with Boom, because if not, they can see it through straight away. But Boom right now, at least they got themselves some shack to shakalaka Boom themselves. But the problem is, it's not inside of the circle yet. So that shack will not last enough for Boom. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, how to get in here. They saw Moment, they saw the rest of eArena. But GUI is trying to, which way do we get in? Because the moment they climb down these high grounds, there's going to be a clear view for eArena players to shoot them down.
Well, who's going to shoot down shakalaka Boom now? No circle for most of their players. And looks like the answer might come from Homeboys. But oh, wait a second. Mastery actually got irons. Okay, even from that distance, they're able to take down one player, Homeboys. Still bleeding out though. Camille's is there. They should be able to be picked up. But Homeboys, they don't have the circle. Okay, here comes the movement from the other side as well. FaZe Clan coming in.
Only got sandwiched for Boom right now. FaZe Clan pushing their way into, and right at the same time, Homeboys are taking a bit of a pick. Shaman's knocked down. FaZe Clan switch over to the side of Homeboys at the same time, but Boom, they're trying to dealing 2 things at the same time. They have too much on their plate right now, but still manage to do so as Sharper knocked down instead. Can Homeboys actually doing some cover fire for Sharper? Red Bulls, they're gonna just finish off Shamil first, or actually just focus on Boom. Who cares about your next neighbor? But right now, FaZe managed to steal it away from Boom's hands. As Boom, they still managed to stand strong. But FaZe Clan, there's going to be a double-digit elimination now.
Well, they're looking for their shakalaka Boom moment here against FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan rushing in. Yummy will be down. Thanks to Donkey from SK. But is he able to secure the elimination point? The answer is no. Red Bull took it away. And now shakalaka Boom, boom, boom. 2 players left. Can they actually do more out of this, out of FaZe Clan? But like this weekend, Boom Esports, they are fairly comfortable with the amount of points collected. FaZe Clan, they could use these points. Now FaZe Clan, Red Bull, and Dewey, the duo that has to do it against shakalaka Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, we want to dance to that rhythm, of course, but the one that really needs a point right now, Cloud, it's going to be SK. This is going to be their last map for the entire week if they don't try to push the numbers up, because right now we don't know what the other group is going to offer for tomorrow's match. Right now the one that's in the real need is going to be Boom for their last run. SK as well. eArena, who cares? You're number 1 anyway. But for FaZe Clan, they still have tomorrow. But for the side of SK, they have to finish strong, at least in the 50s here. And they already got themselves the position points. But if they can push slightly higher, that's some security to make sure they can rest tomorrow. Pawn bet drop, big one on Rebel.
That's a shakalaka boom 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 for you. And now it's going to be all in on the Dewey. Dewey 50% of health. They're going to open up the space right now. Left, right, center. On the Dewey. Jump shot by Format, but don't get yourself burned. They got Dewey at the end of the day. That's fine. Mastery will pick up Format. And boom, eSports will continue on.
I think the moment we chant shakalaka boom, they somehow like being possessed that they're not going to die anytime soon now. They still survive. They're still breathing life into one of the teammates that just got revived. But for SK, can they push a bit more? They've been performed the last 3 map. Tremendously big progress compared to yesterday. But is it too late for them? Can they slightly have the last push here? Because they didn't get into last week's Super Weekend. This is their last chance.
Shakalaka Sneakoy! Shakalaka Sneakoy! Oh, okay. It didn't work for them.
Yeah, no. But he's pretty much cursing them.
Oh, man. But it's BTR, though. And BTR, come on, guys. You guys got a lot of points by now. Let the SK go. But, well, it's all for themselves. But from behind, it's Joker getting right instant. Razy will be knocked out by Joker. Double knock by the Joker himself.
eArena saving C coins in the very last minute, just not giving them a bit of a room to breathe. As Boom taking advantage of all the work being put into to the side of BTR. Now BTR, this one nade can finish them all, and Pombit will steal away those. Knockdown, land it right. As for Durales, as always, but Durales is going to be the hope. The responsibility of BTR is on his shoulders.
Ooh, I pick up his IGL Razy. Will be on his shoulders right now. Shakalaka boom, boom, boom. On the pillar. He will be gunned down from the side. But Pombe shot back from the other side. It's going to be eArena stopping him. So SK, they have another chance.
Moment take down on Boom. And Moment has been going crazy. We do know there's going to be eArena game. Come on, guys. BTR for Durales. Can you at least get one more elimination? There's 3 versus 1. But it's Federales. But never mind. It's still eArena. The guys that never know how to stop and don't give it a rest and just want the point to go even further, to fly into the moon and come back and fly back to the moon. Because why? Because they can win that extra winner chicken dinner.
Moment dance. Moment dance. Moment dance. He was calling for the camera. He wanted to do that. Come on, can we switch back? Moment dance. Moment dance. Okay, I guess we're not going to get it.
Today. Is it But do you think SK still can squeeze through? They're not in the 60s, but they're definitely close to the 50s, like 48 or 46 around there.
Oh yeah, I mean, historically that's not enough. But they need to pray hard tomorrow, like super hard. Okay, like if you have like a team that is like already there, like for example like eArena or the Xavier, they're already there, but they still absorb all the points. Then we might be talking. So they'll be praying for, if you're a top team, just take away all the points. Just take it.
Oh, the bunny wins the race once more. It's going to be eArena taking everything away, Cloud. Joker, 10k, NCT, Mormon. I mean, every single player except for 10k this time, he didn't have any eliminations. I assume, he been doing so much work for each other. It's time for him to rest it up. I think it's for Joker. But I assume this is definitely going to be the team that finish off their run with a bang. 100 over points and nobody can catch up. Nowhere close to it, eArena. Will they be overtaken by BTR, who's coming up from Group B, or a different team entirely like GLUBLUG, like TALON for tomorrow's matches? But let's rewatch the highlights.
Well, with eArena scoring the chicken dinner, now we have all the region flags up here for today's chicken dinner list. But because Boom Esports is put at the front in our top 4 teams, that means they have gained more points than eArena. But these 2 teams, they're okay, they're fine. That includes BTR as well. FaZe Clan, they will be glad to be up here as they could use a good amount of points here just to have that comfy cushion coming to tomorrow.
Yep, same goes for Boom. I don't know how about we telling up the scores later, because Boom also, I don't know if they actually gotten enough points to say they are 100% safe to get into the Super Weekend. We're gonna have to wait and see, because a lot of heavy hitters in Group A as well, as the Group C are already completed their run right now. It's all down to the scores. But before that, well, Moment, we kind of missed that dance when he called the cameraman just now, but at least he didn't get any damage received. I don't know how he put out all the bullets without being discovered by any of the players out there. 0 damage. Really? 0?
0 damage received. Still able to gain 3 eliminations and still able to dish out 3 hunger and 3 damage. This guy is just invincible this round. We need a Moment dance. We need a Moment dance. Hopefully he gets an interview, then we get to see the Moment dance. Maybe. But
like
he
he's
is
probably
definitely
gonna
a
be
very valuable transfer for eArena this season and is showing it again and again.
I agree. And I wish if we get the interview, you can actually dance on the interview too. And eArena, despite they got themselves the chicken dinner and relentlessly not giving away any points towards all the other teams, Boom managed to topple it off with 19 points to finish off their run. But be aware regarding FaZe Clan BTR, they will chase the numbers up for tomorrow. SK, this team, we need to know whether they have enough. HOMEBOIS, now they have more than 1 point, Clown. There's going to be 5 total points to start off their day tomorrow. But RRQ, well, we say thanks already. But Alter Ego, I think what they tried to plan to do in the last Miramar didn't work out for themselves as well.
Yep, looks like the Alva swap in for Rosemary didn't happen. Didn't work out for them. So it's back to a drawing board for Alter Ego. Whatever it is, they still play again tomorrow. So there's more to come from Alter Ego. And let's see if they'll be able to make it through. But I guess the bigger question is that SK, did they do enough right now? They score a total of 52 points. Historically, it's not enough. But you never know.
But the gap is widened for BTR and CelcomDigi Alliance, and CelcomDigi Alliance already finished off their run. So I feel like BTR, with how they performed today, they're definitely gonna take over the top 3 probably if they want to, and as well as TALON. Don't forget about TALON. But unfortunately, for New Era, this is also their last run. So I don't know how long ETN can hold on to their seats right now, because all the teams right above them have not finished all their runs yet. Even EXO and Claw down there.
Yeah, so 36 points locked in. Same goes for New Era locked in. When we flip over to the next page, then we get to see like what's the gap between them and also the next few teams. And bad news is not that good. So 28 points Roy, they'll be playing tomorrow. Same goes for 79, 25 points. And then you have Vampire Esports. Let's not forget about these heavy hitter teams. 25 points.
No, the thing is, everyone on Page and Matresa for RQ do have a shot for tomorrow to take down ETN. Even the teams that barely, because the gap is so small, Cloud. They are in their 30s. If they're in their 60s, it's pretty much still maintainable, even if they're not playing. But it's in the 30s. And we talked about the 30s should be half of your day one. And they already run out of games by now.
Oh yeah, so the math is pretty straightforward, but we're gonna check out our interview. Here we go.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the last session for the interview. After a very long day, we are coming to the end, and join with me right now 2 coaches from 2 different teams. Coach Ken from BIGETRON by Vitality and Coach Devian from VOIN Donkey ID. So let's jump right to it. First to Coach Ken from BIGETRON. Today, your team secured 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, especially with Ryan making his debut. Are you proud of your players' performance and of Ryan in particular?
Oke, jadi tim BTR hari ini berhasil mendapatkan 2 WWCD. Apakah kamu ya bisa dibilang bangga dengan prestasi anak-anak, terutama Ryan, karena ini debut pertama Ryan juga?
Bangga, pasti bangga juga buat performa semua pemain yang udah perform hari ini. Mau yang main, mau yang nggak main, mereka tunjukin mereka punya profesionalitas. Jadi sangat bangga dengan tim yang saat ini.
Yeah, of course, I'm very proud of my players. Even though, I'm proud to all the players, whoever play or whoever not play, all of them showed their professionalism. So of course, as a coach, I will be proud of them.
I see. Fun fact: some of the streamers out there do the challenge for the performance of Ryan himself. Ryan performs so well, and they do challenge like, if I'm not mistaken, Anang or Born X Hades is doing a push-up because Ryan becomes the MVP. Okay, the last season, BTR came close to winning the trophy after picking up Federales from the Philippines. Now with Ryan, Malaysia's PMSL Summer MVP, is BTR moving towards a multinational lineup as part of a new approach from the coaching staff?
Oke, jadi dengan season lalu, dengan kemasukannya Federales MVP dari Filipina, itu hampir mendapatkan trofi. Dan sekarang kamu merekrut MVP PMNC-nya Malaysia. Dan sekarang udah bisa dibilang tim BTR ini udah multinasional lah. Ya, apakah ini pendekatan baru yang diambil oleh para coaching?
Sebenarnya ini cukup normal ya, mau di industri kita, industri olahraga lainnya. Kita akan coba untuk dengan resource yang kita miliki sekarang, sumber daya yang kita miliki dari BIGETRON, kita coba untuk cari talent yang terbaik ataupun pemain yang terbaik dari manapun, nggak terbatas dari Southeast Asia juga.
Yeah, of course. I think this is normal in terms of sports. Basically, it's just like with all the resource that we have, all the facilities that we have in BIGETRON, we're just gonna recruit all the good, talented player or even a good player, not in Southeast Asia. So yeah.
Okay, but on that note, why did you decide to scout player from outside Indonesia? And what factors do you consider when selecting them? Because in Indonesia itself, we have PMNC, we have Conqueror Series, a lot of talented players from Indonesia, but can choose player from outside of Indonesia. Why?
Ya, jadi pertanyaan masih kenapa kamu masih memilih player dari luar Indonesia? Karena di Indonesia ada PMNC, ada Conqueror Series, masih banyak lagi talenta-talenta yang ada di Indonesia. Tapi kenapa fokusnya ke luar Indonesia?
Sebenarnya kita barengan ya, jadi together. Jadi dari national kita juga punya, tapi kita coba untuk cari atau expand. Kita punya scouting range. Kita kalau dari luar negeri, of course kita mau yang terbaik. Jadi di dalam negeri juga banyak pemain lokal kita ada sekitar mungkin sekarang ada 6 atau 7 pemain yang di bawah umur 16 tahun yang udah kita masukin ke dalam akademi. Jadi kalau untuk dari pemain import kita mau cari yang terbaik sih.
Yeah, of course. We just gonna find a good talents in outside from Indonesia. But then if you ask me in terms of inside the Indonesia, we still have like 6 or 7 players that still underage that we already recruit and put in our academy. So yeah, we just gonna find out in future.
Interesting approach coming from Coach Ken, because academy is one key word coming from BIGETRON by Vitality. Again, congratulations for Coach Ken today to win a winner chicken dinners. The last one even top 3 for the results. So what a good start for BIGETRON by Vitality in the week number 2. And right now we're moving to the other coach, one of the phenomenal, I can say, Coach Davian. So VOIN Don't Kill is also performing really well today. Are you proud of your players' performance too? And which player particularly have the biggest improvement over the year?
Oke, jadi VOIN juga tidak kurangnya perform dengan sangat-sangat bagus hari ini. Apakah kamu bangga dengan anak-anak kamu dan siapa kira-kira yang improve paling banyak di hari ini?
Saya selalu bangga lah dengan player-player yang saya miliki. Tapi kalau untuk hari ini walaupun kita mungkin poinnya ya oke, lumayan lah ya. Tapi masih banyak miss yang di situ ya membuat aku sendiri kurang puas gitu loh. Jadi ya masih pingin untuk improve lebih lah. Dan untuk apa tadi pertanyaan?
Untuk
player yang paling improve, semuanya cukup improve sih. Apalagi dengan progres yang dari tim yang 4 main line up sekarang dari fall itu sampai sekarang itu cukup improve lah. Jadi semuanya juga memiliki tingkat improvementnya yang bagus.
Okay, first of all, I think if you ask me whether am I proud to my players, of course I am proud to all of my players. I mean, they do well and everything. Even though our point is not that good, but still there's still a lot of improvement that they can adjust. I mean, there's still a mistake here and there. So as a coach, I'm not feeling satisfied yet. But then in terms of player, I mean, all the players is from the fall until today, it's the same lineup. Of course, they showed their own improvement. So I would believe that all of them showed the improvement today.
Love it. What a chemistry between players and the coach, because earlier we interviewed Potato and Faxi. They said that they believe what the coach instruct them to play, to have a strategy. So yeah, good for VOIN Donkey ID. As mentioned on earlier interview, VOIN Donkey has performed well on the global stage, but less in PMSL. Do you have any secret strategies or preparation to help VOIN Donkey reach the top 3 and qualify for PMWC?
Oke, jadi ya seperti yang di interview tadi, VOIN itu sering lolos ke turnamen global dan ya season lalu juga kalian lolos ke PMBC. Apakah kamu mempunyai ya strategi rahasia ataupun strategi khusus buat membantu anak-anak kamu melayakkan diri ke EWC tahun ini?
Tentu aja adalah strategi rahasia ya nggak? Tapi ya secara umum kita mau improve secara tim dulu lah. Tapi kalau strategi nanti ya bisa dilihat dari performa selanjutnya aja lah. Berhasil atau enggaknya.
Okay, of course we have a secret strategy, but then yeah, we just need to focus on improve as a team first, and then in terms of the strategy, we just gonna see in future whether it's work with us or not.
Yeah, as I know him, a very humble coach. That's what I can say. The last one, given VOIN Donkey's strong performance so far and their relatively safe point gap, is there a possibility Consulate, the substitute, will get a chance to play tomorrow?
Oke, dengan poin yang didapatkan oleh VOIN hari ini, udah bisa dibilang ya oke dan lumayan lah. Apakah kita bisa lihat pemain cadangan kamu yaitu Consulate bermain di esok hari?
Ya tentu aja pasti ada kemungkinan lah. Karena kita lihat kondisi besok kayak gimana.
Yeah, I think we still have a possibility that Consulate is gonna play tomorrow, but then it still depends on whether tomorrow how the situation look. So yep.
Okay, let's see for tomorrow, because VOIN Donkey and also BIGETRON by Vitality is still playing for the 3rd day before we are jumped to the 2nd Super Weekend, which is the last one before the grand final. Again, thank you so much for Coach Ken, Coach Devian, and congratulations because both of the teams are playing really well. And thank you so much for you guys are watching till the end of the show today. But before we are closing the event, before we are closing the day, we are going back to the caster to say maybe 1 or 2 words to close the event. So that way, thank you so much everyone. Go back to the caster.
I have to give it. That's a very daring question to start of Coach Ken with the direction there. But I love that approach. You know what? It gives such a broader perspective. Not just it's a multinational team right now, but it also gives the players a different perspective about how the other regions. He talked about outside of Southeast Asia. So imagine if they are importing or they will import players outside of South Asia to see what kind of perspective they have that they can implement towards the rest of BTR.
Well, I just dropped some tea here, right? So, well, they have even scouted top players from the PMCL. Yeah, but clearly at the end of the day, they ended up with Ryan. And that whole conversation about players on the outside, I know, well, there's some ambition not only from Coach Ken, but also from the big boss himself. So I'll just leave it as that. Whether in the future that will continue to happen, we'll stay tuned to BTR and who knows what sort of surprises they can come up with.
But I'm looking forward about their direction in the future as well. It just shows that they are more advanced and 10 steps ahead than the other orgs that we have right now. It shows that how they are open up themselves to welcome all the other perspective of the approach towards the game, because every single region, if you ask them, the way they actually think in the game is way different, despite it's just one player, but it can change so much when it comes to dynamic.
Well, but the thing that's not way different is the end of our show, ladies and gentlemen. We're done with day number 2 of week number 2. Tomorrow we will be day number 3. We're going to go back to our regular timing, people. So make sure you mark your calendars correctly. My name is Sir Cloud, together with a wonderful, amazing, beautiful, handsome is me.
Thanks.
We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.